Follow Darth Valgav on fanfiction.net. Chapter 13. The room was silent as they stared at the crazy, one-eyed man who had just walked through the wall. His long black hair stood up in several spikes with bells at the end of each spike. A thin scar went vertically over his other eye. He wore the standard Jonin uniform with a sword at his side. His crazy, insane smile caused chills to fill the room. "Kenpachi," said Ibiki after a moment. "How the hell did you make it here in time?" "It's simple, silly," said a different voice. Just then, a girl with short pink hair popped out from behind Kenpachi's shoulder. "I told Kenchan where to go." Kenpachi then turned his head to look at the girl. "Yeah," he said. "We left right after the meeting, and it took us all this time to get here." "Good job, Yuichiro-chan." "You went through the wall, you idiots," yelled Ibiki. "There was a door 3 feet from you. Why didn't you use it?" The two-direction challenged Bakas shrugged their shoulders. "My entrances are better," muttered Anko. "At least my way makes sure people remember my name." She then looked over at Naruto, who was sitting next to Hinata. The blonde had stars in his eyes as he stared at Kenpachi. "So cool," said Naruto. "I'll have to remember making entrances like that." In another part of the room, Sex was thinking the same thing. "Hey Ibiki," said Kenpachi after he scanned the room. "There seems to be a lot more people than usual. What's going on? You getting soft on me?" "No," said Ibiki as he turned his head to the side. "This means that there are more talented genin this year." On hearing that, Kenpachi began to smile. This meant that there would be more intense fighting going on for the rest of the exam. "Well, that's good," said Kenpachi. "Too bad in the next part at least half of them will be gone." He then turned his attention to the genins. "All right, you worms, follow me to the next exam area." "Yuichiro-chan, which way?" Everyone face faulted on hearing that. "That way, Ken-chan," said Yuichiro as she pointed in the opposite way towards Ibiki. Not wasting a second, Kenpachi began to run forward. Ibiki jumped out of the way as the insane Tokubetsu Jonin ran right through the wall and kept on running. Before Ibiki could tell everyone where to go without wasting any time, Sex and Naruto had gotten up and were running after Kenpachi. Together they ran through the hole and began to follow the trail he had made. "Just go to training field 44, said Ibiki as he covered his face with his hand. "X. Like hell I'll let you get there before me, Uzumaki," swore Sex, who, as an inch in front of Naruto. "We'll see about that," yelled Naruto as he began to speed up. In front of them, Kenpachi grinned. These two were the most interesting genins he had ever seen in the exam. After all, no one had ever tried to follow him before. The reason why, he had no clue. But to have 2 people actually trying to follow him was giving him a rush because they were keeping up. "Yuichiro-chan," said Kenpachi after a moment. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Yuichiro went into a thinking pose on his back before pointing at the Hokage Tower. "Go that way," she said. "It's a shortcut." Kenpachi nodded. X. Sarutobi was sitting behind his desk as he did his paperwork. Yes, the bane of all those who have reached the top. Writing down supply orders, updating the daimyo, insurance claims, and so many other things that could drive a man to madness. Personally, he wanted nothing more than to get away for a while. But that would mean he would have to get a sit-in who would be making all the shots, or worse, the council. No way in hell would he allow that. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," said the Hokage as he set down his pen. The door opened and Haku entered the room. In her hand was a basket. The old man smiled at her, thankful for a small break. Haku-chan, what can I do for you?" "Well," said the young girl, "I wanted to thank you for all that you have done. So, I made you something." She then reached into her basket and pulled out a muffin. A muffin that looked like it was lightly glowing green. Sarutobi began to sweat a bit and began to wish he was doing paperwork. Stammered the old man as Haku placed the muffin in front of him. She then smiled at him as she waited for him to try it. It was the kind of smile that said that she had put her whole heart and soul into making it and would be crushed if he said no. Suddenly the paperwork didn't seem so bad. Slowly, very slowly, Sarutobi reached down to grab it. Then, just before he touched it, the sound of a stampede was heard. They both turned their heads in the direction of the sound and watched as the wall broke. Kenpachi raced in and out of the office, destroying everything in his path, followed by Naruto and Sex. Normally, Sarutobi would be furious with this. However, the psycho had also destroyed his desk as well as the muffin that was on it. "Those jerks," growled Haku as she looked where they were going. "I spent all night making that muffin. They will pay." With that, Haku sped off in pursuit. An hour later, the group arrived at Training Field 44, where the rest of the genin had been waiting very patiently. The course Yuichiro had taken them on had gone through several houses, Hayashi's room, the sewers, and up and down the streets. It was only when she saw a sign that said free candy that had been set up by the other exam instructors did she point in the right direction. When they got there, Kenpachi looked like he had just come back from getting the newspaper. Naruto, Sex, and Haku were all gasping for air since they had run all out this entire time. "I can't beat you, Uzumaki," said Sex as he fought to keep standing up. Sweat was dripping from his nose, and his clothing clung to his body. "Yeah, pant right," said Naruto. "We got pant here at pant the same time." "You wish," said Sex. "I pant was one step pant ahead of pant you." "Like hell you were," said Naruto as he felt his second wind kicking in. "Where's the candy?" cried Yuichiro as she looked around. "There is none," said a Chunin. "We just put that sign up so that you would get here, and hhhhh." The Chunin was cut short as the pink-haired girl had jumped off of Kenpachi's shoulder and bit the Chunin's hand. "Well, better get this started," said Kenpachi as he ignored what Yuichiro was doing. He then turned to the rest of the genins and cleared his throat. When everyone heard that, they began to move close to their teammates and stick close to people from their own villages. This is Training Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Within this area, you will be doing a survival exercise. He paused as he reached behind his back and pulled out 2 scrolls. One said Heaven, and the other said Earth. The exercise is very simple. Each team will be given one of these scrolls. In order to pass the exam, your team must find a team that has the other and take it from them. After that, you must make your way to the center of the forest where you will find a tower. That is your destination. "Is that all?" asked. "Hardly," said Kenpachi. "There are a few rules. The first and most important is that you can't open the scrolls. Sometimes a client will ask you to deliver sensitive documents or something personal. So, we need to know if you are trustworthy. If you open them, you are out of the exam. The second rule is that you can't leave the training area until the exam is over or you fail. This part of the exam will last 5 days. "What?" screamed a horrified Choji. "What about food?" "Kill something and grill it," said Kenpachi. The last rule is that the whole team must survive and make it to the tower in order to pass. If one person dies, then the whole team loses. So, if there are any weaklings here who want to back out, now is the time to do so. No one moved. Kenpachi then pulled out some forms. "All right then. Before we can begin, I need everyone to sign this waiver. This will keep the village from being liable if someone dies. Other than the 3 rules I have explained to you, there are no other rules, which means that killing is allowed. The village doesn't want to have any conflict over the death of one of you little shitheads. Yuichiro-chan will pass these out now." On hearing her name, Yuichiro released her hold on the Chunin and grabbed the papers. Then, with amazing speed, she handed everyone a paper and a pen. When she finished, she hopped back on Kenpachi's shoulder. Naruto looked at the paper and sighed. Seemed pointless in a way. People had been trying to kill him his whole life. He doubted that the council would blame anyone if he were to die. Now he was going to sign a paper that would say it was okay during the exam. With another sigh, he signed the stupid paper just as Sasuke stormed over to him. "All right, Dobe, talk," demanded Sasuke. He had wanted to ask Naruto ever since he had heard about what Kabuto told him. However, he never got the chance to ask him right away with Ibiki showing up. "About what?" asked Naruto. "Why are you in the bingo book?" demanded Sasuke. "Who the hell is this Hanzo, and why did he give you the title of Kazeshu?" Naruto could only look a little confused. Let's see," said Naruto as he folded his arms and began to think. "Hanzo Ojizen is the leader of the shinobi in Amigakure no Sato. I only met him once, and he showed me around the village. But to be honest, I have no clue why he put me in the bingo book or why he gave me a nickname. He then smiled. But I guess it is cool that I am in the bingo book. Allow me to explain, said Sex as he moved back over to Naruto. Hanzo-sama is one of the greatest shinobi in the world and thinks that Uzumaki here is something special. He has ever since he first met him. Sex then began to grind his teeth for a moment before continuing. Then he heard about the Nami mission your team went on and just gave him a nickname. So, why did he put the dobe in the bingo book? Demanded Sasuke. Sex just shrugged. Who knows, he replied. Some people think it's because he wants to train him personally. Others think he wants to give him more experience by fighting more. And there are some who think that he wants to stop him before he gets too strong. Wow, cried Naruto. To think that Hanzo Ojizen is doing all of this for me. Yeah, spat Sex. To do all of that for an outsider. Naruto stared at Sex, and Sex stared right back. Listen, Kazeshu, a lot of people in AIM are pissed at you. Paying so much attention to an outsider when he has a whole village of capable shinobi is insulting. What makes you so special that you get his praise? I guess I'm more than capable, answered Naruto. Sex let out a growl before turning around and moving back to his teammates. Sex's teammates were twin sisters. Their names were Elf and Zwolf. They both wore tight black dress-like outfits that showed off every curve they had. A slit on both sides of their dress made it easier for them to move around. They both had plump lips and short black hair. As he approached them, they were gossiping about which boys were hot and which were not. There is one thing that bothers me, said Naruto. What's that? Asked Sasuke. How did Kabuto know that Haku Otoko was a bad cook? Asked Naruto. Sasuke blinked, realizing that it was a good question. Allow me to explain, said Kabuto as he appeared out of nowhere. I was helping my father when he treated Kakashi-sensei when your team returned from Wave. We had to basically pump his stomach. Once I heard that she was your cousin, I made a note about it, just in case. In another part of the crowd, the IWA Genin team was staring at Naruto. The weakest of the three was named Bakken. He had short, flat black hair and tan skin. His body was covered with large scars that were visible due to the tunic-like outfit he was wearing minus the top part. Then there was Gamma. He had white skin with a green cloth wrapped around his bald head. His attire was much like Bakken's. The finale member and most dressed was named Risho. He had black hair that went down to his neck hair and narrow eyes. He was dressed in a black outfit with some orange thrown in. On his shoulders were some padding that looked like gems. So, when do we strike? Asked Bakken. As soon as we find him in the forest, said Risho as he rolled his eyes. After a while, teams were called to a closed tent. There they turned in their papers and received their scroll. After that, they were told which gate to go to and to wait until the exam started. As they waited, Kiba kept staring at Haku, who was giving her cousin some advice or something. He didn't really care. Kankuro was staring at Naruto. He couldn't wait to get back at the blonde who mocked him. He then looked at the rest of his team and noticed that Gaara was staring at someone. He followed Gaara's gaze and smirked. Gaara was staring at Haku. Kankuro nudged his sister and then whispered in her ear. She gave him a no way in hell look. Kankuro just smiled and began to nod. Temari shook her head no. Then, Kankuro decided to get the facts in the worst possible way. So Gaara, said Kankuro as Temari took a few steps back. What are you looking at? Why do you care? Demanded Gaara as he turned to stare at his older brother. Just Wonder Man, said Kankuro as he held up his hands. Gaara was silent for a moment, and Kankuro lowered his hands. Gaara then pointed at Haku. There is something about her, said Gaara. For some odd reason, I can't stop staring at her. Perhaps she is using some kind of genjutsu. Kankuro did his best not to laugh. Or perhaps she has some special ability that I am unaware of. Kankuro was now holding his breath to keep from laughing. I have thought about killing her to get rid of this desire, but something inside is telling me that it would be wrong. I do not understand this. Gaara then looked at Kankuro, who was now turning blue. He then turned to Temari, who jumped back a bit. Temari, what do you think? Me, she asked as she pointed to herself. Well, maybe she's not doing anything to you. Are you saying that there is something wrong with me? Demanded Gaara. Temari gulped. Now she knew they were in dangerous territory. I think it's a guy thing, said Temari quickly. You know, your body is maturing and all that. Before Gaara could ask or threaten them, their team was called to get a scroll. X. As soon as the gate opened, Team 7 rushed into the forest. They ran for a while until Naruto stopped them. What's the matter, Dobe? Demanded Sasuke. I need to take a leak, answered Naruto as he pointed to some trees. Why didn't you take care of that before? Demanded Sasuke. Because I didn't have to go back then, answered Naruto. He then turned and began to look for a place to take a piss where no one was looking. He found a spot and then pulled his pants and boxers down. A moment later, he let out a sigh of relief. Just as he finished, he heard a sound he hadn't heard in a long time. The sound of someone using an AIM breathing mask. Naruto turned around as two AIM shinobi jumped down from the trees. X. Hey guys, said Naruto as he returned to his team. Anko and Sasuke took one look at him and then got into their battle stances. What's going on? We know you're not Naruto, said Sasuke. Naruto doesn't have a kunai holder on his leg. He keeps all his kunai and shuriken in his pouch. Also, you have the wrong amount of whisker marks, said Anko. Naruto-kun has 3 whiskers on each cheek, not 4. Your henge sucks. Naruto chuckled before going puff, and was then replaced with an AIM Nin. Not bad, said the AIM Nin through the breathing device. X. I feel so violated, cried Naruto. You're both sick for watching a guy take a piss. Both AIM Nin's sweat dropped. Let's just grab the kid and go, said the one-eyed AIM Nin. Let's, said the AIM Nin who had both eyes covered. The two then rushed at Naruto who said, Semputate. Naruto then rose into the air and began to spin around until a sphere of wind had surrounded him. The two AIM Nins were sucked into the attack, going around and around in the airstream along with branches and several rocks. Then it stopped, sending everything flying in all directions around Naruto. If that's the quality of an AIM shinobi, then I can see why Hanzo Ojizen likes me, said Naruto as he began to walk back to his teammates. X. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, yelled Sasuke as he fired a fireball at the AIM Nin. The AIM Nin jumped back to dodge it and then raced away, realizing that he was in over his head. Sasuke was about to follow him when he saw Naruto calmly walk towards them. Acting quickly, Sasuke readied his kunai. So you ran into them too, team, said Naruto. Hearing that, Sasuke lowered his kunai and scowled at Naruto. All right, said Sasuke. We're going to need a password. The next thing that Naruto knew was Sasuke giving him a very long and complicated password. Naruto was about to complain when a powerful wind appeared and blew them all away. Naruto landed a good distance away using the wind to soften the fall. He silently swore to get back at whoever did that. Using his element to attack him was bad enough, but letting it happen was even worse. If he ever met the bastard who did that, then he would show them how to use the wind in the most painful of ways. Naruto's train of thought was stopped when a shadow loomed over him. Then he heard a hissing sound. Naruto looked up and saw a giant snake baring its fangs at him. It's one thing right after the other, said Naruto right before the snake lunged at him. X. At the same time, Sasuke and Anko were making a new friend. Well, not really. Anko and Sasuke had landed on top of each other once the wind subsided. Soon after they got up, they saw Naruto walk over to them. Sasuke demanded that Naruto give them the password, and he did it perfectly. This of course proved he was a fake. The fake Naruto undid the Genjutsu and became the Kusanine. All right, said Anko. Where the hell is Naruto-kun? The Kusanine smirked. You mean that blonde baka? She asked. I believe that he is right now playing with one of my pets. X. Naruto used the wind to get out of the way as the snake bit into the earth. As the snake began to lift its head once again, Naruto began to spin his arm to form his ultimate attack. By the time the snake was at eye level with Naruto, the flying Nin shot at it and yelled Senpuken as he hit its nose. The end result was completely destroying its head, sending a few pieces in the air. X. One of the snake's fangs traveled a ways and pierced through the head of a genin wearing an orange sweatshirt with a hood. Oh my Kami, cried the dead boy's teammate. He killed Kenji. You bastard, yelled the other teammate. X. Naruto flew up above the trees and decided to start looking for his teammates. This, however, proved to be a problem since all he could see were the tops of trees that still had all their leaves. After a few minutes, Naruto decided to fly back to where he had started and set out on foot. Once again, he realized that he had no idea where he had started from. "Oh shit," swore Naruto as he began to realize something. "I'm lost." Chapter 14. Sasuke and Anko stood ready to fight the Kusanine. Sasuke was confident that they could take her without Naruto. Anko was a bit worried about Naruto. Because of their location, it would be harder for Naruto to find them. After all, from the sky, everything looks the same over a forest. That would mean that he would have to go on foot where he would be a target for anyone who saw him. Anko was suddenly pulled out of her thoughts as the Kusanine reached behind her and grabbed something. Slowly, she pulled it out and revealed it to be her scroll. It was an earth scroll, the one they needed. "Ah," said the woman. "I see you have noticed my earth scroll. All I need is your heaven scroll, and I have the complete set." She then brought the scroll to her mouth and then opened it. Her tongue wrapped around the scroll like a snake wraps around a mouse. Slowly, she pushed it into her throat and swallowed it whole, making the two genin in front of her a bit grossed out. "Now, only one of us will be walking away from this alive." When she said that, she stared right at the two of them with a powerful killer intent. Both Sasuke and Anko gasped in fright. They saw themselves being bombarded with kunai and then torn to shreds. Then they both fell backwards on their asses and began to pant. Was that a genjutsu? Thought Sasuke right before he threw up. A moment later, he tried to get up, but fell backwards again. "No, it's more than that. She's so bloodthirsty that I can feel it." Looking into her eyes, I saw the moment of my own death. "Who, or what is she?" "Anko," said Sasuke slowly as he looked over at her. He looked in shock as he saw her slowly stand up straight. Anko looked at the Kusanine with as much courage as she could. "So," thought the Kusanine, "it looks like Anko-chan isn't as helpless as I would have guessed." "Wait," said Sasuke, causing both girls to look at him. With whatever strength and courage he had left, he reached behind him and took out their heaven scroll. "This is what you wanted, right? If we give you this, you'll have no reason to fight us." "Very wise," said the Kusanine with a sick smile. She then looked over at a branch and saw a snake near a bird's nest. Sometimes when the prey is cornered by the predator, its only chance for survival is to offer it something else. "Here, take it," said Sasuke as he tossed her the scroll. However, before it had even traveled a foot, Anko moved and caught it. Sasuke stared at her like she was insane. "Stop being a baka. Just leave this to me," and he was never able to finish what he was yelling at her due to her fist moving into his face. The Kusanine watched as Sasuke fell to the ground. The moment Sasuke hit the ground, he used his arms like a spring and shot back up. He landed several feet away from Anko. "Baka, you don't know what you're doing." "I thought that I knew who I landed on," said Anko. "But now I'm not so sure. There's no way you can be Uchiha Sasuke." "What are you talking about, you baka?" demanded Sasuke. "It's me." "Yeah, right," said Anko. "Sure, you look like him and talk like him, but I know that Sasuke isn't as big as a coward as you. You really think handing the scroll over will get us out of this? Look at that freak. She has killer written all over her face. The truth is that you choked and are afraid." Sasuke didn't respond. Deep down, he knew she was right. That woman scared the piss out of him for reasons he couldn't comprehend. But he had to do something that might get them out of this. He was about to say something when the woman began to laugh. "Kukuku," she laughed. "Anko-chan is right about you, Sasuke-kun. You have choked. You're not nearly as entertaining as I thought you would be. As for the scroll, I could easily kill you both and take it like that." "That's where you're wrong," said Anko as she turned to face the Kusanine. She then tucked the scroll into her trench coat pocket. "You have to get past me in order to get the scroll." X. Outside the forest, Kenpachi was sitting under a tree as he watched Yuichiro draw. "Well," he said aloud, "I guess that time is coming up soon. Some of the quicker ones will be making their way to the tower soon. Guess we better get going." "Ken-chan," said Yuichiro as she began to put everything away. Then, suddenly, one of the proctors appeared before them. "Kenpachi-san," he said, We have found 3 dead bodies. We think you should see them. I've seen plenty of dead bodies, said Kenpachi. Besides, in this exam, people die all the time. It was probably a cause of some team getting a little impatient. Please, said the shinobi. You must see this. There is something wrong with the bodies. Fine, said Kenpachi as Yuichiro jumped onto his shoulder. Kenpachi then followed the shinobi a ways until they came upon the bodies and 2 other shinobi who were keeping watch of the area. Sure enough, there was something very wrong about them. It wasn't that they were dead. Oh no, it was that their faces looked like they had been melted away. We checked their bodies and found their IDs, said another proctor. They were all Kusanins that were to take part in the Chunin exam. Kenpachi just stared at the bodies as memories came to him of the only person he knew who could do such a thing. Flashback. Kenpachi was running down a long corridor. He was younger and had less scars. His black hair was no longer pointed and ran down his back. Besides him were several other shinobi, all Anbu. Soon they came upon the end and found a door. An Anbu opened it slowly. Inside the room was Orochimaru. The room he was in was dimly lit. Jars of unknown items covered the walls. And at the other end was a large cylinder that was big enough to hold a person. Orochimaru stood in front of it with his back to them. My, said Orochimaru as he turned to face them. I was sure Sensei would have been here first. Looks like I was wrong. Where is she? Demanded Kenpachi. And just who are you referring to? Asked Orochimaru in a mocking tone. Don't play games with us, said one of the Anbu. Kenpachi-san saw you take Kusajishi Ichiru. People have been disappearing all over the village, and this is the first lead we had. Of course, we had suspected you, but never had any real proof. I see, said Orochimaru with a sick smile. Then I guess I'd better show you. With that, he moved out of the way so everyone could see what was in the cylinder. Kenpachi's eyes widened as he saw Yuichiro floating in the green liquid. What have you done? He asked in shock and horror. I am using her as a test subject, said Orochimaru. I want to learn all the jutsus in this world. I want them all. However, to learn and master them all would take more than a lifetime, and after I die new ones would pop up. So, in order to get what I want I first need to be immortal. Your pink-haired friend was just my latest experiment. I think I might have found a way to stop the aging process. However, I'm not so sure what the side effects will be. It might affect her brain, which is something I'm not sure I want. Then you never should have done this, said the voice of the Hokage as he appeared. The 2 began to stare at each other. Suddenly, a powerful wind appeared, and many of the Yanbu fell to the ground with slash marks on their chests. Orochimaru then vanished and reappeared behind the Hokage, and then took off. So that monster's back, said Kenpachi, as his eye narrowed. He then turned to the proctors. Go inform the Hokage about this. Also, get Anbu to head into the Forest of Death. I'll be heading there myself. And with that, Kenpachi took off in the right direction for a change. X. Oh really, said the Kusanin. I'm sure I can handle that. With that said, she took off towards Enko with a kunai. Enko quickly made some hand signs and then raised her arms to block. Thinking that whatever she had tried to do failed, the Kusanin appeared in front of Enko and brought down her kunai into the purple-haired girl's arms. What the? She cried when the kunai refused to pierce her skin. The Kusanin then noticed that Enko's hands were covered with scales that went right down into her jacket. Tetsu Hikari, said Enko. Hope you liked that. Enko then jumped back and threw several shuriken at her opponent, who dodged them with ease. Interesting, said the Kusanin. I had no idea you knew that. Enko's eyes narrowed. How would you know what I'm capable of? She demanded. Kakuku, laughed the Kusanin. Oops, I think I said too much. She then brought a hand next to her face and blew. But instead of air came fire that shot right towards Enko, who didn't move. The flames engulfed the genin's form and appeared to burn her alive. However, once it cleared, all that was seen was a deep-fried snake. Hibibunshin? Above her was Enko, with her Yurumi ready to strike. Enko threw back her arm and then shot it in the direction of her enemy. In a second, the blade of the Yurumi hit the Kusanin's skull and went right through her. But when Enko landed, The enemy became a pile of mud. Shit, she swore. Shit indeed, said the Kusanine from behind her, causing Enko's eyes to widen. If that had hit me, I would be in some serious pain. Damn you, yelled Enko as she spun around. As she did, she sent the blade of her weapon towards the Kusanine. This time, however, she caught the blade between her middle and index fingers. Acting quickly, Enko dropped her weapon and began to make some hand signs. Once she finished, she yelled, "Dokiki Tsuba no Jutsu." Then, from her mouth, came a large blast of some purple liquid that flew towards the Kusanine at amazing speeds. The Kusanine saw this and jumped up into the trees to avoid being hit. Enko's attack ending up hitting a tree close to Sasuke, dissolving a large chunk of it in seconds and causing it to fall. Enko jumped up into the trees as well to avoid being hit by the tree. "I guess I should stop taking you so lightly, little Enko-chan," said the Kusanine. She bit her thumb and placed some of the blood on a seal that was on her arm. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. A large cloud of white smoke appeared and hid the Kusanine from sight. A moment later, she could be seen riding on the head of a giant snake. "But how?" cried Enko as she stared at Snake. "Only my family has that contract. Unless you're working for my grandfather." "Kakuku," laughed the Kusanine. "You're only half right, Enko-chan." Before she could say more, the snake spoke up. "What happened to my Anai-sen?" asked the snake. "You mean he hasn't returned yet?" asked the Kusanine in surprise. "I thought I told him he could return after he took out the blonde." "Well, something happened to him," said the snake. "Manda believes that he is dead." "Is that true?" While this was going on, Enko decided to take action. She made several hand signs again and yelled, "Dokiki Tsuba no Jutsu." Only this time, instead of one large ball, there were at least a dozen smaller balls. The snake saw this and began to move to avoid. However, due to its large size and the number of acidic spheres being shot at him, he couldn't avoid them all. The first hit him on his side. The snake raised his head and screeched in pain, and another hit him below his head. Two more hit him on the side, but the snake was already dead. "Baka," said the Kusanine as he stared at the stupid snake that stood on. She then looked at Enko. "I think I have had enough of you, little Enko-chan." With that, she vanished from sight and reappeared in front of Enko. The next thing that Enko knew was her opponent had punched her in the gut hard enough to send her flying and grab the scroll at the same time. X. Meanwhile, with Naruto, he was still lost. He was holding a branch straight up with one hand. He then let go and let it fall to the ground. The branch landed with its end pointing west. "Well, I guess I'll go that way," said Naruto as he took off. The image then zoomed out to show the entire forest. A chibi Naruto appeared to show where he was, and a chibi Enko and Sasuke appeared to show where they were. It turned out that Naruto was heading in the opposite direction. X. In another area of the forest, two girls were riding a giant beetle made of clay. They were Hisame and Michi. After their loss to Hinata and her teammates, they had returned to a very disappointed Kakuzu. Well, he was more pissed off than angry. He was about to kill them, but after some begging for a second chance, changed his mind. So he sent them out again to kill Hinata, and if they failed again, he would be getting a few new hearts. Now, that's motivation. "I think I see something," said Hisame as she spied something. "Stop this thing." "All right," said Michi as her clay monster stopped in its tracks. "But it's art, not a thing." "Who cares?" said Hisame as she jumped off and ran to what she said. Michi soon joined her and looked at. It was a boy in an orange sweatshirt with a snake fang stuck in his head. "Oh my Kami," cried Hisame. "They killed him. The bastards," said Michi. "But I guess that's what you get when you wear orange. You might as well paint a target on your chest. Anyways, this isn't the one we are looking for."
Hi, Sight Hisam.
The two went back to the clay beetle and began their search once again. "So, do you think there'll be any cute boys here?"
X.
"Well now," said the Kusanine. "Looks like it's just you and me, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke wanted to run and hide, to get away from that crazy bitch as soon as possible. But then something within him stirred. How could he defeat and kill his brother if he couldn't even stand his ground against this woman? Slowly he stood back up and got into his stance. The woman smiled. Here I am, said Sasuke. Let's see what you got, said the woman. A moment later, she began to run all over the place. So fast, in fact, that the cloud of dirt she created in her wake couldn't keep up. However, Sasuke could with a Sharingan. He could see everything with ease. He jumped to dodge the attack and then let loose flames from his mouth that consumed the area where the enemy Nin had stood. When the flames cleared, nothing was there. Then the ground began to crack and race toward Sasuke. Sasuke jumped into the trees to avoid being attacked by the Kusanine as she shot out of the ground. I see, said the Kusanine with a smile. You are now able to see and predict movements. You're good. She then leapt up onto the same branch as Sasuke. But try this. Futon, Detop. A powerful burst of wind that Sasuke remembered from Naruto shot at him. Sasuke jumped up onto the branch above them and then shot down towards the Kusanine. I was saving this for the dope, he yelled as he made some hand signs. But you'll do. Kase Handu. With that yelled, Sasuke raised his foot high above his head as it burst into flames. He then shot it down and hit the Kusanine on the head with his attack, setting her ablaze. Sasuke then jumped back and began to gloat. That's my first original jutsu. I created it while I was off training with Kakashi-sensei. Anything that I hit will be consumed by flames. I still haven't figured out how to do it without hand signs, but I will soon. Not like you have to worry about it again. It was impressive, I'll give you that, said the Kusanine's voice from behind Sasuke. He turned around and saw her standing there. He then looked at what he thought had been the Kusanine as it turned into a pile of mud. Combining ninjutsu and taijutsu into a single attack is not something that the average genin can do. But I expected more from you, Sasuke-kun. With that, she jumped into the air and began to throw a storm of kunai Sasuke. Sasuke, in return, threw several shuriken at her that seemed to miss. However, tied to each one was a wire that allowed Sasuke to control them. They spun around the tree and the Kusanine so that she was tied up. All right then, said Sasuke as he made some more hand signs. This one isn't as original. I got the idea from watching that baka so many times. Kaseisuren. This time flames appeared around Sasuke's fist like Naruto's Senpuken. However, the flames seemed to come together like a blade or a drill. Sasuke then shot towards the Kusanine at full force and hit her in the center of her chest. The flames pierced her through her and the tree, creating a circular-shaped hole through both with scorch marks along the sides of both. Sasuke turned around and slowly began to walk away. He didn't want to admit it, but that jutsu took up a lot of chakra. Then he heard a sound that caused him to stop. The sound of mud piling on top of mud. He turned around and all that was left of his opponent was a pile of mud. His eyes widened in fear as he saw her come out of the ground without disturbing it at all. Very impressive, Sasuke-kun, she said with a wicked smile. Now here's a reward for you. With that, the Kusanine's neck shot out and raced for Sasuke. Once close enough, she bit his shoulder. Then, Doka Kogi no Jutsu, yelled Anko from behind the Kusanine as she slashed her back with her right hand. Anko's nails on her right hand were now several inches longer and were dripping a purple liquid. The Kusanine shrieked out in pain as she let go of Sasuke and began to retract her neck. However, she only got halfway before it fell to the ground. After seeing this, Anko raced over to Sasuke. What the hell did she do to you? Anko demanded as she looked at the spot where the woman had bitten him. She was about to check for poison, but stopped as the wound began to change shape. Soon it looked like a seal. Then, without warning, the Kusanine's mouth opened. Anko turned her head in time to see the Kusanine come out of her own mouth. Anko backed away a bit in fear, as first the head came out. The arms soon followed. Then the chest, and finally the legs. My, said the Kusanine. What are they teaching you these days? That was a low blow, attacking me from behind while I was distracted. It makes me so proud to see that some of my blood courses through your veins, Anko-chan. The Kusanine then reached up to her face and pulled down. Now Anko saw who they had really been fighting. Orochimaru Ojizen, she said as sweat dropped from her chin. Kakuku, said Orochimaru in his own voice. In the flesh. I look forward to seeing how you all do in this exam. Sasuke-kun, I'm sure will get the highest score, but I'm sure you'll get second Anko-chan. But first you have to survive the Odonins that serve me. He then pulled out their scroll. The scroll then burst into green flames before their eyes. Remember me, Sasuke-kun. We will meet again. You will seek me out for more power soon. And I'll be waiting to give it to you. And with that, he sank into the ground and Sasuke lost consciousness. Kenpachi was running all over the forest in random directions. The only thought in his mind was making him pay for what he did to Yachiru. Because of him, she still had a child's body and a child's mind. It was as if she was forever stuck like that, and he would make that snake bastard pay. Finally, after running for what seemed like forever, he stopped. A moment later, Orochimaru began to emerge from out the ground. Why, hello Kenpachi-kun. Yachiru-chan, said Orochimaru with a sick grin. How is my favorite lunatic and lab rat doing these days? Kenpachi moved his hand to his sword. Yachiru-chan, he said in a serious tone. Get off. Hi, said Yachiru. She leapt off and took up a spot where she could watch the fight. Kenpachi made the first move and thrusted forwards with his blade. Orochimaru yelled, Sanaijishu, as snakes shot out of his sleeve. They flew past Kenpachi's sword and warped themselves around Kenpachi. He was about to break free when a kunai was pressed against his throat from behind. Kenpachi turned his eye and saw another Orochimaru. Team, swore Kenpachi. Please deliver a message to Sensei for me, said the clone. Tell him if the exam is cancelled, I will destroy this village. With that, the clone turned into a pile of mud, and the original sank back into the ground. Chapter 15. Flashback. Danzo was fuming mad. Itachi had been ordered to kill off his clan in secret for the sake of the village. He could have used this incident against the kind-hearted Hokage and overthrow him. Then, after he became Hokage, he could blame Kumo for what had happened that night. Then he could begin the conquest of all the over-shinobi villages. He would even go as far as to make the Uzumaki boy a weapon like the one he had heard about in Suna. It would have been so perfect. Yet Itachi had failed. He couldn't kill his own little brother. Itachi had gone to the Hokage and told him everything that had happened and begged the old fool to protect his brother. Sarutobi had agreed, and the truth about that night was covered up. Itachi had been labeled a traitor so that the village wouldn't be torn apart by mistrust and hate towards those in charge. What made Danzo even angrier was that Itachi had gone as far as blackmailing him to make sure that Sasuke would be safe from him. Suddenly, Danzo sensed two people walking towards him. Soon he saw his co-conspirators, Hamaru and Koharu. What do you two want? He asked. We have been thinking on how to turn this whole event to our advantage, said Koharu. The people do not know that an Uchiha has the potential to summon the Kyuubi, continued Hamaru. Therefore, they did not have the same concerns as we did. Nor did they know of their plot to take over the village. This I already know, said Danzo. Get to the point. Both elders nodded. Right now the old Uchiha clan is gone, said Koharu. Sasuke will most likely want to rebuild it. This will be our chance to take full advantage of his situation. If we can make him indebted and completely loyal to the village, then his children will be as well. This all started because of Uchiha Madara, said Hamaru. Before Uchiha Sasuke returns to the Uchiha district, we will have already gone through the entire area to erase the truth about him and why he fought Senju Hashirama. We will make sure that he will become a powerful shinobi and one day Hokage. Are you insane? Asked Danzo. Not at all, said Hamaru. This all originally started over a dispute as to who would become Hokage. You do remember, right? Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru were not the only two candidates to become the Yondaime, said Koharu. Uchiha Fugaku was also a candidate. He had no chance considering who the other two were, of course. However, he assumed that he should have been named Hokage after Minato-sama's death. However, Sarutobi took that role back and refused to hand it over to him. Uchiha Madara also betrayed the village because he did not become Hokage, said Hamaru. Are you seeing a connection? Yes, said Danzo. Never trust an Uchiha. No, said Hamaru. We should have allowed it since their philosophy is closer to ours. Thinking back, imagine what this village would have been like if we didn't have such soft-hearted fools running it. This is a bad idea, said Danzo. Sasuke will follow in his family's footsteps and betray the village. This is not just our decision, said Koharu. The rest of the council agrees that we should do everything in our power to restore the Uchiha clan. Hayashi-sama isn't into the idea of making Sasuke-san our future Hokage, but other than that he is willing to go along. And what if someone else comes along who might be better suited for the job in the Hokage's eyes? Asked Danzo. Both elders smiled at Danzo. Saying nothing, they both turned around and walked away. End flashback. Night had finally fallen. Most of the teams had already set up their camps and preparing for sleep. Then smarter shinobi had set up traps, and had one of them keeping guard. The more foolish and arrogant ones didn't. Needless to say, they wouldn't last that long. But there was one team that wasn't getting ready for sleep. That was the team that consisted of Niji, Tenten, and Lee. All right, said Niji as he called the group's attention. We've rested enough. Let's scout out the area and locate the other teams. Don't engage them, just find out where they are, and then meet back here.
Got it.
Yeah, said Tenten as she got up. Niji may be the best genin taking the exam as far as she knew, but he was not a people person. Once again, he had made all the plans without asking them about it. Sure, his plans were good, and they had never let them down before. Still, he could have asked them what they thought or something. Was that so much to ask? But this wasn't the place to start a fight or be difficult, so it was best just to go along. Yash, cried Lee. I shall do my best. Niji nodded, and all three jumped into the trees.
X.
In another part of the forest, an odd encounter was about to take place. Naruto was in the middle of a clearing, and his only light was the eerie green glow from one of the muffins Haku had given him before he went into the forest. He had spent all day looking for his two teammates. Now it was dark, and locating them would be even harder due to the lack of real light. Not to mention, he was tired and hungry. Guess I'd better set up camp, said Naruto as he bit his thumb. He then made several hand signs before yelling, Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Meanwhile, Michi and his aim were close by as they now walked through the forest. They too had spent all day looking for someone and failed. They were unaware that Hinata was already within the safety of the tower. Damn it, yelled his aim. Where is that girl? Keep your voice down, Baka, hissed Michi. We'll find her sooner or later. Right now we'd better make camp and start out first thing in the morning. Great idea, said his aim with a yawn. So, are you going to be making a clay house for us or a cottage? Michi rolled her eyes. We are in a fenced-in forest within a village we shouldn't be in, she said. If I did something like that, I'm sure they would notice. And what do you think would happen then? We would be caught, said his aim as she sighed disappointedly. As long as you understand, said Michi. So, tonight we will be sleeping under the stars. His aim raised her head and looked upwards to the sky and saw nothing but clouds and tree branches. Even if there had been stars that night, they looked the same every night in her opinion. What was so great about them anyway? They were just gas-powered pinpricks that would soon die. Maybe you could make a clay, began his aim. However, she was cut off as a cloud of smoke shot across the floor of the forest. What the hell was that? Let's check it out, said Michi. His aim nodded, and the two of them ran in the direction that it had come from. It took them only a few seconds to find the source in what was once an empty clearing. The two girls' jaws dropped as a giant salamander the size of a two-story building occupied most of the area. Well, their jaws also dropped because situated on its back was a flashing red neon sign that said motel, and next to the creature's head was a flashing green sign that said vacancy. I don't believe this, said his aim. I wasn't expecting this, said Michi. I know, agreed his aim. Just look at how much a room costs at that place. It's a steal. Michi's face faulted at that comment. But in Hisame's defense, she was right. The price per room equaled $10 in American money, if America existed in this world. Just at that moment, Naruto walked back into the clearing from the woods. Can I help you? Naruto asked. Both girls jumped back and looked at him. As Naruto crossed his arms as he waited for them to say something, Michi began to sweat a bit. Their cover had been blown. They had been spotted. And they didn't know where the blonde's other two teammates were. For all she knew, this could be a trap of some kind. Can we please have a room? asked Hizame. Michi twitched and then looked over at Hizame. The shark girl was giving him the teary-eyed, puppy dog pout. Hizame then raced over to Naruto and began to hug his leg. Please, 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 please. I can't stand sleeping under the stars. My partner won't make a house for us, or even a cottage. The two of us have been traveling alone by ourselves, and we just need a place to spend the night. Michi slapped her face. Who would be stupid enough to fall for something like that? I'll help you out, said a teary-eyed Naruto, causing Michi to face fault. Hizame then let go of Naruto's leg, and the two of them walked over to the salamander, and soon Michi followed after them. The inside the salamander was interesting. The walls of flesh were moist and colored light pink. Almost all of the furniture was made from flesh and seemed to be a part of the creature. The only exception was the beds that were located on the second floor. The doors were also odd. Muscles opened and closed certain parts on the creature's flesh to allow access to private rooms. After Hizame had paid Naruto for the room, he went off to give it to his summoned salamander and let the two girls do some exploring and pick out which room they would like. This is so cool, said Hizame with stars in her eyes. Michi grabbed Hizame by her shoulders and stared into the shark girl's eyes. We are inside a summoned creature, said Michi. No telling what kind of freak its summoner is. For all we know, he could be some sicko who will try to cut out our organs while we sleep. Well, said Hizame, as long as he's not expecting a date or anything like that. Michi gave Hizame a deadpan look. Your mother dropped you too many times on the head, didn't she? Asked Michi. Hizame shrugged. Said a voice behind the two girls, causing their eyes to go wide. They slowly turned around and saw that Naruto had been standing several feet behind them. How long have you been standing there? Demanded Michi. Long enough, replied Naruto. You don't have to worry. Before I ran into the two of you, I had summoned some sensor salamanders. They'll alert me to anyone coming into the area. Also, this salamander won't open its mouth to anyone other than me or is willing to pay. Even if someone did get in, the doors here lock, so you don't have to worry about any sickos getting in. Is that right? Asked Michi as she laughed nervously and sweat dropped. I have a question, said Hizame as she raised her hand as if she were in a classroom. Actually, I have two. One, how do the doors lock? Also, are you going to eat that muffin? All you have to get is say lock to lock the door, said Naruto. The muscles that move the opening to your door will then freeze and keep the door closed. To unlock it, just say unlock. As for your second question, are you referring to the one glowing in my pouch? It was true. Anyone could see the glow coming from Naruto's weapon pouch where he had placed the muffin. The glow also gave away the shape of a muffin. Hizame vigorously nodded her head. With a sigh, Naruto took out the muffin and tossed it over to the crazy shark girl. As soon as it was close enough, Hizame jumped up and caught it in her mouth and began to eat it. Will she be okay? Asked Michi as she took a few steps backwards. Depends how strong her stomach is, replied Naruto.
X.
Dawn was about an hour away. The forest was covered with dew, and the forest floor had a light mist. The nocturnal creatures were returning to their homes while other animals were waking up. But some of the most dangerous creatures were already wide awake. In fact, several of them were looking at the giant salamander through a scope. The most menacing at the moment was the team from IWA. They had been tracking him since the exam started, and they had finally come to the end of the trail. They could only assume that Naruto was inside the creature. Are you sure he's in there? Asked Bakken. Of course I'm sure, said Risho. Now, let's do this like I planned. Bakken and Gamma nodded. Gamma went out first. He jumped from tree to tree as he made a dash for the summoned creature. Along the way, he passed by a salamander with 6 red spots on its back that was clinging on a tree. A dim light was coming out of the spots, and once Gamma passed through the light's path, he vanished in a cloud of smoke. However, he didn't return back to where he had originally come from but appeared in Naruto's room. Naruto-sama, said the salamander. Someone is heading for you. Naruto said nothing as he lay in bed. With a sigh, the salamander hit Naruto in the head with its tail. Wadash, said Naruto as he slowly woke up. He looked over at the salamander next to him. Is it morning? Well, yes it is, said the salamander to the boy who was only half awake. But that's not what. Good. interrupted Naruto as he made a seal. Time to start looking for the rest of my team. Outside, Gamma was right in front of the giant salamander. Now he had to figure out a way to get Naruto out of the creature. Before he could think of anything, the salamander was engulfed in a cloud of white smoke and vanished, leaving Naruto and two girls. One of the girls looked half dead while the other suddenly woke up as she realized that she was no longer inside the motel salamander. I asked for a wake-up call, but I didn't expect it to be like this, said Michi as she got up. His aim only moaned in her sleep. Michi looked at her with a bit of disgust. That's what you get when you eat strange things. Michi then picked his aim up and put her on her shoulder, and the two of them left the clearing. Not even a goodbye, said Naruto as he rubbed his eyes while yawning. Then Risho jumped next to Gamma and caused Naruto to get an adrenaline rush. Well, said Risho with a cocky attitude. So you came out for us. This will make things much easier. If you are looking for scroll, said Naruto as he narrowed his eyes, I don't have one. Who said we wanted a scroll, said Risho. We were sent here to kill you, so IWA can have its revenge. What did I do? Asked Naruto. I've never even met an IWA.
Gamma Shukled.
You mean you don't know, said Gamma as he took out some paintbrushes. Too bad you will die never knowing the truth then. Slowly he began to apply makeup to his body. You should blame your village for never telling you the truth about your origin. It doesn't matter, said Risho. Even if you knew, we would still try to kill you. But it is a bit sad that you don't know. Oh well. He then began to make several hand signs, and when he was finished 4 pillars of earth shot out of ground. Naruto took a step back as the pillars began to circle him. In case you're wondering, you're not the only person who is a master of his element. Let me show you why I'm an earth master.
Shura Nendotoi.
As soon as he called out his jutsu, the earth covered him and took form. Soon Risho had a helmet, arm and leg guards, and a breastplate. Hee. You should have stayed inside your lizard, said Gamma as his makeup began to increase his strength. I summon salamanders, Baka, not lizards, said Naruto as he got into a stance. And if you think that a makeup-wearing freak and a dirt-covered team can beat me, then you are sadly mistaken. I think you have forgotten something, said Risho as his eyes moved to look at the sideline of the forest. Teams here are made of 3 people. Bakken then jumped down from the tree where they had been hiding in and landed on the ground. He then began to prepare for his special jutsu. He began to tighten up his muscles and slowly began to sweat. After a minute or so, his entire body was covered in sweat, and then he yelled, Hakuen no Kiri. From Bakken's body shot a white mist that blocked all vision. But that wasn't all it did. There was also a powerful odor that smelled like a smelly gym filled the area as well. It was so bad that Naruto had to cover his nose. The next thing that Naruto knew was something like a whirlwind shooting towards where he was standing. Acting quickly, Naruto shot up into the air. However, he had done exactly what his opponents had wanted him to do. The next thing he knew was being punched in the face. As he fell backwards, someone else was punched him much harder in the gut, and Naruto crashed into the ground hard. Slowly, Naruto crawled up onto his feet, but he was knocked down once again by something that felt like a giant burning rock. After that hit him, Naruto was thrown rolling on the ground for several yards. For some reason I thought he would be better, said Bakken with a light chuckle. I'm not dead yet, said Naruto as he got on his feet. We can fix that, said Risho. As long as we stick to my tactics, we can win any battle. I bet you have already figured out that we 3 can see within it while you can't see your hand in front of your face. I don't think so, said Naruto. I bet that first guy who punched me made that mist, and I can see why he would have a jutsu like that. His punch was so weak that I barely felt anything. What? Yelled Bakken. I hit you so hard you should have a concussion. Naruto just laughed. You're right, said Naruto with a grin. Compared to the beatings that I have gotten my whole life, that was just a love tap. And, too bad for you, I don't swing that way. Even this mist is weak. And I bet that second hit came from Makeup Boy. I'm only guessing, but I think that his strength comes from his makeup. If I'm right, that means that in reality, he's a weakling. And that last attack, well, he's hardly a master of anything. Why, you little? Yelled all 3 of the IWA Nins at the same time. Then, all at once, The three of them ran towards Naruto and prepared to use the same attack again. That was their mistake as Naruto began to make hand signs. When he was finished, Naruto turned in Bakunin's direction and yelled, "Futon, de Tapa," sending a powerful wave of air in his direction. Bakunin, who was caught off guard, was thrown several dozen yards backwards and his mist was dispelled. The next thing that Bakunin knew was Naruto hovering over him with a smirk. "How?" asked Bakunin. Naruto's smirk became even wider. "You may have cut off my sense of sight and smell," said Naruto, "but I could still hear you all. I was taunting you all so that I could figure out where you all were." And now, Naruto brought back his fist and then slammed it into Bakunin's chest so hard that he could hear ribs breaking. "Let's finish this." "Go to hell," yelled Gamma as he ran towards Naruto with his paintbrushes raised. "I'll take away everything you have." Gamma closed in on Naruto and raised his paintbrushes to seal away Naruto's movement and chakra, but Naruto was faster. In the blink of an eye, Naruto moved behind Gamma and kicked him in the ass while flying. "Get up, Gamma," yelled Risho. "We started out 3 against 1, and now it's 2 against 1. We should be able to take him easily." "Don't worry," said Gamma as he got up. "My powers will take away his ability to fly." Gamma turned around and got the shock of his life. While he and Risho had been talking, Naruto had taken out his Raijin and was now flying at Gamma with his sword of lightning poised and ready to strike. Gamma tried to dodge, but it was too late and Naruto was flying at him too quickly. Risho watched as the Raijin sliced right through Gamma and began to electrocute him from the inside out. "Worthless grunts," said Risho as he watched Gamma fall to the ground. "Looks like I'll have to kill you myself." "I don't believe you," said Naruto as he put away the Raijin. "After seeing me take down 2 of your teammates, you still think you can win? Don't you even care that they might be dead?" "Why should I?" demanded Risho. "Should I be all teary-eyed and call out their names after they lost so pathetically? I would never waste a single tear on them. They were just pawns, so I can get what I want. Fame. Once I kill you, I will go down in history." "If that's the way your village thinks, then it is no wonder they lost the war," said Naruto as he began to spin his arm around. "Shut up, Uzumaki," yelled Risho as he made some hand signs. "You don't know anything."
Shuranendo toi.
Earth began to cover Risho again and added more earth to his armor. It looked the same, only now there were spikes on it. Risho then charged to tackle Naruto like a boulder, but Naruto was now running towards him with his own attack. "Let me show you what it means to be a master of your element," said Naruto. "Senpyuken." With that, Naruto punched Risho in the chest with his attack. What followed was a large explosion and pieces of Risho flying high into the sky. Slowly, the cloud of dirt began to calm down and Naruto stood in front of a small crater. "You weren't even worth it." While Naruto's back was turned, Bakunin was slowly limping towards Naruto with a sharp rock in his hand. Once Bakunin was close enough, he began to raise it above his head so he could kill Naruto. But before it got halfway up, Bakunin was sliced into a dozen or so pieces in a zigzag pattern. Naruto turned around just in time to see the pieces fall to the earth. At first, Naruto jumped backwards in shock. He knew he didn't do this. Then he looked down at the pile of flesh and saw wire that had churka infused into in and around the flesh of Bakunin. Naruto moved to touch it when it suddenly flew back into the tree line. Naruto turned his head to look in its direction, and that's when he heard it.
Clapping.
Then, slowly, a figure came out of the woods while clapping his hands. "That was a nice show," said Sex as he stopped clapping. "Now that your warm-up is over, how about a real challenge?" Chapter 16. In the village, the sun was just starting to rise. Most of its inhabitants were still asleep. Those who were up were training, opening up their shops, or were on the night guard. Yet there was one person who was none of these. Hyuga Hanabi was up and silently crossing the Hyuga compound as she made her way to the clan library. Ever since she saw that Hinata person, Hanabi had been unable to get her out of her head. She had double-checked the clan listings and found that there were none in the main house that were close to her age, or even looked like her. Then Hanabi began to look through old pictures and letters she could find to see if there were any clues. The only thing she was able to find out was that many pictures of her mother were missing. Hanabi stopped in front of the wooden doors of what looked like an old root cellar. She opened them and made her way down a flight of stairs until she came to a steel door. She opened it and then entered the second level of the clan library. The library was a two-level structure that was underground and out of sight to protect its secrets. The second floor was basically a catwalk along the wall with books and scrolls on the shelves. These books ranged from history to Ica Paradise. But Hanabi's destination was on the first floor. The first floor held topics like jutsus, family records, and a special section for main branch members only. Also, in the middle were tables where a person could sit and read for a while. Clan law forbids anyone, even the clan head, from tampering with anything on that level. It was even forbidden to take anything off of that level. This made it the perfect place to look for information. Hanabi made her way down the next set of stairs as quietly as she could. However, as soon as she came to the ground floor, she was spotted by the librarian. He was an old branch member with a long beard and a slightly hunched back. If Hanabi remembered correctly, he was her great-uncle. "Ah, Hanabi-sama," he said with kind smile. "How nice to see you." "You're up early," said Hanabi as she cursed her luck. This was supposed to be a secret. "The love of knowledge knows no opening and closing hours," said her great-uncle. "Now, how can I help you?" Hanabi thought about it for a moment. What the hell, she thought after a minute. He was here, and he might be able to help her find what she needed faster. "I need to find someone," said Hanabi. "Then, unless you were looking for me, you will find no one," he replied. "No," replied Hanabi. "I mean, I need information on a Hyuga girl. She doesn't have the seal on her forehead, so she must be from the main house. Yet I have only seen her once, and that was on the street. Somehow she seems so familiar. I guess it's because she looks like my Ka-sen." At this, the old librarian's eyes widened. "Her name won't be Hinata, would it?" he asked. "Yes," said Hanabi quickly. Now her heart was racing. She could now get the answers that she needed to know for reasons beyond her. But the sad smile on her great-uncle's face put a halt to all of that. "I'm afraid that I cannot help you," he replied. "That information was made forbidden by your father." "Why?" demanded Hanabi. "What did she do wrong?" "To Hayashi-sama," said the old man, "it was that she was simply alive." Hanabi couldn't believe this. Did her father hate this Hinata person so much that he everything in his power to erase her from the clan's history? "Is there anything you can tell me?" she asked. The old man stroked his bread for a bit while humming before he answered. "Well now," he said, "all the official records are forbidden. Yet I could tell you some unofficial things." At that, Hanabi's heart began to race again. Anything would be helpful. "Let me see. I got one. Hinata used to come down here all the time." "What did she do?" asked Hanabi quickly. "Did she take something out of the library? Did she look at something she wasn't supposed to?" Her uncle laughed. No, he said. "She was always well-behaved. She sometimes used the books down here to press flowers, but not that many people minded." "Oh," said Hanabi. "Hinata was a very kind and considerate person," said her uncle. "Her mother loved her from the bottom of her heart. I know that if she were still alive today, she would be heartbroken. But I am a little glad she was able to get away." Hanabi gave him a confused look. Hayashi-sama would have damaged her had she stayed. She was so eager to please everyone and make sure everyone around her was happy, you see. But the only thing she got from Hayashi-sama were harmful words and looks full of disgust. I bet it tore her up inside. That is all I can tell you." "I see," said Hanabi as she got up. She slowly made her way out of the library. She was a bit disappointed with the information that she got. She had been hoping for more useful information. So far she sounded like a saint or something like that. Yet, now that she thought about it, she might have gotten some useful information. Hinata had been around her father a lot before she left. Maybe Niji might know something. Or maybe there were other records of her elsewhere. Now that she thought about that, she might have been a recent graduate from the academy. "You know," said the librarian after he heard Hanabi leave, "your sister would have said goodbye. In Aim no Kuni, they have a way of dealing with orphans. Those who live on the streets are the lucky ones. They live by eating out of trash cans and begging for food. They sleep in the sewers and rat-infested dumpsters. And despite these things, They are the lucky ones. This is because they have a greater chance at living past the age of 6. There are no orphanages or foster homes in AIM. Instead, there are places called living toy shops. There, children are sold cheaply for whatever the customer wants. Few buy these children to raise as part of the family. The people who go to places like these have other uses for children: sweet shops, test subjects, and even for the whims of people like Orochimaru. The children stay at places like this until the age of 6. At the end of every year, all the children who are 6 years old are sold to the army. A high-ranking general comes to pick them up. They are not to be integrated into the army, but to be used in war games. Things like targets or to check for landmines. Perhaps now you know why the land is always crying. The children are told about their future from a young age. In fact, they are first told this on the day they are given their number. They don't get names, just numbers in different languages. When asked why they don't have real names, they are told that they won't be around long enough to need real ones. They are simply products in the eyes on the adults. It was from people like them that Sex got his name. This was the world he was born into. Had it not been for Hanzo, he would have been killed by now. But he lives on, fighting.
Why does he fight?
How was he saved for a grim fate? That, I'm sorry to say, is a story for a different day. But now you know a little more about Sex, Elf, and Zwolf. X. That was a good fight, said Sex as he slowly stopped clapping. Too bad they were arrogant fools. Had they been smarter, they might have lasted longer. What are you doing here? I think that would be obvious, replied Sex as he reached behind his back to grab the folded weapon that was attached to it. As he pulled it out, it straightened itself out, so it looked like some kind of staff weapon. At the ends of it were blades, with one side sharp and the other looking like a saw. Sex held his weapon out in front of him so Naruto could see it. Like it? It's called the Titan Blade. I had this custom made, so it's no ordinary weapon. It's made of a special metal that never rusts, is non-magnetic, and won't conduct electricity. I can't wait to see how it fares against your Raijin. Let me guess, said Naruto, with an annoyed look on his face. You are going to kill me for some reason that I'm sure someone else did. Hell no, said Sex, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. That's not my style. If I have a grudge against a person, then it's with that person, and no one else. And if they die before I get my chance, then that's life, and I get over it. Sex then pointed his Titan blade at Naruto. Hanzo-sama has taken a great deal of interest in you, and I don't like it. He let you sign his contract and gave you a title. Now I'm going to prove that you, an outsider, don't deserve that honor. Don't you think that you're getting mad at the wrong person? Yelled Naruto. No, I don't, yelled Sex as he ran towards Naruto. As he did, he began to spin the Titan blade, so fast it was like a blur. Once Sex was in striking range, Sex began to shift the blade from his right side to his left side, and then back again. Naruto was forced to move backwards quickly to avoid the attack, not knowing what was behind him. After a short while, the back of Naruto's foot hit the side of a half-buried rock, which caused him to lose his footing. At this, Sex grinned. Using the momentum that he had been building, Sex crouched down and then made a sweeping motion aimed at Naruto's legs. However, Naruto was able to shoot up and avoid the sweep. Then Naruto a kick right on the side of Sex's head. Sadly, though, Sex saw the attack coming and blocked the kick with his forearm. Swearing under his breath, Naruto backed away from Sex for distance. That's impressive, said Sex as he got up. He watched as Naruto floated about a foot off the ground with his arms crossed. I can at least see why you are called the Kazeshu. That Kekkai Genkai of yours is truly amazing. This isn't a Kekkai Genkai, said Naruto. Then a thoughtful look appeared on his face. At least, I don't think it is. I really don't know that much about my family, so I can't say for sure. All I really know is that I always had a talent for the wind. What you are seeing here is me wrapping the wind around my body to fly. Believe me, it has gone a long way since I first started. Back then, I would have to use a hand sign just to change direction. Are you an orphan? Asked Sex. Naruto nodded. I see then. We share that in common. And here I thought you were the prize member of some big fancy clan. Nope, said Naruto. But even if I did belong to a big clan, I would still do things my way even if they don't make sense to other people. Better to be messy on your own than to be messy under some old guy, right? Yeah, said Sex. Why give someone else credit for your hard work? This is it, thought Sex as he grinned at Naruto. I'm fighting a worthy opponent that is making my heart race. Back home, every genin I have fought used cheap tricks to try and win. Now I am fighting someone who understands that the only true way to handle a problem is to attack it head-on. I'll fight him and win. Then Hanzo-sama will notice me as the best. With that thought, Sex crouched down again while he positioned his Titan blade behind him. Let me show you an attack I created by myself. I call it Sexter Ongrif. With the attack called out, Sex leapt towards Naruto. As he went through the air, Sex began to twist his body around while the Titan blade seemed to move around his body. Sex would do a somersault, and the blade would travel from behind him, between his legs, and then across his body. Then Sex would do a kick spin, and the blade would spin around an arm or a leg. Not knowing how to counter this attack, Naruto just lifted himself in the air to just miss Sex trying to slash his chest. Naruto then let himself on one of the blades as Sex kept his attack going. The blonde had planned of kicking him, but Sex repositioned his body above the blade and used to deliver a spinning kick aimed at Naruto's legs that connected. Naruto was then knocked of the Titan blade and onto the ground on his back. Naruto groaned due to the dull pain he felt on his back and legs. Then, as he stared at the sky, Sex appeared above him with the Titan blade ready to pierce Naruto's chest. Running through the hand signs, Naruto yelled, "Futon de Tapa." Suddenly, a great wind hit Sex and sent him flying into a tree so hard that it left an imprint. Naruto didn't know how high Sex was, but if he had to guess, it was pretty damn high. Naruto then slowly got back onto his feet when he noticed something. It was a leaf that must have been knocked off a tree due to Sex's impact. Then, without warning, the leaf split in half. Squinting his eyes at where it had happened, Naruto was able to make out a thin thread of chakra. Looking around, Naruto saw that he was now surrounded by these threads. Then Elf and Zwolf came into view. The chakra thread seemed to be coming out of their fingers. "We got him, Sex-kun, we got him!" yelled Zwolf as she jumped up and down. Sex said nothing. He stepped out of the imprint and onto the base of the tree. He then leapt off of the tree and landed on his legs and free arm as he hadn't let go of the Titan blade. He looked Zwolf and then at Elf before a look of anger appeared on his face. "Baka," he snarled. "This is my fight. How dare you interfere in it? And I always thought that you two always avoided a fight." "True," said Elf. "That's because we're not as bloodthirsty as you are. But when we are guaranteed a win, we'll make an exception." "Sex-kun, now you can kill him while he's contained," said Zwolf. "I don't like it," growled Sex. "Go on and try," said Naruto, getting everyone's attention. Then a smile appeared on his face. "That is, if you really think that I'm contained." Sex stared at Naruto. What could he be thinking? There's no way he can get out of the web those two twits wove. Is he trying to bluff me or something? Sex then grinned evilly as something inside him told him that the fun was just starting. In another part of the forest, Enko had made camp inside the base of a hollow tree. Sasuke was still asleep, but every now and then he would start screaming. This made Enko very nervous. His screaming could alert others to their location, and she didn't need the extra stress. She was still worried about Naruto, who was still missing. Not to mention they had no scrolls, so the odds were higher that they were going to be failing this exam. Also, she hadn't slept all night and was hungry, so she was a bit irritated. Okay, she was ticking time bomb that would go. Then, suddenly, 3 Oto 9s appeared in the clearing in front of the tree. There was a teen that looked like he was covered in bandages from head to toe, and wearing a shirt with extra long sleeves. There was also a cocky-looking boy and a girl with long dark hair, but neither of them stood out like the mummy wannabe. They stood there for a moment and seemed to be waiting for a trap or something. "Mitarashi Enko," said the mummy teen after a moment. "We know you are there, so there is no point in hiding. We are here to talk, not to fight. It is about an offer which we are sure you will want to hear. I urge you to consider." Enko closed her eyes and considered her options. Right now she was still tired from yesterday due to her not having slept or eaten since yesterday. Add to the fact that she was outnumbered 3-1. Maybe if she had been able to get something to eat or had even taken a nap, she would have stood a much better chance. All she could do now was to try and stall them and hope that Sasuke woke up in time to give her a hand. At the very least, she might be able to get some information out of him. With that in mind, she opened her eyes and walked out of her hiding place. "All right, I'm here," said Anko once she stood before them. "My name is Kinuta Dosu," said Dosu. He then indicated to his teammates. "This is Abomi Zaku and Tsuchikin. We work for—" "I know you work for Orochimaru Jizen," said Anko. "Just get to the point." "Why, you little—" began Zaku. However, Dosu raised a hand to silence his hot-headed teammate. "I just thought that we should conduct this as professionally as possible," said Dosu as he gave Anko a once-over with his single visible eye. "It seems I was mistaken." "Very," said Anko. "Then let us get to the point," said Dosu. "Anko-san, you have been invited by your grandfather to join us." At that, Anko's eyes widened. "You seem surprised." "Our master was impressed with your skills and contacted us to give you this invitation. He said that while you remain here, you will never reach your full potential. Also, he wants to get to know the last member of his family better. So, what do you say?" "I'll do it," said Anko. "When hell freezes over." "It is a great honor to be chosen by Orochimaru-sama himself, you bitch," said Kin. "How dare you?" "Shut up, Kin," snarled Dosu. Kin looked hesitant, but did as she was told. Then Dosu turned his attention back on Anko. "Perhaps you need more time.
Just think about it.
To be trained by a member of the Sannin and a fellow snake summoner. To be taught jutsus that this weak little village could never dream of. To be given a power that is unlike any other in this world. He would even be willing to allow you to take with you your friends if you so desired." "Again, no," said Anko. "What about the blonde?" said Dosu, causing Anko's eyes to widen. "Orochimaru did a bit of research into you and found that you are rather close to Uzumaki Naruto. In fact, he believes that you are in love with him." "Shut it," growled Anko as she clenched her fists. "However, you aren't the only one who has feelings for him," continued Dosu. "There's that loser of a Hyuga who hangs around him as well. It must be hard trying to get some alone time when he is friends with your romantic rival. If you join with us, you could take Uzumaki-san with you and keep him all to yourself. Not a bad idea, right?" "I will admit that it is tempting," said Anko. "I hate it that she's always around. I hate that she has feelings for the same guy as me. And I hate how Naruto-kun doesn't seem to notice. If I took up this offer, then I could finally have him all to myself. But I would only have his body, not his heart. And I'm going to win it on my own." She then glared at Dosu. "So, if you think that you can use my feelings to get me to join up with the team who betrayed him family and village, then you are dead wrong." "Very well then," said Dosu with a sigh. "We were told it was a long shot anyways. However, if you were to say no, we were ordered to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Now, will you move out of the way? It is the will of our master, is that you be given a chance to leave this place alive." "Again, no," said Anko. "I need that asshole in order to pass this part of the exam. You kill him, and I fail. Also, he's my comrade or something to that effect." At that, the Odonin's sweat dropped. "Very well then," said Dosu as a kunai appeared in his hand. In a quick motion, he swung his weapon at Anko's throat. Cold steel hit warm flesh, and then poof. Anko vanished in a cloud of smoke and was replaced with a small purple snake. Before the three knew it, Anko was above them with her sword ready for action. She swung it with as much strength as she could at Dosu's head. Sadly, the three genins sensed the attack coming and moved out of the way in time. Anko landed with a thud. She was breathing hard and was tired. What was worse was that her enemies knew it. Dosu came after her and swung his fist at her. She stepped back to avoid the hit. However, shortly after she did, her world became fuzzy. Moments later, she fell on her hands and knees and began to chuff up blood. The next thing she knew was a stinging sensation on her back. She turned around and saw several Senbon needles sticking in her back. She turned her head back around and was going to try to stand up, but Zaku grabbed her head and began to lift it up. "You really shouldn't have insulted Orochimaru-sama," he said. "Now, let's see how you look without a head." Chapter 17. Michi and his aim had just landed on a branch near the clearing when the fighting had started. Now, they had never intended on reaching this point. After the Salamander Hotel had vanished, Michi had dragged her sick, in more ways than one, teammate out of that clearing and headed off randomly. Now, after several minutes of running nonstop at speeds no normal genin could possibly travel at, they were above the fight between Anko and the Odonines. In Michi's opinion, it wasn't much of a fight, 3-1. Looks like this is going to be over soon, said Michi as she glanced at her partner. His aim looked a bit more green than blue at the moment. And that couldn't be a good thing. I hope you learned your lesson. I guess, said his aim weakly. But in my defense, it tasted pretty good. It just made me sick as hell after grown words. Michi said nothing to that. She sighed and then turned her head back in the direction of the fight below them. The Odonine holding the purple-haired girls had gave it a squeeze, causing said girl to cry out in pain. Michi clenched her fists as she watched. There was nothing she hated more than a guy bullying a girl. And as much as she wanted to get involved, she knew that they couldn't risk it. They had a mission to fulfill. Time to die, bitch, said Zaku as he prepared to blow off Anko's head. But just as he was about to do that, a green blur entered the clearing while yelling, Konoha Desu. The next thing the three Odonines knew was that they were kicked in the chest with enough power to send them several yards away from Anko. When they got back up, they saw their opponent and sweat dropped. It was Rock Lee standing in his fighting stance. Anko looked up and let out a low groan. It wasn't that she was ungrateful or anything. It was just that it was Lee. Damn it, she thought. Why couldn't it be Naruto-kun? Then again, it would be embarrassing as hell if he saw me like this. Lee's probably going to be going on about youth and talking loud and shit. At least it wasn't Sasuke. That team could most likely insult B and say I was just a weak girl. Kiba would blab this out to everyone along with Ino. Maybe this isn't so bad. Back in the tree, Michi was getting creeped out. As soon as the green-clad wonder entered the clearing, his aim began to change. First, her skin regained its usual blue color. Then her eyes took the shape of beating hearts. As she stared at Lee, a small trickle of drool appeared from her mouth. Oh, Cammy, said the rejuvenated his aim. That hair, those eyebrows, that spandex. He's perfect. I think I'm going to be sick, deadpan Michi. What are you doing here? Demanded Dosu. She isn't your teammate. Why help her? Because, said Lee loudly, she is a shinobi of this village and a comrade. It would be unyouthful for me to allow you to kill her for not selling out her teammate to save herself. Here comes the headache, thought Anko as she lay on the ground. Kawaii, squealed his aim. I even love the way he talks. Please seek help, groaned Michi. However, his aim couldn't hear her teammate as she was already making wedding plans in her head. Back in the clearing, Dosu charged at Lee. The Odonine didn't like having to deal with all these distractions. If Orochimaru hadn't ordered them to talk to Anko first, they never would have. They might have even completed their mission by now. Dosu had, of course, wondered why Orochimaru had asked them to do it in the first place. Perhaps he had a soft spot in his heart for the girl, since they were family. Or maybe he was just curious to see what her choice would be. Whatever the reason, now he had to deal with these Konoha flies. Lee stood his ground as the Dosu headed for him. Then, Dosu pulled back his right arm, revealing some kind of metal guard attached to it. Lee acted quickly and reached into the ground and pulled up a large root to block the attack. Dosu's fist hit the root and caused no other damage. I saw your attack when you used it on Anko-san, said Lee. While you didn't hit her with your attack, you were somehow able to cause damage. There is more going on than just a punch. Maybe, said Dosu with a cocky tone. But what can you do about it? Lee said nothing as he began to unwrap the bandages on his arms. He knew that he shouldn't use this jutsu, but he had to finish this fight quickly. That was the best way to deal with an opponent who used attacks that you couldn't understand. He knew the risks and was willing to take them to help out a comrade, just like Guy would do. Dosu stared at the green genin as he lowered his arms. He was about to move to attack again when Lee vanished and reappeared below him to deliver a kick to his lower jaw that sent him flying into the air. Lee then used his arm to launch himself into the air and get behind Dosu. This is what I can do, said Lee as his bandages began to wrap around Dosu. With this, you will not be able to swing your arm. Omote wrench. With that, the two of them began to spin headfirst towards the ground. Shit, swore Zaku as he slammed his palms into the ground. Acting quickly, he sent a blast of air in the direction of the spot where his teammate and the crazy, loud Genin were going to land. The ground seemed to puff up right before Dosu landed in it, and Lee broke away. For a moment, Dosu just lay there. Then, without warning, Dosu pulled his head out of the dirt.
Thank you, Zaku, he said.
If you hadn't softened the ground, I would have been killed. He then pulled back the sleeve on his right arm and stared at Lee. The green-wearing teen was barely able to stand due to his last attack, and what was worse was that anybody with working eyes could see it. Dosu charged at Lee and swung his right arm in front of Lee. For a second, nothing happened. Then the world became blurry as Lee fell to his knees. What? Asked Lee as he reached for his left ear. Hee, laughed Dosu as he pulled out his gauntlet. What you are experiencing is the effects of my Kaiamaizen. I use my melody arm here to generate sound wave that I can then redirect and amplify with my chakra. Now that you know that, you can die with the knowledge of the jutsu that killed you. Dosu pulled back his arm again and prepared to swing. Then, like hell you'll kill him, screamed an angry female voice. Everyone looked up into the trees and saw his aim standing on her feet, pointing a sword at Dosu. I finally found my perfect guy, and there is no way I'm going to let you kill him. Dosu blinked in confusion. He looked at his aim, and then at Lee, and then back at his aim. You have weird tastes, he said. This caused his aim to grind her sharp, pointy teeth. She then raised both of her swords and yelled, Raikyu. The ball of lightning shot downward toward Dosu, who jumped away in time. When he landed, his aim was standing in his spot. I know your weakness, she said with a smile. You have to be close to your opponent in order for the effects of your attack to work. This means you are at a disadvantage against long-range fighters. And I just so happen to be both close and long-range. Maybe, said Zaku. But you are a lightning user and I'm a wind user. Zaku then brought his arms up and a moment later a gust of wind came out of the holes in his palms. My element beats yours, and I'm able to fight long range as well. You might want to consider your last words. His aim grinned evilly. Are you afraid of spiders? She asked. Zaku raised an eyebrow at that. What did she mean by that? He then looked down and saw a small spider made of clay on his right arm. Don't you know, said a voice from behind them. That art is a blast? The clay spider then exploded, causing Zaku to scream in pain. His right arm fell to his side with blood dripping to the ground. Both he and Kin looked behind them and saw Michi standing behind them with clay birds circling around her head. Shit, cursed Dosu. Before he could say any more, he sensed a powerful chakra spike from the tree. In fact, everyone did. They all turned their heads and saw Sasuke stand up while purple chakra began to surround his body. In addition to that, black marks appeared on his skin. Sasuke vanished and then reappeared behind Kin, who had readied some sunbon needles. He launched a punch to her right side and then a blow to the back of her head. Then he vanished again and appeared next to Zaku and then grabbed his left arm. I bet you're proud of these arms, Sasuke said coldly. He then tightened his grip and continued to do so until he heard a snap. Zaku screamed in pain until Sasuke kicked him in the gut, causing him to pass out. Slowly, Sasuke eyed those who were still standing and those who were hiding. He looked up and saw Niji and Tenten, who were watching to see what would happen next. He then glanced at the spot where Team 10 was hiding. Then he saw his aim begin to spin her swords above her head, and he grinned. There was someone who was willing to fight him. He charged at the shark girl as a disc of lightning appeared above her head. It then began to cover her body as she yelled, Reijiki no Yoroi. Sasuke's fist hit her, and he was then given a powerful shock, causing him to scream before he passed out. As he lay on the ground, the cursed marks began to recede until he was normal again. Sasuke-kun, yelled Ino as she jumped out of her hiding place. She then pointed an accusing finger at his aim. How dare you hurt Sasuke-kun, you freaky shark girl. His aim sighed. He attacked me and I defended myself, she said. She then turned around and saw Niji and Tenten picking up Lee. So, she said seductively, do I get a reward for saving your life? Well, Guess, said Lee nervously. But before he could saw anything else, his aim appeared in front of him and locked lips. Everyone just stared in shock except of one person. Hello, I'm still here, said Dosu. But nobody seemed to be paying attention to him. Fine. I'll just leave this earth scroll here and be on my way. With that, he set down the earth scroll, picked up his allies, and left. Let's go, said Niji as he snapped out of it. Tenten nodded, and the two of them left dragging along a shocked Lee. No fair, cried his aim as she stomped her foot. I wanted to do more. Like what? Demanded Michi. Well, like this and that, said his aim with a blush. Michi just grabbed her by the ear and began to drag her out of the clearing. So, what do we do now? Asked Choji as he munched on some chips. We help Sasuke-kun get better, said Ino as she rushed to the emo boy's side. Troublesome, said Shikamaru. I guess we'll help Enko since she really needs help.
X.
Go on and try, said Naruto, getting everyone's attention. Then a smile appeared on his face. That is, if you really think that I'm contained. Sex stared at Naruto. What could he be thinking? There's no way he can get out of the web those two twits wove. Is he trying to bluff me or something? Sex then grinned evilly as something inside him told him that the fun was just starting. Yeah, I do, said Sex as he began to spin the Titan blade in front of him. Around and around it went until it was just a blur. Baraka Tatsumaki, he yelled as a black mass of air shaped like a drill came rushing at Naruto. The blonde reached behind him and pulled out the Raijin. Raising it over his head, he shot up into the air while cutting any chakra wire that were in his path until he was out of the web that the twin created. Sex's attack continued, destroying everything in its path until it dissipated several dozen yards later. Wow, cried Naruto as he looked at the damage. AIM has some great jutsus. Who taught that to you, Sex? No one, said Sex with a grin as he tightened his grip on the Titan blade. That was a Sex original. Cool, so you're a wind user too, said Naruto with grin. He then deactivated the Raijin and put it back in his pouch. But there is a difference between a user and a master. With that, Naruto began to spin his right arm around until a tornado formed around it. Meet my own original, the Senpyukin. Now let's have some fun. With that, Naruto shot down at Sex, who began to spin his blade again. But this time he was doing it above his head. Try this on for size, said Sex. Kakijiten. As he called out his attack, the blades on the Titan blade seemed to catch on fire, making it look like a disc of flames due to the spinning. Sex then threw the Titan blade at Naruto, who dodged the attack. The Titan blade traveled to the end of the clearing until it hit a baby deer. A moment later, a bunny and a baby skunk came out of hiding. Oh my Kami, cried the bunny. He killed Bambi. You bastard, squeaked the skunk. What the hell? Yelled Naruto as he looked down from the air. You can use fire as well? Yes and no, answered Sex. Everyone knows that the more prepared shinobi will win. So I, in order to put this into practice, managed to complete the first step of 4 of the 5 elements. Look at it this way, you spent all your time working on one element while I went for a variety. This way, I can pick the attack that I know that will have the best chance at betting my opponent. Looks like you shouldn't have put all your eggs in one basket. Please, said Naruto smugly. Jack of all trades and master of none.
There is a reason why people say that.
You may be able to do more, but their power doesn't come close to mine.
We'll just have to see about that, said Sex.
He then charged forward and ran right for his Titan blade. Naruto began to move to intercept, but chakra wires appeared in front of him. He looked down and saw Elf and Zwolf as they made a net between Naruto and Sex. From this point on, said Sex as he pulled the Titan blade out of the Bambi, you two are not to interfere.
Got it.
But Sex-kun dash, began Elf. Got it, roared Sex. The two nodded in defeat as the net vanished. Sex then pointed the Titan blade at Naruto. From this point on, it's one-on-one. I want a clear victory against you as well as a fair one. With that, Sex lifted the Titan blade over his head and began to spin it again. Fine with me, said Naruto as he pulled out the Raijin and activated the blade. He then flew down close to the ground and then headed right for Sex. Sex too began to run at Naruto as he yelled Kakijiten. Sex's teammates watched as the two blades clashed. Naruto planted his feet on ground and began to push with all his might. Sex pushed as well in this battle for dominance. Slowly, Sex felt Naruto being pushed backwards and grinned, and he added more chakra to feed the flames. "This is it," cried out Sex in pure joy. "Finally, I'll be able to prove to Hanzo-sama that I am better than you. Crushing you is only one step in fulfilling my dream to become as strong as Hanzo-sama." "That's it?" asked Naruto as he began to push back with more force. "That's all you want, to be as good as someone else? No wonder Hanzo Jizan likes me better." "What the hell are you talking about?" yelled Sex as anger flooded his. "You don't know anything." "I think I know more than you," said Naruto as he took a step forward, shocking Sex. "I plan on becoming the strongest Hokage ever, to surpass all the ones who came before me. I plan on surpassing even Hanzo Jizan and everyone else out there." "That's impossible," yelled Sex as he was forced back another step. "No one can ever become stronger than Hanzo-sama, no one. You'll die in vain trying." "But I dare to try," said Naruto as he took another step forward. "I'm sure that there was once somebody really strong before Hanzo Jizan, and he wanted to surpass him." Naruto took another step. "I'm sure a lot of people laughed at him and called him a baka." Once more, Sex was forced back. But with hard work, Hanzo Jizan was able to achieve his goals and show everyone that he was able to become the strongest. Now a powerful wind began to surround the two swordsmen that began to push Elf and Zwolf away. "People may call me a baka, but I will surpass the old generation and step out of their shadow." Seeing he was in a losing battle, Sex kicked Naruto in the chest and jumped backwards several feet. Naruto watched as Sex just stood there with his head facing the earth. "Is that what I've been doing wrong?" thought Sex. "All I've ever wanted was to be as powerful as Hanzo-sama, the man who saved me from being used as a human landmine detector." He tightened his grip on his blade. Was it that simple? To be more like him, I had to surpass him. Slowly, Sex raised his head and stared at Naruto. "Uzumaki, what do you know of the great white shark?" asked Sex. Naruto blinked. They're big, white sharks," said Naruto. "Well, that's true," said Sex as his sweat dropped. "But they are so perfect that they have never needed to evolve. That is the way I have always viewed Hanzo-sama, a perfect killing machine. So tell me, how do I surpass perfection?" "I don't know," said Naruto with a small grin. "But I'll let you know when I get there." Sex blinked. Then, for reasons he didn't even know, Sex began to laugh. Elf and Zwolf looked at each other in utter confusion as Sex laughed so hard that he had a tear rolling down his cheek. "I don't know what it is about you," said Sex as he calmed down. "No matter what comes out of your mouth, it doesn't piss me off nearly as much as when others say things like it. And fighting you isn't nearly as boring as some of the other fights that I've had to fight." "Why is that?" Naruto shrugged. "Maybe because you respect me as a worthy shinobi," said Naruto with a grin. Sex grinned as well. "Uzumaki, no matter how this fight ends, I'll have no regrets," said Sex. He then ran through several hand signs before yelling, "Doton, Yakyu no Jutsu." Sex then stomped his foot on the ground and a large, dense chunk of rock shot out of the ground. Sex then swung the Titan blade so that the flat side of his weapon hit the rock and sent it flying towards Naruto. Naruto quickly put away the Raijin. Then he began to spin his right arm until once again there was a twister around it. Naruto then swung his fist at the incoming rock and yelled Senpuken as he made contact. The rock burst into hundreds of smaller pieces and went flying toward Sex. Not having enough time to start spinning his Titan blade, Sex guarded his vitals with his arms. While they were small, many of the rock pieces were able to do noticeable damage to Sex. However, they were mostly nicks on his sides. But before he could lower his arms, Naruto's fist hit him in the gut. "Clever," thought Sex. "He used his jutsu to send mine right back at me. He then used it as a cover and flew at me to punch me in the gut. Not bad." With that, Sex hit the ground. He looked up and saw Naruto standing above him. "Go on and finish it," said Sex. "If you don't, I'll just try again and again." Naruto grinned. "I can live with that," he replied as he held out his hand. "Need a hand?" Sex grinned as he slowly lifted his arm and took hold of Naruto's helping hand.
X.
It was now the night before the second part of the exam ended. Anko and Sasuke had teamed up with Kabuto in order to get a Heaven Scroll. Kabuto directed them to the spot where they would have the most luck at finding one, around the tower. They began to watch the tower until they realized that they were under some kind of genjutsu. Once it was exposed, the Aim responsible for it appeared and used the Kasumi Jusha no Jutsu to fool them. "This is getting us nowhere," said Anko as her Uromi pierced several clones that then turned into blackish ooze. Then, the clones began to regenerate until they looked as if nothing happened. "Sasuke, now's the time to put that Sharingan of yours to good use." "Right," said Sasuke. He activated his Sharingan for a moment, but stopped as the mark on his neck began to cause him pain. "What's wrong with me? I should be able to do with no problem. What did that freak do to me?" His line of thought ended as he dodged one of the clone's attacks. Up in the tree, Oboro and his two teammates laughed. Now all they had to do was get them to waste their chakra, and then kill them once they were too weak to do anything about it. Then they noticed two people enter the area where the fighting was taking place. "Ramen's better," yelled Naruto at Sex, who was picking his eyes. "On what planet?" demanded Sex. "Karak is the food of the gods. You're just too stupid to notice." "Why, I'm going to," began Naruto, but then both he and Sex noticed the fight going on. "Hey guys, what up?" Forgetting everything that was going on, Anko rushed over to Naruto and grabbed him by his shirt. She then began to shake him back and forth. "What's up?" she said. "That's all you have to say? I was worried sick about you, and here you are acting like nothing wrong happened? I was stuck with Sasuke for a whole week, and it was no picnic." "Anko-chan, please stop," begged Naruto before he went puff. Anko blinked in surprise. "Damn," said Sex. "It was going to be so cool." Then he too went puff. "What the hell happened?" demanded Oboro. Then he felt someone tap him on the back. Slowly, he and his teammates turned around and saw Team Sex and Naruto. This left them with one thing to say. "Mommy." The last thing they saw were several fists coming right at them.
Chapter 18.
Hayashi was alone, walking the path of an old trail in the middle of the woods. Moonlight shone on him, and he could clearly see the stars due to the fact that all the leaves had fallen. A cold breeze blew past him, taking along with it several leaves. Not a sound could be heard, not an insect, animal, nor the crunching of the leaves. It was as if he were the only thing alive in this forest. Yet that didn't seem to bother him, as the head of the Hyuga clan continued to walk on this old trail. Soon Hayashi came to an old campground. He stood at the entrance and could see everything in the pale moonlight. There were several cabins that surrounded a fire pit that hadn't been used in the longest time. The cabins, once white, had fallen on hard times. Several windows were broken, and there were holes here and there. The paint had begun to peel to reveal the rioted wood behind them. Hayashi looked at the sai and saw that the camp was called Yuganadi Beach. Not knowing what that meant, Hayashi shrugged and made his way to the nearby lake. Once he was on the dock, he saw a figure in the water. It was a woman, and she was dressed only in her underwear. While that was shocking enough, he received an even larger one when he saw her face. It was his wife. She winked at him before beginning to swim into deeper parts of the lake. Forgetting he was still clothed, Hayashi jumped into the water and swam after her. Nothing else seemed to register in his mind except the need to touch her once more. Eventually, she stopped near the shore on the other side of the lake. When Hayashi was only a few feet away from her, she turned around, causing Hayashi to gasp in fright. Her eyes were gone. "Why?" she asked in a voice that sounded like wailing. "Why did you destroy our family?" Before Hayashi could saw anything, a blade shot out of her stomach. Then a figure rose out of the water from behind her, and Hayashi could see him. He was tall, bald, and wearing a hockey mask. Blood spilled out of the man's ex-wife and into the water. Acting on instinct, Hayashi turned around and began to swim away from Jason as fast as he possibly could. His chaser slowly sank to the bottom of the lake and began to walk after him. There was no need to hurry. When Hayashi got to the shore, he ran out of the water and towards the campground. Once there, he found Hanabi sitting in front of the fire pit. A fire had been lit, and she was staring at it with great intensity. Hayashi moved over to his daughter so that he could take her away from this awful place. However, before he was even several yards away from her, Hanabi's had spun around like an owl's. Her eyes were missing and her hair began to grow at an alarming rate. Slowly it began to move towards Hayashi, who began to stumble backwards. Suddenly pain shot through his chest. A moment later a metal-clawed hand shot out of his gut. Then came a severely burned head. Hayashi looked down, and the head winked at him. "Hey," said Freddy. "It's a little crowded in here. That alien won't get off my couch." Another hand came out of Hayashi, and this one was holding a small, black serpent-like creature. Hayashi screamed and Freddy laughed as he jumped out of Hayashi's gut. Hayashi, who was somehow fine, continued to scream as he ran into one of the cabins and closed the door. Hayashi opened his eyes and found himself strapped to a metal chair. Looking down, he saw tubes connected to his side, and at the other end were medical bags containing a purplish liquid. Then a voice spoke out from nowhere. "Hello, Hyuga Hayashi. I want to play a game. Every day you look down on others because you think you are better than they are, because they don't have your eyes. You insult others and belittle their skills while believing that only the head family of your clan has any merit. Now you must choose between your pride and your life. The chemical in those medical bags is a powerful paralyzing agent. It is so powerful that one drop will paralyze your lungs. On the back of your chair is a remote device that will send a signal to release the chemical into your system. If you try to remove the tubes yourself, the agent will be released immediately into your system. Hidden in this room are 2 keys which will turn off the machine. Without them, you will die a very slow and painful death. Find the keys, and you walk out of here with your life. You have 1 minute to find them. Here's a hint. The eyes have it. Let the games begin." The bindings holding down Hayashi's arms were then released as a ticking sound filled the room. Hayashi looked around the room in a panic. He had to find those keys. Quickly he yelled out, "Byakugan!" Using the power of his clan's all-seeing eyes, he scanned the room. Finding nothing, he decided to scan himself and then froze. The keys were behind his eyes. Slowly, Hayashi moved a trembling hand to his left eye. Soon he was screaming in pain as he pushed his fingers into his soft eyes, destroying it. Slowly, he pulled out a key as the remains of his eyes fell to the floor. Then, as he held up the tiny key, the buzzer sounded. "Time's up," said the voice as the toxin entered Hayashi's system.
X.
Hayashi woke up in a cold sweat. On his TV set were several horror DVDs. Slowly, he remembered the horror movie fest he had the previous night. "Okay then," he said slowly. "No more horror movies before bed."
X.
Naruto walked down the hallways of the tower towards the showers. On one arm was a towel, while the other carried his soap and shampoo. While this place had a lot of rooms, there was only one shower in the entire building. True, about 20 people could shower at the same time in the shower room, but it was a huge inconvenience. The reason before this was the reason Naruto stopped in the middle of the hall as he saw all the male shinobi standing outside the shower room with their own soaps and towels. Only one thing could do this. The girls got to the shower first. With a sigh, Naruto looked around. There were several seats in the area, but they were already in use. There was also a large bookcase filled with books and magazines. Whoever had set this area up must have done so with this kind of situation in mind. Having nothing else to do, Naruto went over to the bookcase and randomly pulled a book off the case. After blowing off a layer of dust that was on the cover, he opened it to discover that it was full of fairy tales. Having nothing better to do, Naruto began to read the first one. Long ago, there was a powerful shinobi named the Rakuto Sennin. During his time on Earth, he had taken many wives, and with them had many children. Each one of his children grew up to be gifted shinobi as well, each with their own special skills. One day, near the end of his life, the Rakuto Sennin called 3 of his sons to his bedside. Each one of these 3 came from different mothers, and each had his own values. The oldest of the 3 was the wisest, who weighed out each situation before making any kind of decision. The middle son was faithful and viewed the world in black and white terms. The youngest of the 3 was the most loving, following his heart in every choice he made. When all three stood before their father, "My sons," he said, "my time grows short, and I wish to give you each your inheritance before I go. But I do not know what to give you. So go, and bring me the thing that you cherish most. From that, I will decide who shall receive what blessing." So the next day his sons entered their father's room one by one. The eldest son entered first, bringing with him only a branch. "Tusan," said the eldest son, "this is what I cherish most in the world. Trees give us shade from the sun and food to eat. I made my house from them, as did you. They make the air we breathe and make the air smell sweet." The Rakuto Sinin nodded and beckoned his son to come to his bedside. Once he was close enough, his father placed a purple teardrop in his son's hand. "My son," said the Rakuto Sinin, "you are very wise to thank nature for all it provides. For your wisdom, I shall grant you great power to protect what you cherish. While the giant beasts may destroy the cities, your forests will sap their strength. In the end, they will bow to you like a dog to his master. They will fear you and your powers." Then the second son came into the room with nothing.
"Tusan," he said,
"I cherish my eyes above all else. Like yours, they let me see many things in ways others cannot. With them, I can see all that is good and evil. And with these eyes, I shall destroy evil." The Rakuto Sinin nodded and beckoned his son to come to his bedside. Once he was close enough, his father placed a second purple teardrop in his son's hand. "My son," said the Rakuto Sinin, "I am proud that you wish to do good in the world. So to help you with this quest, I grant you great power. On your command, the giant beast will come to you. No matter where they may be, your voice shall always reach them, and they shall always appear before you. But I leave you with this warning. Always remember that you are a mere mortal and capable of mistakes. With this power, what will happen can never be undone. So do not pass judgment too rashly, or else you shall become the very evil you wish to destroy." Then the youngest brother entered the room with his fiancée. At this, his brother scoffed, for he spent much of his time with her instead of training. "Tusan," said the youngest of the three, "you asked what I cherished most in this world, and I have brought her to you. She may not be the most beautiful, the best cook, or dress in the finest robes, but she means more to me than anything else. She makes me feel like I can touch the stars with the grace of the eagles. She shall bear my children and create a family for me. As long as I have her, I need nothing else." "Bold words," said the boy's father. "Then you don't mind if I give your inheritance to your other brothers?" "Do with it what you wish, for it is yours to give," said his son without wasting a moment. "I have earned my love's heart, and it means more to me than anything that is simply given." At that, his brothers shook their heads and called him a fool for turning down power. Then the Rakuto Sinin got out of bed, walked over to his youngest son, and hugged him tightly. "My precious son," he said, "you are by far the wisest. Strength and power may last only a few decades, but love will last for generations. So unto you I shall grant the power to protect those you care about. Though the giant beasts will try to harm you and your kin, your love will destroy them with their own power. The more they try to harm you, the more harm they shall do unto themselves." And with that, he gave his youngest son the final purple teardrop. Soon after this, their father passed on, and the three brothers left to start their own clans. Naruto was about to turn the page when he heard something coming from inside the shower. "Dear Kami," cried Ino. "Hinata, those boobs are huge." "Ino," whined Hinata, "not so loud. The boys might don't feel me up." Now all the boys were listening. "But I couldn't help myself," said Elf. "H," came the voice of Temari. "What the hell is wrong with you two?" "I couldn't help but make a comparison," said Zwolf. Now all the boys had nosebleeds, even Gaara.
"Hey," said Elf.
"Nice tattoo, Blondie. Very daring to put a rose there." "Shut up," screamed Temari. A moment later the twins from AIM came running out of the shower with their towels loosely hanging off their bodies. Soon all the other girls came out of the shower, with many of them having red faces due to embarrassment. Once all the girls had left, the boys entered the area when it had all happened. A few minutes later the girls came back to the shower area. Leading the pack was Temari, who was going to kill Kankuro for taking her makeup again. The other girls were coming along to watch her kill him with her fan. Once they were in front of the shower room, they were able to hear what was going on inside. "Holy shit," yelled Kiba. "Nanny?" asked Naruto. "Yeah," came Sek's voice. "Why the hell are you pointing at us?" "Those things are huge," roared Kiba. Now the girls were really listening in with nosebleeds of their own. "You make the rest of us feel inadequate," said Shino. "Troublesome," said Shikamaru. "Maybe you're all just too small," said Naruto. "I mean, why do we have to be too big?" "Baka," said Sex. "It's a compliment." He paused for a moment. "But that was a good insult." "You're freaks," said Zaku. "And look at that guy. He reminds me of those Tanuki statues." "Is that a problem?" demanded Gaara. "Hey, if you have a problem then stop staring," shouted Sex. "How can we not?" yelled Kiba. The girls, at that point, decided silently to leave before they heard anything else. Anymore, and it would be impossible to look at their male teammates anymore without remembering this and letting their imaginations go to work. 8 genin teams now stood in rows of 3 in a large room. Before them stood their senseis, the examiners, and the Hokage himself. There were also several technicians in the room who were setting up cameras in various parts of the room. Before anyone could ask what was up with them, the Hokage cleared his throat. "Congratulations are in order," said Sarutobi. "You have all passed very difficult tests to make it this far. It was only by working with your teammates and trusting each other that you were able to do this. But from this point on you will be fighting for yourself. In 1 month's time, various daimyos, lords, and other high-ranking people will be coming to this village to see you demonstrate your skills in one-on-one combat. This time will be used so that we may contact all the needed parties officially and give them the proper amount of time needed to get here. Also, it will give you all time to hone your skills and rest so that you will be at your very best. Remember that the people coming may also be your future clients. They will be judging your village by your fights and use them to determine if they want to hire your village's shinobi." As Sarutobi went on, Naruto and Sex became very excited. The last part of the exam would be a fighting competition of some kind. That meant that there was a good chance they would get a rematch. Just then a cloud of smoke appeared in between the genin and the Hokage. When the smoke cleared, a sickly-looking man stood in front of them. "Hokage-sama, cough, it is time," he said. As he turned around to face the genins, the camera crew left the area. "My name is Cough Gecko Hate. Before we have the finals, we must cough. Cut the number of shinobi who will be taking cough it. We mustn't bore the people coming with too many fights that aren't cough worth their time. To do this, we will be having a prelim round. Also, the cough council has decided to air cough this all live. With all this cough in mind, please raise your hand if you are not feeling well, cough, or your camera shy, and you will be dropped." When he was finished, most of the genin in the room were wondering if he should even be here as well. In the end, 3 people raised their hands. They were Kabuto, Elf, and Zwolf. Sex looked at his 2 teammates in confusion. "Why the fuck are you 2 dropping out now?" he demanded. "You might get an easy win. But our fighting style requires the both of us," said Elf. "We're useless by ourselves." "Yeah," agreed Zwolf. "Not to mention that we might have to fight you." Meanwhile, people all over the elemental nations were tuning in to watch the prelims. Once 5 teams had arrived, the rules stated that they had too many shinobi and prelims were needed. So the council decided to make some more as well as advertise for the upcoming finals at the same time with a live television broadcast. Ever since then, advertisements were made telling people about these matches, and they didn't go unnoticed. Irika had canceled classes for that day so they could all watch the fights so his students could see what real shinobi combat was like. Hanzo had a plasma TV set moved into his office, so he could watch Naruto and Sex fight. In a mountain cabin, Zabuza was fiddling with the antenna, so he could watch without seeing snow. The people in Nami were all set to watch this as well. Every bar and casino had tuned in so people could place bets, getting the attention of a certain blonde woman.
X.
In Kumogakure, Killer Bee made his way to his brother's office. When he entered the room, he was the Raikage and Niyujito standing in front of a TV set. When they heard him come in, they turned to greet him. "So tell me, bro, Will these fights require a cup of joe? Rapped Killer Bee. The other two shinobi in the room groaned. Yubaka, said Yujito. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki will be in this exam. I have now seen the light. The Kitsune will be in the fight, rapped Killer Bee. But I must know about this bout. Tell me how you found out. One of our spies informed us, said the Raikage. We have also learned that Suna's Jinchuriki will also be in the exam. A fight between the two will make this very exciting.
X.
In a bar a few miles from Kanahigakure, one person wasn't as informed as he should have been. They're canceling my soap for Todi for some gaki fight? Demanded Jiraiya as he looked at the television set. That was so unfair. His book was supposed to be in today's episode. Then he saw the two female announcers for the program and decided that maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Welcome fight fans, said the first one. She had on a witch short-sleeved shirt, yellow shorts, and a blue tie. She was young, maybe around 20, and had bushy brown hair with whisker marks on her face. I'm your hostess, Jensei Kodo. And I'm Tadamari Yuri, said the equally young girl next to Kodo. She had teal-colored hair and blue eyes. Her black outfit clung tightly to her body, and the area around the stomach was completely bare. A piece of pink cloth covered her breast. In 1 month the finals for the Chunin exam will take place, said Kodo excitedly. But who can wait to see all that blood and violence? So, thanks to the Konoha Council, we are bringing you fight fans and gamblers the prelims. The rules are simple, said Yuri. You are disqualified if you fall unconscious, deemed unfit to continue, or die. Other than that, there are no rules. Currently, there are 3 shinobi who are the odds-on favorites. First, there is Uchiha Sasuke, the last of the Uchiha clan and a student of Hatake Kakashi. Next, we have Hyuga Neji, who is considered to be the young genius of his clan. Finally, Gaara, youngest son of the Kazekage. But let's not forget all the other contestants, said Kodo. All of them have earned the right to be here, and they are ready to go. Oh look, the first match has been decided. It was true. While they had been talking, a screen behind them showed what was going on at the tower. The screen zoomed in on another screen which went through names randomly and had stopped on the names of 2 unlikely shinobi. It seems that the first fight will be between Uchiha Sasuke and Shohoin Hinata, said Yuri as she was handed a piece of paper from off the camera. According to our information, Hinata-san was kicked out of the Hyuga clan for being too weak. It looks like Sasuke-san will be in for an easy match. Don't be too sure, said Kodo. I have heard that Hinata-san was trained by Yorichi-sama.
X.
Back in the tower, everyone but Hate, Hinata, and Sasuke had gone up to the waiting area to watch the fights. Sasuke was gripping his shoulder as he waited for the fight to begin. It was clear to everyone that he was in pain. What they didn't know was that he couldn't risk using his chakra, or else the seal would be unleashed if he couldn't control it. This put him in a dangerous spot.
Oh no, said Hinata.
Sasuke, if you aren't feeling well, then maybe you should forfeit and get some help. Shut up, snarled Sasuke. This is nothing. And it would take more than this to cause me to lose to someone who is so weak that their own family kicked them out. At that, Hinata's eyes narrowed. That was uncalled for, said Hinata slowly. Up in the stands, Enko and Naruto shivered, knowing that Hinata was barely keeping her anger in check. Well, that was mean, said Haku as she appeared next to Naruto. You can say, Haku Otoko, what are you doing here? Asked Naruto once he realized she was there. From across the room, Gaara noticed she was there as well and felt his face become warmer for some reason. Well, I wanted to see you in this exam, she replied. I got here a while ago, but I've been in the kitchen until just a little while ago. When this is over, I can serve everyone my latest creation. Once again, Naruto and Enko shuddered. You shouldn't be here, continued Sasuke. He could tell he was hitting her buttons. He needed to push her until she snapped and couldn't think straight. He would then use that to his advantage and win the match. Sure, it was low and dirty, but that didn't matter in this exam. You're just a weak little girl who is only taken in out of pity. When I lost everything, I didn't go crying to others. All right, that's enough, said Hate. Hajime. What happened next was a blur. Before Sasuke could even get into his fighting stance, he was shot straight into the air. Then he was flung right into the wall so hard that it caused cracks to form before falling to the floor. Those who had been watching Hinata had only seen her flicker for a moment and assumed that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Hate went over to Sasuke and confirmed that he was unconscious. Winner, Hinata.
X.
What happened? Asked Yuri. Did she use some kind of mental power? Was that legal? Everything's legal here, said Kodo. As for what happened, let's do a playback in super slow motion. The scene changed and showed the match between Sasuke and Hinata. As Sasuke slowly got into his stance, Hinata used Shunpa to get in front of him to deliver a sky-high kick. Then, while Sasuke was in the air, Hinata got in front of him again, grabbed his shirt, and gave him 2 hard kicks in the gut. She then let go of his shirt and delivered the final roundhouse kick before returning to her original spot. Amazing, commented Yuri. She moved so fast that you couldn't even see her move. And it looks like Kakashi-san is taking Sasuke-san out of the arena. Do you think there's something wrong? Maybe a couple of broken bones, said Kodo as she noticed that the next 2 contenders had been decided. Looks like round 2 will be Yamanaka Ino versus Tsuchikin. This should be interesting. The Yamanaka clan is known for its mind-controlling jutsus. However, we know little about the Oto Nin, so it's anyone's guess.
X.
Back at the tower, Hinata made her way back to her team while Ino and Kin made their way to the floor. By the time she got halfway, Naruto appeared in front of her and embraced her in a hug, causing her face to turn red. Kiba growled at this and wanted to stop Naruto right away, but Kurenai held the feral boy back. You did great, Hinata-chan, said Naruto loudly as he let go. Thanks, Naruto-kun, said Hinata as she tried to get her emotions back under control. But I'm sorry I hurt your teammate. Nah, don't worry about it, said Naruto. He was being a jerk and deserved it. On the floor, Kin could hear her teammates belittling her. It was always like this with her, and today she was going to change that. She had a secret weapon that she had planned to save for the finals, but after their last failure, she decided to go all out. Even if it was wasted on a girl, who was most likely a fangirl. Hajime yelled hate. With that, Ino pulled out a kunai. Kin, however, pulled out a scroll and smirked. She then bit her thumb, opened the scroll, and then unsealed the weapon inside. When the smoke cleared, Kin was seen holding a scythe. The handle was black and the blade reflected the light perfectly. On the other end was a chain, and attached to the chain was a bell the size of a fist. It'll take more than that to beat me, said Ino as she began to sweat. Kin smirked as she charged at the blonde. Ino raised her kunai and waited. She knew the weakness of her weapon was that after she swung it she would leave herself exposed. All Ino had to do was wait, dodge, and then attack. A half-second later, Kin was in front of Ino and swung her scythe. As the blade drew nearer, Ino heard a ringing sound. Then the next thing she knew was that there were 5 blades now. Freaking out, Ino jumped back in time to dodge the attack. What's wrong, Ino? Yelled Chuji. You looked like you freaked out back there. I know, said Ino as she kept her eyes on Kin. There's something off about that weapon. Kin smirked. Even if you knew what it was, there is nothing you can do about it, said Kin as she readied her scythe. This next attack will finish you off. With that, Kin ran at Ino with the back end of her weapon ready to strike. Ino was prepared to act when she heard the ringing of a bell again, and then the bell suddenly became the size of a boulder. Panicking, Ino jumped to the side as the giant bell crashed into the ground. The force Ino had used to jump away had been so great that when she hit the ground, she began to roll for several feet. Quickly, she tried to get up, but Kin was already set to strike. In a single motion, the scythe slashed across Ino's chest, causing blood to fly in the air. Shock filled Ino's eyes before she fell to the ground. Kin stared at the body as blood began to pool around her and sighed. She had missed her vitals. The blonde would live. Winner. Kin, yelled Hate as medics rushed onto the scene.
X.
Now that's more like it, said Kodo. In my opinion, when it comes to blood spilling, Kin is a cut above the rest. But what happened to Ino-san? Asked Yuri. Nothing was happening, yet she looked like she was in some kind of panic. Well, my guess would have to be a genjutsu of some kind, said Kodo. Maybe it had something to do with that scythe. Just then, Yuri was handed a piece of paper from off the screen. I have just been informed that Yamanaka Ino is expected to make a full recovery, said Yuri. Well, I'm sure all the young men out there are happy. The third round has just been decided, said Kodo. The next match will be Hyuga Niji versus Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 19. As soon as the pairing was heard for the third round, the people who were watching began to have different reactions. The people of Nami began to grow excited and cheer for the hero who saved their land and spirits. Zabuza began to curse as snow reappeared on his TV set. The general population of Konoha prayed for either Naruto's death or, at the very least, to get crippled. Hanzo began to put all his focus on this one match, as did the Raikage. At the academy, Hanabi sat there with a bored look on her face. Niji was going to win this with ease. After all, even her father said his skills were far above average. All right, yelled Konohamaru. Now we get to see Naruto Nezen fight. He'll win for sure. Please, said Hanabi, who was sitting near him. I know Niji and he'll win this with ease. That's not true, said Konohamaru as he stood up and pointed at Hanabi. Just you wait. The boss will take down Niji. He is my rival for Hokage after all. That's a laugh, said Hanabi. All right, that's enough you two, said Iruka. Sit down and watch, or you can stand outside while hold buckets until the matches are over. Needless to say, Konohamaru sat down, but not before sticking his tongue at Hanabi.
X.
Hayashi sat with the Hyuga elders as they all watched the matches. Hinata's victory had been a huge blow to him. Hayashi could tell by the looks on most of the other elders' faces that they believed that Hayashi had been too quick to judge the girl. Or maybe his teaching methods didn't work with her. Now, everyone knew that they had kicked out such a promising shinobi. Hayashi could barely contain his anger. Had the assassins he hired had only done their job, this would never have happened. He calmed down a bit as he picked up his teacup. He wasn't out of this yet, he still had Niji. While he had wanted Niji to prove that the power of a true Hyuga was greater than that of the Uchiha, seeing the Uzumaki die would be a good second place. And then after that, he could look forward to seeing Hinata's death as well. And the best part was that no legal action could be taken against them during these exams. Without bothering to drink from it, Hayashi continued to hold his teacup as he watched the screen.
X.
Wonder how this fight is going to go, asked someone close to Jiraiya. Jiraiya said nothing as he stared at the picture on the screen. It was as if they had taken a picture of Minato when he was a boy and then gave him whisker marks. As he stared at it, questions began to fill his head. What was he like? Did he have his father's element? How well trained was he? To those few who knew that Jiraiya was Naruto's godfather, him leaving Naruto to fend for himself was a disappointment. They believed that he should have taken Naruto with him or stayed in the village with him. But Jiraiya had his reasons. Had they gone on the road, they would have been moving from place to place, never staying in one location for too long. This would have made it hard for Naruto to form bonds with anyone other than himself. Then there were his enemies. He was human after all, and couldn't watch Naruto all the time. All it would take was someone like Orochimaru to go after Naruto to get to him. Also, having a kid around might mess with his research. Staying in the village was out of the question as well. He had his spy network, which he felt the village needed. Also, because of this, he had leader about some dangerous people out there that the old man needed to know. If he hadn't left the village, he might never have found out about them. There would also have been the pressure from the old man to become Hokage, something that he didn't want. Every now and then, he contacted his old sensei by mail to find out how things were going with Naruto. For security, they kept them short, and the letters focused on how he was doing socially. For his part, Jiraiya wasn't surprised by how the villagers treated Naruto. It was how all Jinchuriki were treated, and it was better than having him becoming nothing more than a weapon for the village. But that didn't make it right. He was surprised when he had found out about Enko becoming his first real friend. And he nearly flipped when Hinata had been added as a friend. After hearing that, Jiraiya was sure he made the right choice. We now have stats on both shinobi, said Yuri as a side box appeared on the screen. It showed both Naruto's and Niji's pictures with graphs showing their various stats in terms of chakra, taijutsu level, ninjutsu level, genjutsu level, and experience. As far as anyone could see, Niji beat Naruto in 4 of those categories. Hyuga Niji was last year's Rookie of the Year in Konoha. His skills in Juken are highly developed despite him being a branch member. He will be fighting against a virtual no-name who is this year's dead last. I feel that it is safe to say that Niji-sen will win this one easily.
X.
In a bar, one very drunk blonde was watching the television. Upon hearing what Yuri said, she decided to make a bet that she was sure she wouldn't lose.
Shizun, said Tsunade.
Put all our money on the Hyugagaki. But Tsunade-sama, said Shizun with a fearful voice. You have to think about this more carefully. We are finally able to pay off half of our debts. Do you really think it's wise to gamble it all like this? This is a sure bet, said Tsunade as she waved off Shizun. With a sigh, Shizun placed the bet, praying to all the gods she could think of to let her master win.
X.
What information are you looking at? Demanded Kodo. The one that Konoha gave us, said Yuri as she held up some papers. Kodo just rolled her eyes. You're still new to all of this, said Kodo. Fight fans, as a season announcer I know you can't base everything on a single source. According to the rumors, it was Naruto-san who played a major role in taking down Momochi Zabuza and then killed the crime lord Gato. He has been given a C rank in the bingo books and has been given the title of Kazeishu by Sanshuo no Hanzo himself. Historically, the Uzumaki clan prided itself for raising the most unpredictable shinobi in the entire world. However, the Uzumaki clan was believed to have been destroyed years ago when the Kyuubi destroyed Yuzuno Kanai. But it seems there is one left. That's what you're basing your opinions on? Demanded Yuri. Are rumors and history that no one cares about the best you could come up with. Rumors have to start somewhere. Also, I like his whisker marks, admitted Kodo with a blush. If only he were older.
X.
Naruto now stood across from Niji. Slowly he looked around to get an idea of the area. The room was large, but not big enough for some of his summons if he needed them. Also, he couldn't fly around as much as he would like to or do any blinding attacks using the sun. You should just give up, said Niji suddenly. Naruto's attention returned to Niji, who was looking at him with a bored expression. Fate has already decided that I will win and that you will lose. I don't think so, said Naruto. As far as I know, the only thing that That is where you are wrong, said Niji as he shook his head. From the moment we are born, our fates are determined and set in stone. Fate determines everything up till our death. Take for example your desire to be Hokage. It will never happen. Only a select few ever become Hokage, and that is because they were fated to do so. It is impossible for you, an orphan with no clan to speak of, because you are only as strong as the family you are born into. Things like free will are only an illusion. After that, Niji was silent. Neither of them said a word. Slowly, Naruto closed his eyes as he remembered what Hanzo had told him back when he last saw the old man. Slowly a smile appeared on his face as he opened his eyes, shocking Niji. The look he had was one of pure confidence with no trace of doubt. That's a baka's belief, said Naruto. People call me a baka, but I'm nothing compared to you. Haji, began Hate. Wait, yelled Sex. He then ran off the platform used by all the foreign shinobi and onto the side occupied by the Konohanins, stopping between Anko and Hinata. Everyone just stared at him, wondering why he did that just now. I just feel safer over here, he said after a moment or two under their gaze. Hajime, yelled Hate, who wanted to get this underway. No sooner had he said that when a powerful wind seemed to explode from where Naruto was standing. Niji watched as Naruto began to float 2 feet off the ground with his arms crossed. Niji wasn't the only one shocked. Almost all the rookies in the room watched with open mouths as Naruto began to something they had never seen before. There was just no way that this could be the same Naruto who was always the class clown, the dope. Even Orochimaru was shocked to see this. This is impossible, thought Niji. This must be a trick of some kind. Whatever it is, I will not lose. I gave him a chance to leave here with his life, and he turned it down. Now he will be humiliated on live TV right before I end his life. Byakugan, yelled Niji as veins appeared around his eyes. Naruto smirked at this right before he took off to the slide. Naruto then began to fly around the room at a slow pace at first, but soon began to pick up speed. Niji, on the other hand, remained where he was. What is this about Uzumaki? Do you plan to attack me at some point, or just glide around like an idiot? Just getting into the right mood, said Naruto as he began to move towards Neji from the side. As soon as he was close enough, Neji spun around and prepared to give Naruto a palm thrust to the chest using an upper arm motion. However, as Neji's arm went up, so did Naruto as he blew over Neji. Once he was on the other side of Neji, Naruto quickly spun around to give him a kick to the face. However, Neji saw it in time and blocked it with his forearm. "You can surprise me like this," said Neji as they stayed in the same position. "I know," replied Naruto. "Hinata-chan is my friend after all." "Don't you dare mention that loser bitch's name in my presence," spat Neji. Then, for a moment, Neji saw something in Naruto's eyes that scared him. It was only for a moment, but Neji saw pure fury and hatred directed at him. Suddenly, Naruto flew backwards by several yards, and then suddenly, he stopped. "Do you always have to bring that grudge with you into every fight?" asked Naruto as he stared at Neji. "It's getting old, Neji, really old. I know all about what happened that night, you know. Hinata-chan was the victim that night, so get over it." "No," yelled Neji. "If it hadn't been for her, my father would still be here." Naruto sighed. "Looks like words aren't enough to get past that thick skull of yours," said Naruto. "Looks like I'll have to use my fists." With that, Naruto began to circle around the room once again. But this time it was much faster. As Naruto went faster and faster, it seemed like a whirlwind had formed in the room. Neji continued to stand in the middle of it, all using chakra to glue his feet to the ground. He stood there, doing his best to follow Naruto with his eyes. Then he saw something shot at him from his 10 o'clock position. But something was off. It had a chakra network, and another object with a chakra network was still spinning around the room. Quickly, he grabbed a kunai from his holder and slashed at the incoming Naruto, who then went poof. Just then 2 more Narutos appeared, coming from his 3 and 12 o'clock positions. Neji managed to take them out as well, making it seem effortless. "What is this?" thought Neji as he noticed 6 more clones coming from multiple sides at once. These aren't normal clones. They each have their own chakra network and their chakra is evenly distributed. I can't tell them apart. Then, after Neji had destroyed all the clones, the real Naruto shot out at him while spinning his right arm around. Soon, a small twister had appeared around his fist as Naruto yelled out, "Senpuken." Acting on instinct, Neji dodged it by sidestepping Naruto, figuring that he could land a hit as Naruto passed him by. Yet the powerful winds that the Senpuken created were too much, and, while he dodged it, he was still sent flying till he hit the wall with a loud thud. "Damn, that hurt," he thought. "If that was just from getting too close, I'd better not get hit by it directly." Neji's eyes then widened when he saw that Naruto was still coming while his back was turned. Neji spun around and leapt as far from the wall as he could as Naruto's fist connected to the wall. The effect was immediate. One moment the wall was there, and the next there was a huge explosion. Chunks of rock went flying forward, going through several walls. In fact, Naruto could see the outside from where he was. All that remained was rubble, large rocks that were too heavy, and several bits of metal. Luckily for the foreign genins, their senseis sensed the danger and were able to get them out of danger. Except for Gaara, who had to do so on his own. Now everyone stood on the same side, staring at Naruto, trying not to piss their pants at the power jutsu that he had. "We need to rethink the rules," thought the old Hokage as he took a drag. "When we made the rule that there weren't any rules, we never thought we'd have to deal with something like this. I'm just glad Naruto hasn't summoned anything yet." Now Naruto was on the ground, staring at Neji with a small smirk. "So Neji," said Naruto smugly, "am I still fated to lose here? Do I still have no talent since I don't have a family?" "I stand by what I said," said Neji as he got into his fighting stance. "I just have to get— Fine then," said Naruto as he raised his right arm straight above his head. "I guess I'll try this jutsu on you." With that, Naruto began to spin his arm around while keeping his palm flat. Soon, an almost flat disk of wind appeared an inch off of Naruto's palm. Soon it took the form of a shuriken. Naruto then brought his arm down and took a position that looked like he was about to throw a frisbee. Naruto then threw this wind shuriken at Neji while yelling, "Senpa Shuriken." Niji was about to dodge the attack when he saw it break apart into small bits of spinning wind. Soon there was 24 or more of them. Seeing how spread out they were, Niji knew he couldn't dodge all of them or get out of the way in time. Knowing the only way out of this, Niji got into a position and then began to spin his body around while yelling, "Kaiten!" Soon a spinning dome of chakra appeared around him and deflected the attack. Naruto just stood there and watched, impressed with the jutsu he had just seen Niji use. As soon as his jutsu ended, a tired Niji launched himself towards Naruto. What happened next was Niji fighting at close range. He continued to launch palm thrust after palm thrust while forcing Naruto to retreat. But it wasn't as if Naruto wasn't fighting back. The blonde sent his own fists towards Niji in attempts to hit him, which failed. "Well," said Tenten as she watched Niji force Naruto to back up some more. "It looks like Naruto's speed isn't as on the ground." "That might be true," said Sex. "But all that will mean nothing if Niji-sen can't clip the Kazeshu's wings." Seeing a palm thrust directed at his chest, Naruto decided to go fly upwards while backing up so he could keep his eyes on Niji. He noticed now that Niji looked like he was running low on chakra. Sweat seemed to be covering him face and dripping on his clothing and the floor. He had been like that since the Kaiten, so Naruto figured that had to be the reason. It used too much chakra and Niji hadn't built up his reserves enough. A smile appeared on his face. "Time to end this, Niji," said Naruto as he began to spin his right arm around. However, no visible wind seemed to like last time. Naruto then stopped and then examined his arm to see something he hadn't noticed before. Around his arm were red dots. "When did you?" "Finally noticed," said Niji with a smirk. "I closed all the chakra points in your right arm while we were exchanging blows. Now I don't have to worry about that Senpuken of yours. Face it, your fate is still to lose to me." "Is that so?" said Naruto as he lowered his right arm. "Well, I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not done yet." With that, Naruto raised his left arm and began to spin it. Niji could only watch in horror as a new Senpuken formed. "That's impossible," yelled Niji. "Maybe for someone who believes that fate decides everything," said Naruto. "But I make my own." With that, Naruto raced to the ground a few feet from Niji and slammed his fist into the ground. There was a loud explosion and smoke, despite the powerful wind, blocked everyone's view of the arena. Sex waited with an insane smile on his face as he waited to see the destruction. When the smoke cleared, everyone left of a gasp at what they saw. The stone floor had been destroyed. Parts of the stone tiles had been broken and turned on their side all over the place, making it look like a valley of spikes. In the area that Naruto had hit, the floor had been reduced to sand. "That's it," thought Sarutobi as he viewed all of this. "We're adding more rules next time, so this doesn't happen again. I'm just glad that this is the ground floor, and the only thing beneath us is several layers of rock. If it hadn't, the floor would have collapsed." Soon, Tenten spotted Niji and pointed him out. He was leaning against a rock spike and in bad shape. His left leg had been stabbed by a chunk of rock shaped like a dagger. His clothing looked like it had been slashed and had several blood spots all over it. His skin was dirty and he was panting hard to try to deal with the pain. Team Guy could only stare in shock. They never believed that anyone here could hurt Niji like that. It had to be a dream of some kind. Then Naruto was spotted floating near the ceiling. Unlike Niji, he didn't seem to have any blood on him. However, the powerful winds had ripped away at his shirt, leaving his chest exposed to everyone who could see, and his pants now ended at his kneecaps. Seeing this, all the girls suddenly had nosebleeds except for Haku. "All right, that's it," said Hate. Everyone turned to see him standing on a spike, dirty but unharmed. Niji is unable to continue, fighting. Also, if we let this continue, who knows what will be destroyed next. So the winner is Naruto. "No!" yelled Niji as he tried to take a step forward. But the pain seemed to intensify, causing him to yell out and return to leaning against the rock. "I can still fight. It's my fate to win." "Face it," said Naruto as he landed on the ground between Niji and Hate. "You lost. Just admit it and let the doctors heal you. You're done here." "No!" yelled Niji again. "You could never understand. never. It's my fate to leave the branch family and join the main family. Niji then began to look at Naruto, his eyes unfocused. It's all your fault. If you weren't around, this would never have happened. With that, Niji forced his body to charge at Naruto. He had only taken 5 steps before Hade appeared in front of him and punched him in the chest. With that, Niji fell backwards and passed out on the floor. When I say the match is over, I mean it, said Hate to Niji's form. He then looked at all the Overgenins. This goes for the rest of you all, well. If any of you have a problem with my rulings, then I'll be happy to take you out.
X.
Niji lost, said a Hyuga elder in disbelief. I don't believe it. Suddenly, there was a crashing sound. Everyone looked to the source, seeing a shattered teacup and Hayashi's bleeding hand. Hayashi-sama, said another elder. Are you all right? I'll be fine, said Hayashi darkly as he stared at Niji. Just as soon as I take out some trash.
X.
What a blast, yelled Kodo as she began to twirl around. Sorry, boys, but at a punch party like this, a girl can't help but dance. The third round goes to Naruto-san, who has, for someone his age, a nice 6-pack. Now, if only I could find age acceleration potion for him, or a youth potion for me. But what happened to Niji back there? Asked Yuri. My guess is that he must have had some kind of mental breakdown or something, said Kodo. Destroying one's beliefs tends to do that to a person. It looks like he'll have to seek both physical and mental help before is ready to return to his duties as a shinobi. And I think we can all safely say that Naruto-san has earned his title as the Kaze-shu. Whatever you say, said Yuri. She then looked at the screen and let out a sigh. And it looks like the Kaze-shu already has some mistresses.
X.
Naruto had floated over to where had been standing with his team. As soon as he landed, Hinata went over to him and began to look at his right arm. It'll take a while for your chakra points to become unplugged, she said. The then took out a small jar and held it before Naruto. But don't worry, Naruto-kun, I have some healing salve that should help speed up the process. She was then about to start undo the cap, when Anko took it from her.
I'll do that, she said.
After all, he is my teammate. Hinata quickly took the jar back. It's no problem, Anko, she said with a forced smile. After all, I know more about this than you. Well, maybe we don't need your silly little medicine, said Anko as she grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled him over to her. After all, he is a fast healer. Why don't you go and stand with your team? But I can't ignore someone who's injured, said Hinata as she grabbed Naruto's other arm and pulled him over to her. Besides, it'll only take a moment. Can I say something? Asked Naruto. No, said both Anko and Hinata at the same time. This is odd, said Gaara as he watched a battle like none he had ever seen before. Personally, he didn't understand why they hadn't taken their weapons out by now. Really, you think so? Asked Haku, who Gaara just realized he was standing next to. Quickly a blush appeared on his face. Chapter 20. There was a commercial break after Naruto's match. It was clear to see why, since Naruto had destroyed a wall and the floor was a mess. Stones stood upright like giant spikes and rubble covered nearly the entire floor. So while the examiners did their best to clean up the arena for the next fight, the station decided to have a small break. During this time, Irika's classroom was given free time. Some, like Udon, were using this time to do homework or study. Others, like Moegi, were just chatting or coloring. Konohamaru was doing neither. He was just staring out the window as he wondered how he would be able to catch up with Naruto now. The match was awesome, he thought, but showed how far he had to go to in order to continue being Naruto's rival for Hokage. Suddenly, there was a tug on his scarf that pulled his thoughts back into the real world. He turned around and saw Hanabi. I need your help with something, she whispered. Just follow me and try not to get caught. With that, the Hyuga girl slid out of her seat and began to crawl over towards the door while Irika's back was turned. With a shrug, Konohamaru decided to follow her since he had nothing better to do. Once they were both out of the room, Hanabi led them both up to the 3rd floor. This was odd because the 3rd floor didn't have anything. All it had were a couple of classrooms that were barely used and a couple of storage closets. But it also held one other room, and it was the one that Hanabi stopped in front of. Konohamaru now stood in front of the records room, the holding place of all records about every student in the academy's history. The room was locked, of course, and the only two people who had keys were the principal and the Hokage. For Hanabi, this was the big moment to find out the truth. She had tried asking Irika. However, he said that if she wanted to know more about Hinata, then she would have to ask her directly. That was something that Hanabi just wasn't ready to do just yet. Hinata looked too much like her mother. She was also afraid of her father's reaction. He had gone to all this trouble of hiding the truth from everyone, so he had to have a reason. How would he react if he found out that his own daughter was trying to unearth what he had buried? "All right," said Hanabi as she turned around and held out her hand at Konohamaru. "Give me the key." "What key?" asked Konohamaru as he began to sweat a bit. Hanabi narrowed her eyes and leaned closer. "I know you have a copy of the Hokage's key that opens every door in here," she said. "And I know that you have it on you right now. Trust me, I know." As she said that last part, Hanabi activated her Byakugan for the added effect. And it worked perfectly. "I feel so violated," said Konohamaru as he handed her the key. "Just don't go looking at me like that again." Hanabi snorted as she unlocked the door. "Like I'd want to do that again," she said with a shudder as she opened the door. One of the problems with having X-rays for eyes is control. Sometimes you can look through a person and sometimes, like this one, only see through their clothing. There was nothing special about the room. No traps, no cameras, or anything that seemed to pose a threat. Just a bunch of filing cabinets that were collecting dust. Each one had a letter written on the top of each cabinet to help with the sorting. This made it easy for Hanabi to find the H cabinet while Konohamaru, who had nothing better to do, went to check out the U1. Hanabi began to look through the files until she saw one with the family name whited out and leaving only the name Hinata on it. Hanabi took a deep breath before taking the file out and opening it. Her pale eyes widened immediately. The parents' names had been completely whited out. This was shocking because no one was allowed to alter these documents without prior permission from the entire council. Normally, it was when a student from a high-ranking family had done something wrong, and the family wished that there be no records of the incident. Hanabi had to wonder what was going on. "Oh, my Kami," yelled Konohamaru. "What is it?" asked Hanabi quickly as she turned towards her partner in crime. "Look," he said as he held up a picture he found in the Uzumaki file. The picture was that of a young girl with red hair wearing an orange and black jumpsuit with the sleeves missing. She was giving the camera a big, stupid grin while making the V for victory symbol. Hanabi blinked at first, thinking that it was a boy until she noticed that this girl was a bit more matured than other girls her age. "So, what am I looking at exactly?" asked Hanabi. "Boss has a sister," said Konohamaru. "I found this in his file." "Baka," scolded Hanabi. "Just look at that picture. It's so old it's starting to fade. Now keep quiet before we get caught." "Too late," said Irika as he appeared at the doorway. They both turned to face him and saw that he had several tick marks on his face. "Both of you get back to the classroom. We'll talk about your punishment later." With their heads lowered, the two of them handed what they had found to Irika and went back to the classroom. When the two of them got back to the classroom, they saw that the matches had already started up again and had been going on for a while. Time really flies when you're committing crimes. X. For those of you who blinked, Rock Lee has just defeated Akimichi Choji with a single kick, said Kodo in a bored tone. It seems like after Uzumaki-san's match, all the other matches have been less than epic. Well, it is kind of hard to compete against a guy who can destroy a wall with a single punch, said Yuri. Besides, there was the match between Temari and Tenten. Or, what about when Nara Shikamaru defeated Kinuta Dosu? Not enough blood in either one, said Kodo with another bored sigh. I thought that Tsurugi Misumi might have been able to put up more of a fight against Kankuro-san, but I was wrong. And the fight between Akado Yoroi and Aburame Shino was pointless. But I guess that Konoha is happy that Shino-sen won. And neither of those fights had any blood in them. What's a girl got to do to get some blood? Up next we have Mitarashi Enko against Inuzuka Kiba, said Yuri as she made a bit of distance between her and her blood-crazy partner. Sadly for Enko-chan, it looks like this will be a hard fight to win, seeming that Inuzuka clan always fights with their canine partners. Not to mention that his stats are incredibly high. Should we add this to the list of other predictions that you got wrong? Asked Kodo, with an evil smirk. All right, yelled Kiba as he jumped down to the arena floor. This'll be easy, right, Akamaru? The small dog on his head barked in agreement. What makes you say that? Asked Inko as she appeared right in front of him. Because guys are stronger than girls, said Kiba out of pure stupidity. He immediately regretted it, as he felt all of the women's killer intent focused on him. Kin had pulled out her scythe and was glaring at him with hate in her eyes. Temari looked like she was ready to throw her fan at him. Hinata and Kurenai looked most, let's skip over them because they are just too pissed for words. Even Kodo and Yuri looked angry, and they weren't even fighters. Akamaru buried his face with his paws in an attempt to hide from the women's anger. Kick his ass, Anko-chan, cheered Naruto. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but you can do it, Anko, cheered Hinata. Kiba spun around and looked at Hinata in confusion. But I'm your teammate, he shouted as he pointed at her. You should be cheering for me. Why would she do that after you make a comment like the one you did? Asked Anko with a deadpanned expression. Kiba just turned around to face Anko once again. Fine then, he said. I'll just have to prove it when I beat you to the ground. He would have said more, but Hate moved to stand in between them. All right, said Hate. Cough, Hajime. Hey Akamaru, said Kiba with a grin. Why don't you lie down for a moment? I can handle her by myself. Akamaru nodded and jumped to the ground. The dog then walked until he was far enough away so he wouldn't be in the way, walked in a circle, and then laid on the ground. I don't need any favors, asshole, said Anko as an eyebrow twitched. Believe me when I say that underestimating me will be a big mistake. Let's see if that's true, said Kiba with a feral grin. He then made several hand signs and yelled out, Shikaka no Jutsu. As soon as he said that, Kiba shifted into a quadrupedal stance as his fangs and nails became longer and pointed, causing him to resemble a feral beast. Kiba then shot at Anko, who pumped some extra chakra into her legs so that she could jump up to avoid the attack. Kiba saw this and reacted quickly to stop and jump into the air after her. That's when he noticed Anko reach for the bindings that were tied to her waist. He then saw her reach for what looked like the handle of a sword that was hidden by her jacket and pulled on it. Instantly, her Urumi unraveled and lashed out at Kiba. Kiba managed to twist his body in mid-air to avoid the attack, and his target as well. He landed on all fours and then dodged left to avoid being pierced from above. Anko landed on the ground a moment later and didn't let up her own assault. Once again, she lashed out at Kiba, who moved to his right this time. He thought he had nothing to worry about until he heard Akamaru warn him that the blade was coming back. Kiba looked behind him and saw that the blade had twisted like a snake to come at him once again, only this time from behind. Kiba once again dodged the attack, but only by a very narrow margin. It looks like I'll have to get serious now, said Kiba as he got up and reached into his pocket. He then pulled out a soldier pill and tossed it to Akamaru, who ate it. A moment later, the dog turned a dark red color and then jumped onto his master's back. Jujin Bunshin, he yelled as Akamaru vanished in a cloud of smoke just to emerge as another Kiba. Great, said Anko with a sigh. Now I have to look at two ugly mugs. At least you could have changed him to look a bit better. Joke all you want, replied Kiba. Let's see how you do against this. Shikyaku no Jutsu. Now both Kibas charged at Anko, who once again slashed out at them. But this time they were ready and avoided the attack with ease and still managed to plow into Anko, sending her crashing into a wall. Anko managed to get back to her feet and whipped the blood from her face before having to dodge the double assault once again. Shit, thought Anko as she continued to dodge the attacks. They're moving too fast for me to hit with my sword, and I doubt I can trick them again with its features. Now prepare for our ultimate attack, roared Kiba as he and Akamaru began to spin around. Getsuga. Kiba and his partner then became like drills spinning in the air so fast that no one could see them. All Anko could see were the dirt and other material spinning around and around until they both hit her, one from in front and one from behind. Anko then fell to the ground while the two Kibas landed on their feet. Looks like I was a little too rough on you. You may have been one of the strongest and scariest girls back at the academy, but that was then, and this is now. I bet you can't even stand up right now. Shut up, snarled Anko as she got on her hands and knees. Excuse me? Asked Kiba with a laugh. You heard me, said Anko as she slowly got back on her feet. She swayed for a moment and then looked at Kiba with the scariest look she could give. I said shut up. I've heard enough of your barking and I have to listen to it anymore. I'll make sure you get neutered. Whatever, said Kiba as he turned to the ref. Just call the match already. She can barely stand up anymore. I'll call it when I decide too, replied Hate. Kiba shook his head. Looks like I'll have to beat you down some more, he said. Getsuga. Once again the twin drill came at Anko, who stood her ground as she made several hand signs. She then took a deep breath and yelled, Dokujiri, as a purple fog came out of her mouth. Both the Kibas passed through it, and when they came out of it missed Anko and landed on the ground. Akamaru returned to his original form and began to cough violently along with his master. Kiba looked red-faced and was sweating, like he had a fever or something. He looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't as he was coughing too much. In case you're wondering what happened, said Anko as she began to breathe hard. You just flew into a cloud of poison. Just be glad that you were only in there of a second and inhaled the little that you did. Had you stayed longer, you wouldn't be able to give me that nasty look right now. But then again, your face does look a little nasty no matter what. I declare Mitarashi, Anko the winner, declared Hate as medics burst into the scene.
X.
All right, yelled Yuri. Go girl power. Well, we can all agree that that match was defiantly more exciting than some of the others we have had to endure, said Kodo. Wish Anko-chan had bloodied up Kiba-san a bit, but the poison was a nice touch. And now we have only 3 contestants remaining. Who will be the next pair to fight? And what will happen to the last Chunin hopeful? Will he get a free pass, or will he have to fight someone who has already fought? And the next pair has been decided, said Yuri. Up next we have Sex versus Gaara.
X.
This is it, yelled Sex as he turned towards Naruto. I'm glad we didn't fight in the prelims. I want the honor of defeating you in the finals. It'll be a much grander stage, and we can both go all out. That's fine with me, said Naruto with a grin. And I'll be glad to kick your sorry ass once again. Oh yeah, demanded Sex as he got in Naruto's face. Yeah, said Naruto as he did the same. Your opponent is waiting, said Hate. Both Sex and Naruto turned to look at the arena floor and saw that Gaara was waiting on the ground with his arms folded. All right, said Sex as he jumped over the railing. As soon as he landed, Sex whipped out the Titan blade and took his stance. Gaara said nothing nor did he move. Yet, there was movement on his gourd as the cork seemed to pop out all on its own. Well, you both seem ready, said Hate. Hajime. I'll end this quickly, said Sex as he charged at Gaara.
Sechster Angriff.
With that, Sex leapt into the air and began his series of twists and turns with his body and his blade as he shot towards Gaara. But as soon as the blade was several feet from Gaara, the red-haired Nin's sand erupted out of his gourd and moved to block the blade. Sex, who kept a firm grip on the Titan blade's handle, twisted his body so he could give Gaara a spinning kick. Once again, the sand blocked the attack. Not seeing any other options, Sex landed on the ground and pulled back to create some distance between the two. I'm waiting, said Gaara, with the same bored look. Sex then seemed to vanish, and then appeared behind him ready to strike. The speed was impressive, but not fast enough as the sand moved to block the attack. Sex jumped up and tried to get an aerial assault in, however the sand grabbed the Titan blade and flung Sex away like he was a toy. Sex landed on his feet and skidded a bit while not taking his eyes off his enemy. Bastard hasn't moved an inch, said Sex in a low voice. I try to see if that sand defense and any weak point or time lag, or anything, but it was all automatic and moves faster than me. And he hasn't done any hand signs that I've seen. Sex then grinned, causing Gaara's eyes to widen for a moment. This'll be fun. Baka, said Gaara calmly. You will meet the same fate as all the others who have faced me.
Death.
He then heard a gasp and turned to look at that person. His eyes widened when he saw Haku with her hands over her mouth. A feeling of dread filled him like nothing he had ever felt before. He began to wonder if she hated him now and why he cared if she liked him or not. Thoughts in his head became more and more confusing to him until he grabbed his own head. Sex watched as Gaara had his internal mental battle while wondering what the hell was going on with him. Gaara was looking away from his opponent and staring at some girl with black hair and chocolate-colored eyes. Okay, thought Sex. I better do something and fast before the Sandman remembers that I'm still here. With that said, or at least thought, Sex began to spin the Titan blade in front of him until it was just a blur. Baraka Tatsumaki, he yelled as a black mass of air shaped like a drill came rushing at Gaara. Gaara's head snapped back at Sex just a moment before the sand blocked the air mass that had been flying towards him. However, the power in that attack was great, and so more sand was needed to completely block it all. Surprise, said Sex, causing Gaara's eyes to widen even more than before. Sex was behind him, and the Baraka Tatsumaki was just now starting to fade. Without saying another word, Sex slashed at Gaara's left side with enough force that Sex believed that he could have sliced through him. Instead, Gaara went flying to the side until his sand caught up with him and then gently set him on the ground. What the hell? Yelled Sex as he pointed at Gaara. I had it all figured out. Keep your sand distracted and then attack you. And why aren't you even bleeding? It was then that Sex noticed that the area where he had attacked was all cracked and slowly repairing itself. This is my absolute defense, said Gaara calmly. Even if you get past my primary defense, Suna no Tate, you still have to get past my Suna no Yoroi. I will say this, I had to use even more chakra than normal in order to keep it from completely breaking. You have come closer to harming me than anyone else. Gee, what an honor, spat Sex as he began to the Titan blade once again. But I won't lose to some coward who relies completely on defense. Kakijin. Like when he fought against Naruto, the Titan blade seemed to catch on fire, and due to the fact that it was still spinning, it looked like a flaming disc. Sex charged at Gaara and began to slash at him over and over again. Each time Gaara's sand moved to block it and was melted by the flames. It was only a little at a time, but eventually Gaara had no more sand left. Sex was now panting in front of Gaara, who seemed to be unconcerned. The flames on the Titan blade were gone due to a lack of chakra. Sex gritted his teeth as he stared back at his seemingly uncaring opponent. This punk still thinks he can win, he thought. He's out of his mind. His body looks extremely frail, probably due to that defense of his. I doubt this coward can even take a real blow. Now die, shouted Sex as he lunged at Gaara. Then, something happened that changed everything. The gourd on Gaara's back seemed to explode as Gaara yelled out, Sabaka Q, and then the sand shot at Sex's grabbing his right arm. Sex quickly moved the Titan blade to his left hand before the sand completely stopped him and covered his entire arm. Pathetic, said Gaara calmly with an arm raised and palm open. Now I will make you pay for trying to erase my existence. Sabaka so-so. The sand was about to start to implode when Sex did something no one expected. Using his left arm, he moved the Titan blade and cut off his entire right arm before the sand imploded it. Blood poured from the wound, and Sex was screaming in pain. But there was still an insane grin on his face. Why did you do that? It was all Gaara could think of to say. I'd rather cut my own arm off than let you do anything with it, panted Sex. He then dropped the Titan blade and began to hold his wound. Gaara just stood there for a moment and stared at Sex. He thought about killing him, but he could still feel Haku's eyes on him. It felt like he was being judged by her or something. He didn't know what to make of these feelings. So, with a sigh, Gaara did something that made his siblings gasp. Gaara had turned away from an opponent without killing him. Winner of this, cough, matches Gaara, said Hate. Wait, groaned Sex. Hate looked at Sex and shook his head. Sorry, but you cough. Can't go on cough anymore, said Hate. You literally cough did this to yourself. I know, said Sex weakly as he looked at his severed and crushed arm. I just want him to kill me. I've lost and will never be able to be an effective shinobi with this one good arm. That arm is useless now. So please just kill me. Sex closed his eye and waited for a blow of some kind. He heard several voices just before someone grabbed his shirt and yanked him up. Sex opened his eye and saw it was Naruto. What the hell's wrong with you? Demanded Naruto. Didn't you tell me that you would keep coming after me as long as you lived? Where is that determination now? You little, snarled Sex. So, what if you only got one arm? Said Naruto as he pulled Sex closer to him. You can still make a fist and punch people, and you still have legs to kick with, and a head-to-head but I guess you're too stupid to… Naruto was unable to finish due to Sex following Naruto's advice and giving the blonde a headbutt. Asshole, swore Sex as he fell back to the ground. But somehow his energy seemed to be returning even with the heavy blood loss. You couldn't let me have my moment. When I get back from the hospital, I'll make sure that they have a bed waiting for you. With that, Sex passed out and was then moved onto a stretcher. Damn it, swore Naruto as he rubbed his head. I can't believe he still made time to threaten me before he passed out. Looks like I'll just have to pay him back later. Later, said Hate. Oh, and thanks, Koff, for volunteering for the final match. Nanny, yelled Naruto as his eyes became dish plates. Here we are, announced Kodo. My #1 favorite, Uzumaki Naruto, will be fighting for a second time in the prelims against Ibomi Zaku. But before all of you go placing those bets, it seems like the Hokage has decided that Naruto-kun will not be able to use his Senpuken. Apparently, they don't want the building to collapse on them. Cowards. This'll be a great disadvantage to him seeing how much he relied on it during his first fight, said Yuri. I bet it must use a lot of chakra. Zaka stood in front of Naruto, with both arms in a sling. Yet he had a smug look on his face. After hearing the new rules that the Hokage had made just for this match, Zaka felt sure he could win. Especially since he had a little surprise ready just for his match. Hajime yelled hate. Zaka sprung into action as soon as he heard that. In half a second, he had pulled out both his arms out of the sling and yelled, Zenkaha, sending a supersonic burst of air flying at our hero. The attack seemed to hit him, and smoke filled the room. When it cleared, Naruto was nowhere to be found. Zaka looked left and right while holding his arms in front of him, so he could use his attack again. Imagine his surprise when Naruto seemed to fall out of the sky and land right between his arms. Naruto then grabbed both arms with his hand and held on tightly. How the hell did you survive? Demanded Zaku. Please, I could see that attack coming a mile away, said Naruto with a smirk. In order for you to use that attack, you have to keep your arms straight and facing your target. And you were so far away that it gave me plenty of time to create a Kage Bunshin and then use Kawarimi no Jutsu. That's all very impressive, said Zaku with a smirk. But you are overlooking something. True, I can't attack you like this, but neither can you. And once you let go of my arms, I'll use all my power to turn you into dust. At that, Naruto smirked. What are you smiling about? I think you're the one who's overlooking something, replied Naruto. With that, Naruto began to focus hard to use what he learned during his wind manipulation training. And before Zaka knew what hit him, Naruto had cut off both of his arms with pure nature manipulation. Winner, Naruto, said Hate over the screams of Zaku. The room was silent as the de-armed Otonin was taken out of the room. Everyone except for Hinata, Enko, and Haku kept a watchful eye on Naruto. While it had been a stunning display of skill for the two other wind users in the room, it made everyone else kind of freak out. Kurenai was left wondering what Kakashi had done to make Naruto improve so much. Asuma was simply impressed that Naruto could do something at that level for his age. Guy was shedding tears of joyful youth at how Naruto had helped a foreign shinobi. And let us all be glad that he didn't ask Naruto about how he got his skills, because if Naruto had, Guy would have begun to shout about how youthful Naruto was. All the other genins, except for Temari and Gaara, were just freaked out. Back at the station, Kodo had a look of utter bliss on her face. It was hard to describe. Her eyes had a dreamy look to them, and there was drool coming out of her mouth. If having her favorite meal was a 1 and doing it is a 10, then this would be a 9.9. Ah, Kodo-chan, said Yuri nervously. You're starting to scare me. Now all of the genins were lined up in front of the Elder Hokage and several of the examiners. The old man was proud to see so many Konohanins advance to the final round. This would show the strength of their village not only to their clients, but to the rest of the village as well. And it did his heart some good to see that Naruto and Anko were two of them. "You have all done well," said Sarutobi after a moment. "Now that we have all seen how you fare when you have no idea what your enemies are capable of, we would like to see how you respond when you know what they can do. In 1 month's time, all of the appropriate parties will be contacted and given time so that they can reach the village to watch you in the final round of the exam. You may use this time to prepare however you see fit. If you wish to sit back and relax, that is your choice. If you wish to train to better prepare yourself for your opponents, you may do so. In fact, I would highly recommend it. The format of the final exam will be similar to what you just went through. The exam will take the form of a tournament. However, that doesn't mean that there will be one winner. In fact, even if you lose in the first round, you might be promoted. We will be watching you fight to see if you have the qualities that make a Chunin. The more you fight, the more chances you have to show that you have those skills. Now, we will be handing out ballets in order to— Hold on 1 second, came a man's voice from the back. Everyone turned around and saw a small black cat enter the room. The cat then vanished only to reappear on the Hokage's shoulder. The cat then whispered in his ear, causing Sarutobi's eyes to widen in shock. "I'm afraid something has come up," said the Hokage as he cleared his throat. "Once we come to a decision on the matter, we will contact you with the lineup. Please expect it to come in at least 3 days from now. Yoruchi-san will escort you all back to the village quickly so you can begin making preparations." With that, he and the rest of the examiners vanished from the room. "You heard it from the Hokage himself, ladies and gentlemen," said Kodo as she got back into her grove. "In 3 days, we will have a line-up for the Chunin exam. This is going to be a bloodbath for sure." "Please don't get too excited," said Yuri as she sweat dropped. "As for us, we will be making our way there to cover the fights live and give you live interviews with the contestants. However, these fights won't be free, and you will have to order it." "Sorry." Jiraiya let a grin slip as he got up off his seat. He knew that Orochimaru had plans for that village. In fact, he was going there to help stop whatever his old teammate was planning. But now he had another reason: to start training his godchild. This was going to be exciting, that was for sure. "If you will please follow me," said Yoruichi as the cat motioned them to follow. "Hold on," said Kinkaro. "Shouldn't we have a real guide or something? I mean, you're just a cat." At that, Yoruichi chuckled and let out an evil smile. Hinata shook her head to tell Yoruichi no, but it was too late. "I see," said the cat. "Well, my dear little Genin, I guess I had better show you my true form then." Yoruichi's body began to glow and smoke began to circle the cat's body as it began to change into a more human one. The black fur turned into tan skin, and purple hair appeared on the head. And then, it was done, and several of the guys had major nosebleeds as they stared at the naked form of Yoruichi. I just love seeing the way people react when I reveal my true form. They always accept I'm a guy because of the deep voice. "They're not reacting that way because they thought you were a man," said Hinata. "It's because you're naked. But clothing is just confining," said Yoruichi with a pout. Naruto and Anko just smirked as they tried not to laugh at their friend's embarrassment. "Here I am," announced Sarutobi as he entered the council's chambers. He moved quickly into his seat and sat in between Hamaru and Koharu. As he sat, B pulled out his pipe and lit it. The rest of the council, which was made of several of the founding clans and several civilians, sat down. "I've just been made aware that Orochimaru has left us a message about the Chunin exam." "Hi," said a civilian councilman. "One of this village's Jonin was found dead just a short while ago. A message was carved on his back and the body was laid out near Training Area 44. The message demands that Uchiha Sasuke be allowed to compete in the final round of the exam and to go against Gaara first, or else he'll destroy the village." "We cannot allow ourselves to be bullied like this," said Hayashi. "Right now the entire shinobi world is watching us, and on live television. If we do as he says, then the world will see our weakness and we will lose face." "Better to lose face than to lose lives," said Nara Shikaka lazily. "At least that's the way I see it. Look at it this way, if we say no, then he will attack. But if we go along with it, Orochimaru might keep his word. I know it's not very likely, but we should do everything in our power to avoid a conflict like this one." "Coward," growled a Haruno. You're only saying that because your son made it to the final part of the exam. At that, Shikaka blinked. He's in the Chunin exam? He asked, causing everyone to face fault. How could any father be that clueless? Both sides have merit, said the Hokage as he took a drag. I too wish not to show any weakness at such a critical time. However, we know what kind of man he is. He has been planning this for a while now and is being very careful with his plans. All we know is that they involve Uchiha Sasuke in some way. The mark on his neck is proof of that. I agree with Sarutobi on this, said Hamaru. We shall have to allow Uchiha Sasuke to compete in the final exam. We could tell the public that an outside party interfered with the exam, said Koharu with a nod. We needn't give out the details and give a perfect excuse to allow the Uchiha to compete. Now wait just a moment, said Sarutobi. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There are still other factors to consider. We should talk to our allies in Suna about this as well. They have a right to know what is going on since Orochimaru wants one of their shinobi to fight Sasuke. I agree with Hokage-sama, said Danzo, shocking everyone. No one thought they would live to see the day when either one would agree with each other. Hell must have frozen over. He then stood up and turned to face Sarutobi, who stared back. Since we are dealing with Orochimaru and his Otonins, we will need not only superior strength but numbers as well. After we take out Orochimaru and whatever forces he plans on using against us, the two of us will be able to destroy his village and divide the land up equally between our two villages. At least for now. Once again, we are getting ahead of ourselves, said Sarutobi. We will send out a message to Suna to inform them of the situation and then wait for a reply. Once we have received one, we will make our final decision on the matter and go from there. Until then, we are to act like nothing is wrong as to not alert the public. However, I think we should schedule a few emergency evacuation drills just to be on the safe side. Meeting adjourned. Oh, and Hayashi, could you stay behind for a moment? With that, all members of the council got up and left the room until it was just Hayashi and Sarutobi. The Hokage calmly took a drag as Hayashi waited impatiently for the old man to say what he wanted. He was a busy man with things to do. Finally, the head of the Hyuga family spoke. What do you wish to talk about, Hokage-sama? Asked Hayashi in a respectful tone. Something has been troubling me, said Sarutobi calmly as he blew a ring of smoke into the air. Niji seemed to think that he had a chance of leaving the branch family. Why is that? Clan matters, said Hayashi. I will admit that we had a talk before the start of the exam. I had told him that if he did well, then I would look into having him placed within the main house. However, he did not live up to my expectations as he clearly lost in the preliminary round. I see, said Sarutobi. That is very generous of you. Very unlike you as well. With that, Sarutobi took another drag. Yes, very unlike you. Well, please be aware that I will be keeping an eye on Niji for a bit. Some of the things he said made me think that there was something more going on, and he had better be in good condition to help fight Oto when the time comes. We will need every able body available, so I don't need you causing him unnecessary harm with that seal of yours. Hayashi gritted his teeth for a moment. The Hokage was beginning to suspect something, but at the moment all he had were his suspicions and no time to really check up on them. And for that, Hayashi was thankful for Orochimaru. All Hayashi could do now was to lie low until this blew over. That, or the old fool died. Very well, said Hayashi as he fought hard to stay calm. Let us hope that he recovers quickly. X. Damn, this bed is itchy, whined Sex. It was the next morning and Sex had been patched up and given a blood transfusion. He had to admit that the medics of this village were pretty good at what they did. They were able to do their job quickly, which was essential in the shinobi world where you had to get back onto your feet quickly. Plus, all B had lost was his arm. He just wished they used a different fabric softener when they did the laundry. It could be worse, said Naruto. Sex turned his head over to the side and saw Naruto sitting in the chair next to his bed. When did you get here? Demanded Sex. A little while ago, said Naruto. The twins are right now trying on nurses' outfits, so I let myself in. Sex grunted. Well, that's just perfect, said Sex. If this were a mission, I would be dead right now. He paused for a moment, as if to think about what he was going to say next. Listen, Kazeshu. Don't you dare lose from here on out. As soon as I get back on my feet, I'm going to restart my training, so I can function with only one arm. And when I'm done, we are going to have that rematch. Hi, said Naruto as he waved it off like it was nothing. But it did feel nice to have a rival like Sex. In some ways, they were so much alike. They trained hard in order to prove themselves and believed that the only real way to fight was head-on regardless of what others thought. In the back of Naruto's mind, he was sure that if they had been born in the same village, they would have been friends. Don't wave me off like that, damn it, swore Sex. Listen, I'll only say this once. We're back, yelled Elf and Zwolf. They were both wearing white nurses' outfits and were carrying a large amount of medicine and needles. Time to play, doctor. What the hell? Shouted Sex. I was about to say something really profound, and you two had to ruin the moment. And this isn't a game, you numbskulls. Just what is wrong with you two? Sex, you shouldn't yell in a hospital, said a voice from the doorway. Everyone turned and saw a person that they all knew every well. Hanzo-sama / Ojizen, said Sex, Elf, Zwolf, and Naruto respectively. The leader of AIM nodded as he walked towards the bed and then stared down at Sex. I saw your fight, he said after a moment. Well done considering who you went up against. And you saved yourself some time as well. The doctors have informed me that your arm was crushed so badly that they would have had to remove it anyways. So that leaves us with a bit of a problem now, doesn't it? Are you still willing to be a shinobi? What kind of lame-ass question is that, said Sex. I won't quit until I have beaten down both the Kaze Shu and you, Hanzo-sama. Hanzo chuckled. It seems that Naruto-kun has rubbed off on you, said Hanzo. He then turned towards Naruto. Thank you for setting this dead beat straight. Now he has a clear understanding as to why we push the younger generation so much. And you yourself have proven me right when I said you would be a great shinobi. I am proud of you, Naruto-kun. Thanks, replied Naruto with a grin. He was then about to say something when voices in the next room caught the attention of everyone. So girls are weak, yelled Hana, followed by several sounds that sounded like smacking. Baka. I think it's time you learned the very same lesson I gave your father years ago, said Sum as she cracked her knuckles. Believe me, you'll be better for it. And when Naruto turned around, Hanzo and the rest of the AIM Neens were gone.
X.
Later in the day, Sex found himself back at AIM. Somehow Hanzo had brought them there so fast, he had thought they had teleported. Hanzo merely stated that it wasn't him, but his salamanders that were to thank for their speedy return. Now, he was in a lab with Hanzo and several other scientists who were preparing all sorts of devices. Sex felt like the only light in the room was the one on him as he lay there on the table. I hope you enjoy this, said Hanzo. You're going to be used to test the first prototype. First prototype of what? Demanded Sex. Hanzo moved to the side to reveal that he had been standing in front of a case, holding a robotic arm. It seemed a bit bulky, and the area from the hand to the elbow seemed to be a bit larger than the rest, like it could hold something. This is something I have had our research team look into for some time now, said Hanzo. In Suna, some of their puppet masters can replace lost limbs with wooden ones and use them as if they were the real thing. Well, I have something better in mind. We technology in this village is more advanced than any other village in the shinobi world, and it is time we showed them that with this, the solenoid quench gun arm. Indeed, said a scientist as he came into the light. This little beauty will be attached to your nervous system, so you can control it like it was the real thing, and it will be powered by your own chakra. It will also store chakra so that you may fire it in the arm's transformed state or use it if you run out of chakra yourself as an emergency option. It also has a special scroll department, so you can use fire the water that is in the scroll with enough power to cut through steel. Any drawbacks? Asked Sex. A few, admitted the scientist. If you use all the chakra stored in the arm, then it will stop functioning until its power has been restored. Also, it takes time in between firing sequences, so you can't fire repeatedly. Lastly, it takes about 30 seconds to transform the arm from gun mode and back again. I have it all lined out in this manual. Do you want this, Sex? Asked Hanzo. Sex just grinned. Do you have to ask such a stupid question? He replied.
X.
At the same time, Naruto and Hinata were walking through town. They hadn't seen Anko all day, and they got worried. When someone like Anko just vanishes off the radar, you can't help but worry. They had checked every store that sold dango and every training field in the village, and still found nothing. Now they were back in the market area, and it was getting dark, which made Naruto worry even more about his first real friend. "Oh no, I'd better be getting back home," said Hinata. "Urachi-Nizen has been worried lately, and that's never a good thing." "I guess," said Naruto as he leaned against a wall. "I'll keep looking anyways." However, Hinata didn't move. "Is something up, Hinata-chan?" "Well, kind of," admitted Hinata. "You see, we might have to fight each other in the final exam. I'm just worried that, well, that we might go a little too far in our fights," supplied Naruto. "Sort of," said Hinata. "I mean, what if we really hurt each other or do something that ruins our friendship?" Naruto blinked at that. He said, "that never occurred to me. But I think we'll be alright. All we're going to do is show everyone what we're really made of. As long as we fight to show everyone what we are really like, I'm not worried at all." Hinata nodded and then took a deep breath. She then moved over to Naruto and did something that seemed to stop time itself. She kissed him on the lips. Naruto's eyes opened wide in complete surprise. He had no clue why she was doing this all of a sudden. And then it was over, and Hinata took several steps back. "I just wanted to do that before the final start," she said quickly. "Also, please don't hold back." So many ways that could be interpreted. And before Naruto could blink, Hinata used Shuinpa and vanished out of the area. All Naruto could do was look up at the skies, bring a hand up to touch his lips, and wonder if she liked him or something. Hinata reappeared a few blocks away and seemed to be in a very good mood. She had finally shown Naruto how she felt about him. If she were to die right now, she would die the happiest girl in the world. The only thing that could make her happier would be if Naruto had kissed back. But that could wait for another day. Right now, she had to get home. As Hinata walked down the street to get to her home, Hanabi was following her from a distance. Today was going to be the day when she would get answers right from the source. In truth, she had not planned on it. However, when she saw Hinata just appear a few yards in front of her, she decided that it was a sign from the gods themselves. Hanabi decided to follow this girl to her home and confront her there. Suddenly, Hanabi saw Hinata turn down an alleyway. She, in turn, followed her down until Hinata stopped at a dead end. Then, Hinata spoke up. "What do you want with me, Hyuga-sama?" asked Hinata in a calm voice without turning around. Hanabi started to take a step back, but stopped herself. She couldn't back down now. "I have some questions for you," said Hanabi in the toughest voice she could muster. "I want to know who you really are. Why do you look like Mai Ka-san? Why are all the records of you deleted from the clan and the school? Tell me." And with that, Hinata slowly turned around. Hanabi felt her strength crumble as she looked into that face, the face that so much resembled her mother's soft features. The look in Hinata's eyes seemed like she was sad for some reason, yet held it back. And for a moment, no one said anything as they stood in that alleyway full of trash. "Are you sure you want to know?" asked Hinata. "You might not like what you hear." "I have to know," said Hanabi. Hinata sighed. "This goes back to when the war against Kimogakure ended, and they sent a representative to work out the peace treaty," said Hinata. Hanabi nodded. "I know all about that," she said. "They used it to try and capture a main branch member, but Tusen caught him and killed him. After that, they demanded his head, but instead my uncle was sent to them. What does that have to do with anything?" Then, something clicked inside Hanabi's head. "You were that child, weren't you?"
Hej, det blir Hinata.
"That was when your Tusen started to despise me. He blamed me for the death of his brother. He claimed that if I hadn't been so weak as to get kidnapped in the first place, then he would still be here today. Even Niji blamed me." Now tears were rolling down Hinata's eyes. The happiness she had felt just a short while ago was completely gone now. All of her painful memories that she thought were gone were now hitting her like flood water. "But it wasn't your fault," insisted Hanabi. "How could it have been? You were just a child." "I know," said Hinata. "But that didn't matter. In his eyes, I was nothing short of a total failure. And as soon as you were born, he didn't hesitate to throw me out." Now Hanabi began to sweat a little and took a step back. Wait, she said nervously. Why does my birth have anything to do with it? Did you ever wonder how your Tusan was able to get to the Kimonines so quickly? Asked Hinata. How he could have sensed that a Hyuga child was being abducted. How he killed him without any hesitation. Hanabi's eyes widened. She slowly began to shake her head no. Wordlessly, Hinata nodded yes, as if to answer some unspoken question. And when Hanabi saw that, she felt her legs give out on her, and she fell onto the palms of her hands as everything began to click. Hinata was her older sister. Her father believed her to be nothing more than a shame upon the clan and got rid of her as soon as he had another heir. That's all Hanabi was, a replacement. With that, Hanabi got up and ran away from her sister, who was left alone to cry.
X.
At the same time, Naruto had made his way back to his apartment while still thinking of that kiss. Sure, we're close, thought Naruto. And I do like her a lot. But I never thought of her in that way. Sure, she's cute, smart, and we both like plants. Oh no, I can't start thinking like this. I bet that was just a good luck kiss or something. Yeah, that has to be it. Naruto then stopped at his doorway to find Enko.
I've been waiting, she said.
And I've been out with Hinata looking for you, he said. I was worried. Oh, said Enko, as she looked upward. I wonder if that would be considered a date? Nanny? Asked Naruto quietly. Enko just shook her head and turned to look at Naruto. Nothing. Forget I said anything, she said with a smile. Listen, I'm going to be training by myself for a while. So I thought I'd come by to tell you, but no one was home. So I just waited. Oh, well, Haku Otoko is out gathering herbs and stuff, so won't be back till the morning, said Naruto. Then he shivered, said something about making a special meal, and smiled. Creeps me out when she does that. Enko let out a laugh at her friend's misfortune. But you could have just left a note or something. Well, I wanted to tell you something else, and I wanted to do it face to face, she said. And once again, Naruto was caught off guard as Enko closed the gap and kissed him on the lips. Naruto could feel her arms snake around his body and hold him tightly as he stood like a deer in headlights. Then, when the kiss ended, Enko looked at him face to face. I wanted to let you know that I love you. And with that she let go and ran away from the blonde who was still standing there like a statue. Chapter 22. It was early in the morning as Haku walked towards the apartment that she shared with Naruto. She walked down the quiet streets of the village while carrying a large bundle of herbs and other plants that she had spent last afternoon and all night collecting. With them, she could make several kinds of medical creams as well as seasonings for her cooking. She soon passed a shop that had a gourd in the display window which caused her thoughts to drift to a certain red-haired genin. When she had first seen him, she thought he looked weak and tired. Of course, seeing him fight changed her mind about that. But there was something more to him. In his eyes, she could see that he was in pain, a pain that only came from betrayal. For a long time, she had seen that same look in her eyes after her father had killed her mother and then tried to kill her. Slowly, she walked up the steps that led to the apartment while she thought more about Gaara. She had to admit that she thought that he was kind of cute, and she had caught him staring at her several times. Did that mean that he liked her? Maybe he simply thought that she was pretty. She did get that reaction a lot. A guy would see her and would want to get to know her because she looked really hot, and that was about it. She remembered one time in a certain village when a guy offered to buy her a drink. She accepted, and when he thought she wasn't looking, he tried to slip something in her drink. Of course, being a skilled kunoichi, she saw him do it as if there had been a large neon sign pointing to his actions. She then decided to simply leave rather than make a fuss about it when he then became a bit more direct by grabbing her. Before she could do anything, Zabuza showed up. After Zabuza took care of him, the two of them left that village really quickly. Haku stopped her thought when she was only a few feet from the door. There, standing still like a statue, was Naruto. Haku walked towards him and then waved a free hand in front of his face. If he saw it, he didn't seem to express it. In fact, the only expression on his face was pure shock. With a sigh, she used her chakra to gather water in the air above Naruto's head. Once she felt she had enough, Haku allowed gravity to do the rest and watched as it fell on her cousin's head. Once the cold water hit the blonde's head, he yelled out in surprise. What the hell was that for? asked Naruto as he became aware that Haku was in front of him and that it was no longer night. I think I'll like this story, said Haku as she opened the door. Naruto followed her in, and the two of them sat down at the table. Haku laid all that she had gathered on the table and then looked at Naruto with a curious smile on her face. So, what happened? Well, began Naruto. For the next several minutes, Naruto told his cousin all about what had happened. Haku listened silently as Naruto told her about the two kisses and the girl's actions after both of them. I just don't get it, he said as finished his story. I mean, they both dropped this on me, and I don't understand why. It's simple, said Haku calmly. They both have feeling for you. And that's what I don't get, said Naruto loudly. We're friends. We've always been friends. I like them both, but I just don't know if I like them that way. Maybe if they had left some hints before this, it would be different.
Haku sighed.
Listen, cousin, said Haku firmly. Has either one ever tried to get rid of the other so that the two of you could be alone? Naruto thought for a moment and then nodded. And when you are alone with one of them and the other just happens to show up, does the girl you were with get a little upset in any way? Naruto nodded once again. Have they ever fought over who will help you with anything? Again, Naruto nodded. Those were the signs. Naruto's eyes widened at this revelation. They had been sending him hints for some time now, and he had been completely clueless. Thinking back, how could he have not seen this? Suddenly his shoulders felt heavy, and his head landed on the table. This can't be good, muttered Naruto. I just hope that they don't turn into Ino or Sakura. Don't worry, Naruto Otoko, said Haku as she got up and headed towards the stove. They're both fine kunoichi. I'm sure they'll handle it well. That's what I'm afraid of, said Naruto with a shudder. With Ino and Sakura, one could usually expect them to just call each other names and say rude things about the other. Sometimes they would get into fights, but they were both so unskilled that their fights looked like just a normal brawl. However, Hinata and Enko were both skilled kunoichi and had a lot of skills at their disposal. If they two ever fought, Naruto was sure that Enko would be riding a snake while trying to get Hinata, who would be speeding around her. And somehow he saw himself curled into a ball while floating in the air as he watched the two fight over him. Every man's dream his ass. Hey Naruto Otoko, said Haku as she snapped him out of his thoughts. Have you seen the cherry pie that I left near the window to cool down? Naruto shook his head. I guess someone stole it. Well, I better make another one. Someone actually said they want me to start cooking for them after they heard about my cooking skills. I pity the baka, thought Naruto as he watched as Haku began to make another pie. However, he soon left as Haku began to add things into it that he knew did not belong in any kind of food. Who the hell taught her how to cook in the first place? Elsewhere, his aim groaned in pain. Michi lay on the ground near her with green foam coming out of her mouth. Last night she thought she had been lucky when she spotted that pie. Sure, it seemed to bleed a bit when she cut herself a slice, and even when she cut her partner a slice, but she didn't expect this kind of reaction. And the strangest part was that she was still hungry. Niji was in some kind of cage. To be specific, it was a bird cage. And outside the cage was Naruto flying around it freely. Niji watched as the blonde made figure eights in the air and then a few loops. The long-haired Hyuga tried to get out by squeezing between the bars, but to no avail. Then, Naruto appeared in front of him with the bars of the cage. Need a hand? Asked Naruto. Before Niji could respond in any way, Naruto flew under the cage. Niji watched as a blade made of wind seemed to pierce the floor of the cage, and then began to move around its edges until it had completely circled around. As soon as it had done this, the floor fell, and Niji fell with it. Niji tried to call out for help, but all that came out was chirping. It was then that Niji realized that he had been turned into a small bluebird. Niji looked up and saw Naruto had begun to change as well. Naruto grew golden feathers and his body changed into that of a bird. When he was done, Niji could see that Naruto was now a golden eagle. The eagle screeched and then shot towards Niji with its talons ready for the kill. That was when Niji woke up screaming. Hanabi was in the hospital and was heading for Niji's room. Last night had been one of the worst she could remember. During dinner it took all of her willpower not to start asking her father questions about what Hinata said. After dinner, she had gone to her bedroom and just laid there on the bed. Her thoughts kept her awake as she stared at the ceiling. Was she really just a replacement for her older sister? What would her life have been like if Hinata were still around? Would she still be next clan head? These thoughts plagued Hanabi, as did several fantasies she had where Hinata was still around, and they were the ideal family. When she saw the sun's light enter her room, Hanabi got out of bed and got changed. She then wrote a note for her father saying that she would be checking up on Niji. Of course, she made it sound like she was only doing this because she was the future clan head and was going to scold Niji for his poor performance. Only someone like Hayashi would be happy to read something like this and feel a sense of pride. It was a cold and uncaring, much like him. As Hanabi neared Niji's room, she heard a scream and stopped dead in her tracks. A moment later, Niji emerged from his room. He was still hooked to a medicine bag and had plenty of bandages on his leg and arms. "Where is he?" roared Niji. Hanabi stepped back in fright. Niji's eyes were unfocused, looking all over the place as if he was seeing things or looking for something that wasn't there. Chunin appeared out of nowhere and grabbed her cousin, but he fought back to the best of his ability. But with Niji's body in the shape it was in, it proved to be a fruitless battle as he was easily brought back into his room and forced onto the bed. As nurses entered the room, Niji continued to struggle while yelling out, "I know he's here somewhere. I'm not done with you yet, Uzumaki. It's my fate to beat you. My fate." Before he could say any more, a nurse stuck a needle in his neck and soon Niji passed out. "Will he be all right?" asked Hanabi suddenly. Everyone turned around to see the girl standing in the doorway for the first time. She watched as they all exchanged looks nervously, as if hoping that someone would volunteer to explain to her the problem. A doctor was eventually called him and led Hanabi to his office. He sat her down and took a seat behind his desk. "Hyuga-sama," said the doctor in a serious tone. "Physically your cousin is fine. His injuries were serious, but they weren't life-threatening. He should be out in a matter of days." "But what was with him freaking out back there?" demanded Hanabi. The doctor sighed. "Well, like I said, physically he's fine," replied the doctor. "However, his mental state is still another matter. At first I thought he was under a genjutsu, but our tests have come up negative. That leaves us with only one other possibility, and that is he is finding hard to accept the facts. Think of the mind as two parts working together to make the whole. One half is the logical part, and the other half is the ego. The logical part has accepted that Niji has lost while the ego is denying it. The two halves are clashing and what you saw is the result. With the proper help he can come to terms with what happened and move on. How long that will take will be up to him." Hanabi nodded, thanked the doctor, and then left. As she left the hospital, her mind was clouded with angry thoughts. She was watching helplessly as the family she knew was being destroyed. Her father had taken away her sister the day she was born and hid that fact from her. Now her cousin was losing his mind. There was nothing she could do about her father, but she might have a chance to get back at the blonde. As she walked down the streets, her thought kept getting darker and darker. Then, as if it were a sign of some kind, she saw the blonde walking down the streets ahead of her. This was her chance.
X.
The smell at his apartment had become unbearable. So unbearable that Naruto had to leave just to relax for a while. He was currently on his way to the hot springs so that he could unwind a bit. Yeah, he'd take a nice hot dip in the hot springs and let his mind wander for a while so he could forget about all the shit that had been happening lately. Suddenly, he felt a small bit of killer intent aimed at him. He then lifted himself into the air and did a backflip to avoid the charge and palm thrust of a tiny Hyuga who he had no idea who she was. He stopped and hovered behind her while he was upside down and watched as the little girl, who had charged at him with all her might, fell into the hot river water that was just up ahead. A couple of minutes later, Hanabi found herself sitting in front of the hot spring wearing a bathrobe until her clothing dried. Her skin was still red and stung like hell from time to time. But that wasn't the worst part. No, the worst part was that she was saved by the person she had tried to kill. Well, maybe not kill, but at least harm in some way. Suddenly, she felt something cold press against her cheek. She looked over and saw Naruto pressing a bottle of cold milk against her cheek with a big grin on his face. "Thank you," she said as she accepted the milk. "No problem," said Naruto as he sat down next to her. "So, what was that about anyways?" "You hurt my cousin," said Hanabi before she began to drink the milk. Naruto blinked for a moment and then remembered the Chunin exams. Funny, he had forgotten all about that. "Oh, I see," said Naruto. "You're Hayashi team's kid. Nice to meet ya." Upon hearing someone talk about her father that way, Hanabi spat out the milk in a comical fashion. Didn't he know who he was? Her father was the head of one of the most powerful clans in the village. He couldn't just talk about him like that in front of his daughter and act like it was nothing. "Don't talk about him like that," said Hanabi. "It's disrespectful." Naruto snorted. "There is nothing about that man that I respect," said Naruto. "Just because he was born into a powerful clan and happens to be the head means nothing to me. Especially after what he did to a friend of mine." Hanabi lowered her head at the, "You mean my sister," she said quietly. Naruto blinked in surprise. He turned his head and looked at her in shock. "I just found out," she continued. "I saw her on the streets one day and began to look into it. But when I finally found out the truth, it wasn't what I expected." "I guess that's the way it goes," said Naruto as he thought about when he found out why the village hated him. "Have you talked to her at all?" Hanabi nodded as she took another sip of her milk. "Didn't go so well." "It's all my fault," said Hanabi. "If I hadn't been born, then she might still be a Hyuga." Why the hell are you smiling?" It was true. Naruto had a big grin on his face, and it ticked Hanabi off. "Sorry," said Naruto as he tried to get rid of his grin and failed. "It's just that I'm glad you were born. It's because of you that Hinata-chan was able to get away from that clan, away from her father. She's opened up so much since then and has people who care about her. They don't see her as a Hyuga, but as Hinata-chan. So I'm glad you were born." "But what about me?" demanded Hanabi. "How am I supposed to feel about this? I'm just the replacement. And now I have to live with the knowledge that Toussaint can replace me as well, if he wants to." "Well," said Naruto, "you can only hope. Things like that are out of anyone's control. And just so you know, Hinata-chan has never blamed you for what happened. I could tell that she has missed being a part of your life because whenever she heard about the head family, she got really curious. I think that she has wanted to talk to you for a while but couldn't due to Hayashi team. So, what I'm trying to get at here is don't blame yourself any more than you already have." Hanabi looked at Naruto in shock at what he said. It was comforting. No one else in her family had ever talked to her like that, like she was a child. From a young age, she was expected to be strong and mature all the time. She had a role to fill, and that role had no room for weakness. And now, with the sun's light hitting his face just right, Hanabi turned away before he could notice a blush on her face. She began to wonder what was wrong with her, and Naruto sipped his milk in pure blissful ignorance. However, the moment Hanabi turned around was when she saw something that caused her to scream. "Pervert," she yelled as she pointed up into a tree. Naruto whipped his head around and saw the target. He was an old man with white hair with red markings on his face. He was oddly dressed and was writing stuff down on a notepad while giggling like an idiot. "This is great stuff," he said. "I had hoped to get some research done with the women at the hot spring, but this is even better. I can see it now. The boyfriend comforts the sister of his lover, beginning their own relationship." "What the hell are you smoking?" demanded Naruto, who didn't notice Hanabi's blush. "Who are you anyways?" The man jumped down and began to do a dance. "I am the man all the women seek," sang the man. "I am the man who is feared by all other men. The great sage of the toads of M. I asked for a name, not a lame song and dance routine," interrupted Naruto. The man face vaulted. "Fine," snapped the man. "I'm Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin. I am also the writer of the very popular Aika series." "So you're the pervert who writes those books Kakashi-sensei is always reading?" asked Naruto as he pointed an accusing finger at Jiraiya. "I'm not any pervert," corrected Jiraiya as he closed his eyes. "I'm a super pervert." When he opened his eyes, he saw that Naruto and Hanabi were now walking away from him. Hey, where are you going? Away from anyone who takes pride in being called a super pervert, replied Naruto as he walked away. I always thought that the members of the Densetsu no Sannin were better than that, said Hanabi with a sigh. Now I know that one of them is a porn writing show-off. Densetsu no Sannin? Repeated Naruto. He turned around and pointed at Jiraiya again. Hey, you're one of the weaklings that lost to Hanzo-ji-san. Jiraiya's face faulted again, and when he got back up his face was covered with tick marks. I'm not weak, he said. And I could beat his wrinkly ass right now if he was here. Yeah, said Naruto with a deadpanned expression. And if you couldn't do it now, you could always wait until he was in a wheelchair or on life support. Damn it, thought Jiraiya. This Gaki gets under my skin the same way his mother did. I guess it's true that he looks like Minato, but has Kushina's personality. Scary. As scary as it was, it now gave him a clue into handling Naruto. Fine, be that way, said Jiraiya as if he were a child. And here I was going to teach you a new jutsu. A really good one too, seeing it was one of the yandames. But since you're being so cold to me, maybe I shouldn't. Jiraiya paused for a moment and observed Naruto's reaction. He could tell that Naruto was at war with himself. One side wanted to leave while the other side wanted to learn the jutsu. All he needed was one more push. Oh, what am I thinking? I doubt that you could master this jutsu even if you had 1,000,000 years. Hook, line, and sinker. I'll show you Arrow Sennin, roared Naruto. Tick-marked returned to Jiraiya's face. Don't call me that, Gaki, shouted Jiraiya. They're both bakas, said Hanabi as she walked away.
X.
Over in a clearing, Jiraiya held up a water balloon. Okay, began Jiraiya. There are no hand signs for this jutsu, which seems to be your specialty. Now, there are 3 steps in learning this jutsu. This is the first. Suddenly, the water balloon in Jiraiya's hand became all bumpy until it burst. Now then, you'll have mastered this step when you can burst the balloon by rotating your chakra. Ha! Laughed Naruto. This'll be easy. With that, Naruto picked up a water balloon and began to rotate his chakra. Soon, the balloon began to bulge a bit around the middle until it became more like a disc. Not as easy as it looks, laughed Jiraiya. Naruto scowled, as then closed his eyes. He slowly replayed what he had seen the older man do in his mind, and compared it with what he was doing now. He was doing what he was told to do, but there was a very visible difference between what he had done and what was supposed to happen. I don't get it, thought Naruto. Mine's all flat while his was full of bumps. Wait a minute, his also remained round while mine got flat. So that means that something else was keeping it like that. Something else, something else, something else. Maybe there was more than one rotation going on. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as a smirk appeared on Naruto's face. Naruto then held up his balloon, and then bumps appeared on it like Jiraiya's had. Suddenly, it burst, splashing everyone near it with water. How the hell did you do that? Demanded Jiraiya. Naruto grinned. Well, it's kind of like how I fly, replied Naruto. I just wrap the wind around me and have it rotate in all directions to keep me up. So I just used the same concept with this, and it worked. I can't believe it took me this long to figure out. I can't believe you caught on this fast, thought Jiraiya. But then again, Sensei taught him about chakra control a long time ago. This might be interesting. Okay then, said Jiraiya as he pulled out a rubber. Chapter 23. The Suna siblings were at their apartment doing nothing much. Baki, their sensei, had left to inform their father of the events that had taken place so far and to receive new orders. Temari was polishing her fan. Kankuro was staring out a window. Gaara. Well, he had a lot on his mind. Ever since he came to this village, he had been having all these weird feelings. First was with that girl, Haku. He had never felt that way towards anyone in his life. He even spared his opponent when he thought that killing him might make her unhappy. Still, he had no idea why he felt this way. The other feeling was fear. Something about that flying blonde caused Shikaku to become restless and panicked. When Gaara had tried to ask his mother why, all he received was silence. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gaara let out a sigh, got up, and went over to the door. Walking would help him stay awake anyways. When Gaara reached the door, he opened it to find Haku? stammered Gaara as he was now face to face with a black-haired girl. Temari and Kankuro stopped what they were doing to turn and watched the events occurring in front of them. "Hello," said Haku. "I was on my way home when I remembered that I had some extra cookies that I had made. And well, you see, I know you are all new here. I just wanted to make you all feel welcome. So here." With that, Haku held out a tray of cookies that looked very good to Gaara, who stood there like a statue. When the other two siblings heard that, they felt a twinge of guilt. They were planning on destroying the village, and this girl was giving them cookies to help make them feel welcome. How do you get over that kind of guilt? Temari gulped as she got up and walked over to the door. Thanks," she said as she took the cookies from Haku. "Would you like to come in?" "All right," said Haku, causing Gaara's heart to skip a beat. Temari then set the cookies on the table and went to make some tea. Gaara and Haku sat down while Kankuro watched from a distance. As soon as they sat down, Haku began to ask Gaara questions. Simple ones, really. She asked him what Suna was like, his hobbies, how he was handling being out of the desert, and other such things. Gaara, for the most part, answered these questions quickly while not looking at her face. Then things took an interesting turn. Gaara reached out for one of the cookies that were laying out on the table. After all, he could use a little sugar to stay awake, and Haku had brought them. So without any hesitation, he took a bit and swallowed. Then next thing that happened was that he fell right to the ground. When his siblings saw this, they rushed to start damage control. First order of business, get civilians to safety. "Oh, Kami," cried Haku as she watched Temari move to her brother's side. "We'll handle this," said Kankuro. "I think you'd better go." "But I have medicine," said Haku. Kankuro just shook his head as he picked her up and then began to push her out the door. "Trust me on this," he said. "It's a family thing." And with that, he closed the door in Haku's face before she could say another word. As soon as the accidental chief was out of the room, Kankuro turned towards his sister as he prayed that his little brother wasn't asleep. If he was, then they were all screwed, because when he was asleep the demon inside of his began to eat away at his soul. "Well, how is he?" "He's asleep," stammered Temari. She then gulped. Whatever was in that cookie knocked him out in a second. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "You don't think that they know about Gaara? That girl might have been sent here to turn him loose on us." "That's impossible," said Kankuro. "No one outside the village knows about his condition. Well, nobody that's still alive, that is. And speaking of that, why are we still alive?" Temari blinked and turned her attention back to Gaara. He seemed like he was sleeping like any normal person. But he wasn't normal, he was Gaara. Gaara then let out a snore, causing Temari and Kankuro to jump with fright. What was going on? Meanwhile, inside the seal, Shikaku was lying on his back with X's where his eyes should have been. His mouth was open, and his tongue was hanging out of it. It had taken all of his strength to keep whatever was in that cookie from hurting his host, and sending it to him instead. The end result was that he not only tasted that awful thing, but he felt everything that Gaara would have felt. The things he did to make sure that his host lived.
X.
The next morning, Sarutobi was drinking his morning tea before he got started on his paperwork. It was a ritual of his, and he did it every morning at the same time. He knew that some people like to start their day with coffee, but this was far more calming. He needed a little relaxation in between work and raising his grandson. Today he needed it more than ever. As soon as he sat down at his desk, he found 2 pieces of paper left by the council. The first one he read while drinking his tea was from the Kazekage, who was willing to allow the match between his son and Uchiha Sasuke. The second paper held the matchups that the council had decided upon. First would be Rock Lee versus Uzumaki Naruto. The second round would have the winner of the first round go up against Shohoin Hinata. After that was Kankuro against Aburame Shino. The fourth round pitted Nara Shikamaru against Temari. Mitarashi Enko and Tsuchikin were up after that. Finally, there was Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. While he was going to allow the last Uchiha in the village to enter, he wasn't going to promote him, regardless of how well he did. This would be the price of allowing him to continue and still make it fair to everyone else. The old man took a sip of his tea as he set down the paper. He had a good idea who was behind the pairing of the first 2 rounds. Hayashi was certainly becoming a problem. The man still held a grudge against both Naruto and Hinata. He was probably hoping to see the outcome of a wounded and tired Naruto fight Hinata. However, the Hokage felt deep down that this plan of his would simply blow up in his face. Ever since the fight with Neji, there had been more favorable talk about Naruto. People would comment about what an amazing fight it had been, and were wondering how the next match would be compared to it. Also, almost all of his shinobi had a change of heart about the boy. In fact, yesterday, he had a Chunin request that Naruto join his team for a mission. According to the Chunin, Naruto's power of flight would help their chances of succeeding, and Sarutobi agreed. However, it would be unfair to ask Naruto to do any missions at this time while the others were preparing for the finals. Enko had also received more favorable talk. Well, it was mostly from the male half. Many of them were talking about what she'd look like in a few years. Hell, some of the more perverted men were drawing pictures or using henge to get a better visual. This led to many bloody noses. Just then the door opened. The Hokage looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see Jiraiya. "Hey, old man," said Jiraiya with a huge grin on his face. "You seem to be in a good mood," commented the older man. If possible, Jiraiya's grin seemed to get bigger as he pulled out a notepad. "Ever since I got back, I have found a ton of material for my research," he replied. "If things keep going as well as they have been, then my next book will be coming out much sooner than expected." Sarutobi's eyes widened, and his nose began to drip a bit from hearing that. Oh, he had been waiting for the next book to come out for a while now. Realizing that he was showing his perverted side, the Hokage coughed and used it as an excuse to quickly wipe away the blood. His look grew serious and more fitting for someone in his position. After all, he never knew who was watching. And right now, he knew that more people were watching him than ever before. These were mostly reporters who were looking for inside scoops on his genin. But should one of them find him at this moment, he shuddered to think of the consequences. "So, how is the training going?" asked Sarutobi. "Well," said Jiraiya as he put away the notepad. "I have to say that I'm still disappointed that Naruto had already signed a different summoning contract." "I told you about that years ago," replied Sarutobi. I know, sighed Jiraiya. "But I had planned on using it to teach the Gaki how to draw on the Kyuubi's chakra. But I guess I'll have to figure out another way after I'm done showing him the Rasengan." "Perhaps this is for the best," said the Hokage. "It would be a problem for everyone if Naruto became dependent on it or lost control. But if I were to teach him control, then that wouldn't be a problem," reasoned Jiraiya. "And if he can control it, then he'll be able to use that chakra to its fullest." "I take it that you are referring to that," said Sarutobi. Jiraiya nodded. "So you think that Naruto is an heir to one of the 3 legendary clans? The one with the power to play dead?" "You know as well as I do that the founder of the Uzumaki clan had that power," said Jiraiya. "He was also to have had an unnatural control over the wind. So much so that he could fly. Also, his brothers were said to have had control over wood and the power to copy. We know who the other 2 were, and that only once in a long while that an heir appears that can mimic their powers. And I believe that we once had 2 heirs in this village at the same time. Yet the 3rd power hasn't surfaced since its founder," said Sarutobi. "And we don't know if Naruto's powers come from his training, his family, or the Kyuubi." Sarutobi shook his head. "It would be best that we didn't rely on this myth. Now, what has your information network found out?"
X.
"Damn you, Uzumaki," screamed Madara. He was standing in the ruins of what was once Yuzugakure, which stood on top of a plateau. Back when it had been a shinobi village, there had been a lift system that would take dozens of people to the top. But now that, and everything else about this place was falling apart. The buildings were crumbling, and the plants were non-existent. Bones of dead animal littered the streets. Perhaps the only thing that seemed to remain the same since the last time he was there was the main road, which spiraled around the village until it came to an end in front of the shinobi office. Madara was standing in the office, which once belonged to the village leader. Standing in there made the man remember the red-haired man who had defeated him long ago. While he had died right afterwards, Madara was still soundly defeated. He had failed to eliminate his target and to collect his prize. It was so irritating that after all these years he was still unable to find the last stone. He had one, and he knew the location of the second one. Yet the 3rd stone remained hidden from him. It was out there somewhere. Kushina didn't have it on her when he sent her to that pocket dimension. It also wasn't in her house, which he searched right after the Kyuubi attack. It had to be here somewhere, and he would find it.
X.
Lee, I want you to listen carefully, said Guy. Both he and Lee were at their normal training grounds as they prepared for the finals. They had gotten the matchups for the final part of the exam that a short time ago, and now Guy had to make sure that Lee could get past the first round. While he knew what the examiners were looking for, the more time you spent fighting, the better your odds at passing. Hi, Guy-sensei, said Lee loudly as he pulled out a notepad from behind his back. Your first opponent has a serious advantage over you, said Guy. The power to fly will allow Naruto-kun to move wherever he wants and get out of range of your fists. And without any long-range skills, he will be untouchable. At this point, Lee looked up from his notepad. So how can I beat him? Asked Lee. Do not worry, my youthful student, said Guy with a laugh. From what I have seen, Naruto-kun has few long-range attacks of his own. He also seems to prefer to attack up close. If we were to increase your speed and timing, then you will be better able to avoid his attacks and counter them. We will also increase your weights so that when you take them off, you will be able to give him a little surprise. Do you understand? Yash, yelled Lee as he put away his notepad.
X.
Sasuke began to pant as Kakashi stood over him with one of his ice smiles. Kakashi had to admit that Sasuke's training was moving faster than he had expected with his lightning element training. It was now day 2, and the boy was just starting to get the hang of the first part of the training, which was to charge up a light bulb with his churka. Sasuke was truly a genius to be able to do this. Also, having the Sharingan helped as well. After his loss in the prelims, Kakashi had sealed up the cursed mark as best he could. After that, he had heard about the fuss that was going on about the matchup. He had a feeling how things would turn out, so he decided to start Sasuke's training right away. Sasuke was eager to begin and to show everyone that he wasn't weak. They both knew that if it hadn't been for the curse mark, then Sasuke would have won. Now they were getting a chance to prove that fact to the entire world. You're doing well, said Kakashi. Once you are done with this part of your training, I can begin to teach you the Chidori. You'll need it if you want to do well in the next part of the exam. Not like it matter that much, said Sasuke. All I want is some payback. Besides, I won't be able to pass, remember? True, said Kakashi. But that is no excuse for you not to do your best. Also, this jutsu will not only help you in exam, but with your goals as well. Hearing that, Sasuke seemed to perk up a bit. I believe that once you have mastered this jutsu, you will be able to defeat Naruto, Gaara, and eventually Itachi. How can the Chidori help me beat that dope? Asked Sasuke. A lightning jutsu will always lose to a wind jutsu. That's right, said Kakashi with an ice smile. But be that as it may, the Chidori will defeat the Senpuken. While my Sharingan can't copy the Senpuken, it has allowed me to spot its fatal flaw. At this, Sasuke leaned forward a bit. Like a hurricane or a twister, the Senpuken is basically wind rotating around a center point, which in this case is Naruto's fist. That center area is a calm place where there is little or no wind, and is the center of power for the attack. Now, if you are able to disrupt that area with a powerful attack, then the attack will explode as all that power is released at once. However, there is a chance that the explosion will kill you both. So, in order to avoid this, you would need either a precise long-range attack or attack with a high-speed assault and then get out of there quickly before the explosion occurs. The problem with a long-range attack is that the enemy will see it coming and might be able to do something about it. Naruto will most likely avoid it because he can fly. That leaves us with one option, which is why we will be working on your speed. I am positive that you will be able to defeat Gaara with this attack. And if Naruto's luck holds out, you might face him in the finals. Sasuke, I'm giving you this jutsu to help with your goals. However, I don't want you to use this jutsu against your allies. Right now, everyone in the exam is your enemy. But once the exam is over, some of them will become your allies once again. So once this exam is over, I do not want to see you use it against your teammates. Is that understood? Sasuke only nodded.
X.
It was late at night as Naruto dragged himself to Ichiroka's ramen. So far his training wasn't going as well as he had hoped. The second part of the training was proving to be far more difficult than he had thought it would be. Now Naruto's hands hurt like hell from molding all that chakra and putting it into a rubber ball. All he could hope for was that this would all be worth it in the end. The ramen stand seemed dead as Naruto took his usual seat. The only other person there was Ayam. "Naruto-kun," cried Ayam when she saw him. "I haven't seen you in like forever. How have you been?" "Fine," replied Naruto with a grin. "I've been busy training for the exams, so I have a big appetite. Can I please get double miso and double pork?" "Sure thing," said Ayam as she checked her watch. "Looks like you'll be my last customer since he's not showing up." "Who?" asked Naruto as he pulled out some chopsticks. "Oh, just this guy who's been showing up lately," replied Ayam as she went to work on Naruto's order. "He's a little weird, and he comes from the northern side of the village. It's almost 9, so he won't." Just then a large boar came running towards the ramen stand. On its back was a man with black hair and a bandana. As soon as they were close to the stand, the boar suddenly stopped, and the man flew off of his ride and landed face first into the wall. "Show up." "Geez, Bonnie, why do you have to be like that?" said the man to the boar. He then turned around and smiled at Ayam, while 4 other people who were also riding boars showed up. "How's it going, Ayam-chan? Bet you're glad to see me again?" "Yes, well," said Ayam with a nervous laugh. His body language just screamed that she had been hoping he wouldn't come. "Naruto-kun, this is Ganju. He's the man I was telling you about just now." At that, Ganju looked over at Naruto as if just noticing that he was there. As soon as he saw his headband, his eyes seemed to narrow. "What's a stinking shinobi doing here?" he asked. "What did you say?" demanded Naruto as tick marks appeared on his face. "Oh, what's the matter?" asked Ganju in a baby voice as he walked over to Naruto. He then walked over to him and began to pat Naruto on the side of his face. "I said, what's a stinking shinobi doing here?" When he finished saying that, Naruto punched him so hard that he was thrown back several meters. "What the hell is that for, you jerk?" "That's my line," yelled Naruto as he pointed at Ganju. "I was sitting here minding my own business when you just showed up and started asking like a jerk. Who the hell do you think you are?" "I am the self-proclaimed #1 shinobi hater of the world," declared Ganju. "I am also the self-proclaimed most handsome and sexy man as well." Naruto just gritted his teeth. "Great," he said. "Just what I need. Another idiot." Fist, it was the self-proclaimed super pervert, and now this. "Looks like we were destined to be enemies," said Ganju, who seemed to be ignoring Naruto as he got into a fighting stance. "I'll enjoy making you a blood stain on the ground." Ganju was then about to charge when a ringing sound was heard. Apparently, one of his goons had a giant clock strapped to his back. "Aw shit, it's 9. Nei-sen will kill me. You got lucky, punk. Next time I won't go easy on you. Come, Bonnie, we're going home." With that, Bonnie rammed into Ganju and sent him flying. "Well," said Naruto as he accepted his ramen. "That was pointless."
X.
It was now near the end of the month-long wait till the finals began. Naruto had finished the second part but was having a hard time with the last part. And with time running out, Jiraiya decided that maybe they should try a different approach. One that would motivate Naruto into doing better. "So, who is this person we're looking for again?" asked Naruto as they walked through some fields. "Just someone I knew a while back," answered Jiraiya. "Her name is Shiba Kakaku, and she was the younger sister of a student of mine way back. However, she likes to keep a low profile and moves around the outskirts of the village a lot." "Okay," said Naruto. "And she'll help me how?" "Just trust me," said Jiraiya with a grin. Moments later, the two of them came to an odd building with arms at the sides that were holding up a banner. "Well, that's new." "Great," said Naruto. "She's crazy. Who dares to speak that way of our master?" came 2 voices that talked at once. A moment later, 2 giant men appeared in front of Jiraiya and Naruto. One wore a white outfit while the other wore a yellow one. "We will not allow anyone to pass without defeating us, so prepare yourselves." Jiraiya just scratched his head.
"Hey," he said.
"Koganehiko and Shirogane-hiko, it's me, Jiraiya." Upon seeing him, the 2 of them got down on their knees and began to bow. "I'm here to see Kakaku. Can you take us to see her?" The 2 men nodded and lead the pair into the building and down a flight of steps. They then knelt in front of a door, and then took a knee. "Who is it?" demanded a female voice. "I'm with someone." "1,000 pardons," said one of them. But Jiraiya-sama is here to see you. He is he? Said the voice in an amused tone. Well then, let him in. Koga and Shirogane opened the doors, and Naruto got a good look at Kakaku. She was lying back on some pillows while smoking a pipe. Her black hair was tied up in bandages, and she wore a tight red outfit. What was shocking was that one of her arms was made of wood. With her were Hinata and Yoruichi. Both he and Hinata blushed at seeing each other again since the last time they had kissed. Yoruichi blinked when she saw Jiraiya. She didn't expect him to be in town. But then again, she had been here with Hinata for almost a month, so they could train in secret. She wanted Hinata to get used to an opponent who could use sand, which happened to be Kakaku's younger brother. However, his skills were nowhere near Gaara's. But still, better to have some than none. A cat-like smile then appeared on her face when she saw Naruto. Of course she knew about the kiss since she had seen it from the shadows. It had been like Christmas had come early for her because she gained a lot of teasing material. It was times like those that made her glad that she had taken Hinata in. Hey Kakaku, said Jiraiya as he walked in. I was wondering if you could loan me some of those special orbs of yours? It would be a great help with his training. And why should I? Asked Kakaku as she took a drag. No offense, sensei, but I'm already helping out one friend. Why should I help a second? It was then that she noticed who was standing next to him. The resemblance between him and her brother's old teammate was so striking that she nearly dropped her pipe. Nearly. Maybe I can help you out. I'll get my Ototo to help him out since he's done helping out the Heim here. At that, Hinata squeaked softly and then blushed. She was not used to being called that. Hey, get in here and behave yourself. All right, said a voice that was very familiar to Naruto. A moment later, another door opened, and there, kneeling in front of everyone, was Ganju. I'm Shiba Ganju. It's nice to meet you. It was then that Ganju felt some irritation being directed towards him. Ganju quickly found the source, stood up, and began to point at Naruto. What the hell are you doing here? I could ask you the same question, yelled Naruto back at him. So, I take it you both know each other? Asked Kakaku. However, neither one seemed to hear her as Ganju lunged at Naruto. Soon a fight broke out between them, which involved breaking everything that got in their way. It was childish and somewhat amusing. Kakaku watched as she continued to smoke her pipe, which was the only thing keeping her calm. Yes, she'd let them fight until they tired each other out. Well, that was the plan until Naruto was thrown at Kakaku and knocked the pipe out of her hand. Kakaku's eyes widened and began to twitch as she looked down at her fallen pipe. A moment later, Ganju stepped on it and broke it. That was the last straw. It was one thing to fight in front of her, but it was entirely another to break her pipe. She began to concentrate chakra into her real fist and slammed it into the ground with a battle cry. Yoruichi, Jiraiya, and Hinata were able to get out of there in time before the blast wave of energy could hurt them. However, the building was smashed up. I don't know who raised you two, but this is my house and my rules. I don't appreciate what you have done to my house. Look at what you two did. But you're the one who did the most damage, muttered Naruto, who was face down and trying to get back up. Kakaku slowly walked over to him and then picked him up by the hair. Listen up, Baka, said Kakaku. This is my house, and if you don't like how I do things, then you can leave. Any problems with that? Nope, answered Naruto in a small voice as he began to sweat. Good, said Kakaku as she lowered him to the ground. Her expression seemed to become friendlier, as if whatever rage had possessed her a moment ago was nothing more than a bad dream. I'm glad we understand each other. As soon as she said that, she let go of Naruto, who fell to the ground with a thump. Naruto then crawled over to Ganju, who was still shaken up by the whole thing. Your sister is a real piece of work, whispered Naruto. I know, muttered Ganju as tears fell from his eyes. All right, get off your asses, barked Kakaku. At once both Naruto and Ganju stood and remained completely still. Ganju, take him to the orb room and show him what to do. Move it. Hi, yelled Naruto and Ganju at the same time. A few minutes, Naruto found himself in a regular training hall. The only thing that was odd about it was that there were several spheres in there that looked more like crystal balls. Ganju picked one out and held it in his palm. Slowly, Chakra began to fill it until it was full. All right now, said Ganju. These are a special training exercise that is used to help with chakra control. Basically, you just fill it up with chakra without overflowing it. If you do, then it will explode. So, how will this help me? Asked Naruto. Simple Gaki, said Jiraiya, who was standing at the door. The last part of the training requires that you maintain the spherical shape while keeping the power and rotation. If you start to use that jutsu with your chakra inside the orb, then it will explode if the jutsu fails. However, if you do it right, then you'll be fine. In others' words, we are taking your training to the extreme. Naruto let out a sigh. He really didn't get how this was supposed to help him, but he did get that if he failed there would be a boom. Fine, he said as he took an orb. He then began to add chakra, rotate it, and focus the power into the center. For a moment, it looked like it was working, until a crack appeared. A half-second later, there was the promised explosion. Damn it! Cursed Naruto, whose hair was now standing straight up and was covered with dirt. As he grabbed another orb, Ganju left the room and went back to where his sister was. Hey Nei-chan, said Ganju. Why the hell are we helping them? They're shinobi. Have you forgotten what happened, Anai-san? Ganju, have you forgotten what I have told you? Asked Kakaku in a serious tone. Never bring that up again. But Nei-chan, began Ganju, but a glare from his sister told him to shut it. You have your orders, said Kakaku as another explosion was heard followed by cursing. And never show them such a weak face again. Ganju nodded and left the room. Kakaku pulled out a bottle of sake and then stared up at the ceiling. Besides, if you were here and you saw that I didn't help them, you would have scolded me. Right, Anai-san? Once again, there was another explosion and even louder cursing. It was hours later and Naruto still hadn't mastered the Rasengan. Every time he tried it seemed to blow up in his face. Literally. And each time Naruto got back up and tried again. Ganju had to admit that it was funny to watch at first, but then it got boring. Still, Ganju had to wonder what was driving him. What did he hope to achieve? Hey, barked Ganju as he stood up. You have no talent of this. Just give up already. No way, said Naruto as he grabbed another sphere. I'm not going to give up. Even if you do master this jutsu, there is no guarantee that you'll pass the exam, reasoned Ganju. Unless maybe you're trying to impress a girl. No, said Naruto quickly. That's not why I'm doing this. And besides, right now we're just friends. So then it must be money, said Ganju. You must have made some kind of bet with that old guy that you could master this jutsu. Or maybe you made a bet on yourself for the finals. Is that it? BZZZ, wrong answer, said Naruto. Then what is it? Demanded Ganju. Why the hell are you trying so damn hard? Because it's my dream, declared Naruto, causing Ganju to take a step back. My dream is to one day become Hokage and protect this village. I'm willing to risk my life so that I can protect everyone who is important to me. Even the people who have treated me like dirt, I'll protect them. But why? Stammered Ganju. Because that's my nindo, answered Naruto. That's how I live. Ganju was frozen to the spot he was standing as he stared at the blonde in front of him. He was just a kid when his brother died and couldn't really remember him all that well. But standing there listening to Naruto talk, it was as if his brother was standing right behind him. Suddenly, Ganju walked over to Naruto and took away the sphere. Listen up because I'll only give you this one tip, he said. Try to visualize that there is a hole. It will always remain the same size as the sphere. Keep that image in mind as you put the chakra into the sphere, and it will work. It's a simple trick, but it might be difficult for you. And with that, Ganju left the room. Baka, said Naruto. At least he gave me some advice. With that, Naruto closed his eyes and began to focus on the jutsu once again. This time, however, he did as Ganju suggested. He visualized the hole and kept it from growing as he moved the chakra. And when he opened his eyes, they widened to see that he had done it. Congratulations, said Jiraiya, who was at the door again. You have mastered the Rasengan in only 3 weeks. A new record. Chapter 24. It was fairly early as Naruto prepared to leave Kakaku's home. He knew that Hinata had already left to avoid any awkward moments. Today would be the day they would fight, if he defeated Lee, of course. This wouldn't be like their spars in the past. This would be an all-out fight with both of them showcasing all their skills to the village and on live TV. Both of them had something to prove, not only to themselves but to everyone else out there. To Hinata, this was her chance to show everyone that she wasn't that weak little girl that was kicked out of the Hyuga clan. For Naruto, this was to show all those people out there that he was a skilled shinobi and not just the container for the Kyuubi. Neither of them needed the distraction of negative labels. Naruto was doing some light stretches while Kakaku and her two goons were checking out the damages that had been done to the outside of the house. Jiraiya was watching her while taking out his notepad from time to time, but never wrote anything down. He just put it away. While he might be a super pervert, he wasn't going to use the sister of one of his students as material in one of his books. He had some morals after all. However, he was fighting a very, very powerful urge to do it, seeing that her tight outfit seemed to be even tighter in the morning. Shaking his head, Jiraiya walked over to Naruto and gave him a serious look that caught his attention. "Naruto," said the old pervert, "I want you to be careful when using the Rasengan. It is a very powerful and dangerous jutsu to be used carelessly. I want you only to use it in this exam, if you are in a tight pinch. From what I was earlier, the only one who I can see might be a problem will be that Gaara kid." Also, at this point, Jiraiya leaned closer to Naruto to whisper in his ear. "If you start to use that too early on in the exam, then the odds against you will go down." "Gee, thanks for your concern, Ero-sennin," said Naruto with a deadpanned expression. Jiraiya's eyes widened like dish plates, and he gave Naruto a smack on the head. "Stop calling me that gaki," he barked. Naruto just backed up a few steps as he rubbed his head. "Hey!" came a voice that caused Naruto to groan a bit. Both shinobi turned to see Ganju walking towards them. Behind him were his 4 henchmen who were all walking several long steps behind him. "Listen up, I'm going to be watching you in the exams, so you better not lose." Upon hearing this, Kakaku turned to look at her brother with a raised eyebrow. "Not that I care or anything," said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. "But you really don't have to do that." Ganju then grabbed Naruto by his shirt and picked him right off the ground until they were at eye level. Naruto was a bit taken back by this level of closeness and was wondering why no one was stopping this guy. Then, Ganju spoke. "My Nai-san was killed by the Yondaime," declared Ganju. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard this. "Ganju, don't you dare," shouted Kakaku before Naruto could shout a protest to the claim. Ganju turned his head to face his sister and looked at her with the most serious look he had ever given her to date. "Why don't you shut up for a change and let me talk?" snapped Ganju. Sweat began to pour out of Naruto when he heard Ganju say that. He was talking back to a psycho woman who nearly destroyed her house just to get them to stop fighting. Imagine his surprise when it looked like she backed down. Ganju then turned his attention back at Naruto. "My Nai-san was a brilliant shinobi. He graduated from the academy when he was only 11 and was then placed under the tutelage of Jiraiya-san. He moved through the ranks like lightning and even had a team of his own. He was well respected and loved almost as much as the Yondaime. Then, on the night the Kyuubi attack, my Nai-san was killed. The murder weapon was one of the Yondaime's special kunais that only he had. I was young then, and I don't remember everything. However, I do remember seeing his body brought back to here with a kunai still in his chest. I also remember my Nai-san thanking the Yondaime. Even as he died, he didn't hate the man who killed him. And after the battle was over, no one looked into my Nai-san's death. No one wanted to hear anything bad about the hero who saved the village." Naruto just stared at Ganju with mouth open. From everything that he knew about the Yondaime, he had been a good person. He would never kill an ally, let alone his own teammate. There had to be more to the story. There had to be. Behind Ganju, his gang was in tears. "Oh, the boss has been holding back those feelings for years," cried one of them. "Why did he say those things?" demanded Ganju. "Why didn't he hate the man who took his life and his future?" I kept asking myself those questions, and I began to think about shinobi in general. They lie and kill for a living, nothing more than hitmen who will do anything for the right price.
But you seem to be different from the rest.
What you said yesterday made me think that there might be good shinobi out there that are like how my brother used to be. So that's why I'm going to see if I'm right about you. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face. He then gripped Ganja's arm and applied some pressure. Ganja then let go, but Naruto didn't fall. He just floated there. Ganja took a step back in shock at seeing Naruto fly for the first time. "Just watch me then," declared Naruto. He then shot up into the air and began to fly away. Ganja shouted at him to wait up and then began to follow him on foot, completely forgetting Bonnie. "You should really tell him about what happened," said Jiraiya as he crossed his arms. "I know I should," replied Kakaku. She then sighed. "But I doubt that he would believe me at this point. He needs to figure it out on his own. Besides, now isn't the time to be worrying about that. Isn't that right, shopkeeper?" Behind her appeared a familiar man with an old green and white striped hat. "Everything's all done on my end," said Kasuke with a devilish smirk. "Today is the day," cheered Kodo into her mic. She was standing in the middle of the arena for the final matches of the Chunin exam. The area was like a clearing. There were several trees, a small pond, and not much else. All around were large walls meant to keep the thousands of spectators safe from any jutsu that might miss. Standing in a straight line were all of the genin who were going to be fighting, including Sasuke. The Hokage had made it very, very clear that if Sasuke was late by even a second, then he would be disqualified. Speaking of the Hokage, both he and the Kazekage were sitting on a stand with a large screen TV above them for instant replays. I'm your hostess with the mostest, Kodo. Now, before we begin, let me go over the rules. You are disqualified if you surrender, die, or if I say you're done. And don't worry about me playing favorites because when it comes to fighting, I'm completely neutral. Other than that, there are no rules, so let's have a bloodbath. The entire crowd's sweat dropped when they heard her say that. "Allow me to fill in for my partner," said Yuri, who was in the stands. "She will stop any match when it looks like one of the combatants is about to die. However, there may be times when she will not have the chance. Still, should it look like one of the combatants is unable to continue, the match will be stopped. Right, Kodo?" Hi, said Kodo as she waved off Yuri. "Don't worry. If they are unable to enjoy the pain of battle, then I'll stop them." More sweat drops along with whispers that she might not be all there in the head. "All right then. First match will be Rock Lee versus Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone else please head to the competitor's stand. The match will begin in just 5 minutes, so everyone has until then to make their bets." In a random bar, Tsunade was already making her bets. "Put 500,000 on the Uzumaki Gaki," yelled Tsunade. Shizune began to weep. That money was supposed to pay a couple of our bills," she cried. Tsunade looked at her for a moment and grinned. "I've got a good feeling about his one," she replied. Now it was just Lee and Naruto standing in front of each other. Kodo stood in between them as the wind blew, kicking up dirt as it did. The crowd, once loud as all hell, was now silent. Naruto smirked as he began to float several inches off the ground. Standing on one of the upper levels was Niji, who was holding onto a railing while gritting his teeth. He should have been the one down there, and not Lee. "Wow." Kodo cried out with a blush. The match hasn't even started yet, and already the Kazeshu is using his wind power. He must be as excited as I am right now. "That didn't sound right to me," muttered Yuri. "I have been training hard for this fight," said Lee as he got into his stance. "Let us give it our all." "Right back at ya," said Naruto. "Hajime," yelled Kodo as she did a whirl. Instantly, Naruto shot into the air and continued without any signs of stopping.
Oh wow.
It's like Uzumaki-kun has become a rocket. Will he break the atmosphere? Isn't he out?" asked someone in the crowd.
A small murmur began.
"Don't worry," said Kodo. The crowd stopped talking and turned their attention on her. "According to the rules, you are only out of the arena when you touch any solid or liquid object outside of the arena. And air isn't either of them, so as long as he doesn't touch anything, then he's still in the game." Naruto continued to shoot up into the air until he reached the cloud line. He stopped, took a deep breath of fresh air, and looked down. Everything on the ground looked so small. Being up high always seems to have that effect on people, as if everyone's problems were so insignificant compared to the whole. But that never really crossed Naruto's mind as he thought about what he would do in this fight. From what he remembered about Lee during the 2 fights he had seen him in, he was a close-range fighter who seemed to prefer to use taijutsu. A smile appeared on the blonde's face, as he knew what he had to do. Down on the ground, Lee was watching the sky. He had done his best to prepare to fight an airborne opponent. However, the best experience he had was mid-air combat training and jumping. But he had faith in the training that his sensei had given him. As Lee stared into the sky, he thought he saw something. A moment later, he realized he was right because coming at him was Naruto and he was right in front of the sun, using it as a blinder. But Lee was ready for something like this. He jumped back to avoid Naruto's punch, and then jumped right at him to give him a taste of his own medicine. Lee's fist connected with Naruto's face, and Naruto then went poof. "Got ya," said a voice right behind Lee right before a leg flew into the boy's side. Lee slid over to the side rather than falling to the ground, turned and faced Naruto. "Have to admit that I didn't think that would take you down. Just had to see how you would react. After all, you know more about how I fight than I know about you." "That may be true," said Lee, "but it doesn't help me all that much." Lee then charged at Naruto, who shot up to avoid the hit, and then lowered himself again. Lee spun around, and then once again charged at Naruto. The results were the same, as Naruto simply shot up into the air and then lowered himself back down. "Sorry," said Naruto, "but you're going to have to do better than that if you want to catch me." Lee then smirked, which made Naruto feel a little uneasy, as if he asked for something he really didn't want. Lee bent down and pulled out some leg weights from underneath his orange leg warmers and held them up for all to see. He then tossed them to the side, and when they landed they made large craters in the dirt for objects of their sizes. One of them just happened to land near Koto, and impact blew her back. "Tch, that was frickin' sweet," she exclaimed. Naruto didn't seem to think, so as Lee became a blur a half-second later. Naruto tried to follow the green Genin's movements, but he was just too fast. Naruto then tried to get to a higher altitude, but Lee's fist impacted his stomach before he could move any higher. The force of the punch sent Naruto to the ground, and he bounced on impact. Once that happened, Lee kicked him into the air and followed right behind him. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain. He turned his head and saw that Lee was right below his. It was as if he were mirroring his movements. Naruto also noticed that Lee's bandages were beginning to unwrap themselves. Not knowing what would happen next, the Kazeshu reached behind him to get to his supply pouch. "This ends now, Naruto," declared Lee as his bandages began to wrap themselves around Naruto. Lee then grabbed the sides of Naruto's shoulders and yelled, "Omote Renge." As soon as Lee yelled that, the two of them began a spin dive towards the ground. The crowd seemed to react faster than the move could finish. Tsunade was already cursing her luck. Neji was eagerly waiting to see Naruto's head planted into the ground. Several people in the crowds were closing their eyes, for what would happen next was sure to be brutal. But to those who kept their eyes open, or just happened to be recording this program on pay-per-view, saw what really happened. The spinning object seemed to make a U-turn moments before it was to hit the ground, and then went right back into the air. Then, without any warning, the spinning object split in two, with Lee falling to the ground. After Lee hit the ground, he rolled around, and when he stopped, he began to hold a wound on his side. A very bloody wound. Up in the air, Naruto was floating while holding the Raijin. "Can we get a replay?" asked Koto. "And let's get a close-up." The screen above the Kaga's box light up and began to replay the scene close-up and in slow motion. Once they got to the point where Lee's attack was brought back into the air, the crowd saw what had happened. A bright yellow light seemed to come out of Lee's side. Lee looked like he wanted to scream in pain as the light then moved to his side, and then left his body as Naruto was freed. Wow, what a shockingly brutal attack. In my book, Naruto-san gets extra points for cutting and electrocuting at the same time. And look at all that blood. Why did I get partnered up with that sadist? Ask Yuri to no one. But it was true what Koto said about the blood. Lee's spandex was now green and red. The bowl-cut-haired boy slowly managed to get to his feet while holding his wound. However, it was clear to everyone that he was running low on strength. His legs were wobbly, he was panting hard, and had sweat pouring out of his body. "Lee, just give up," yelled Tenten from the stands. "He won't do that," said Guy, who was sitting next to her. "But Sensei, he's already lost," exclaimed Tenten. "He can barely stand up right now, and Naruto has a new weapon. He can't win." "I know that," said Guy in a tone that caused Tenten to back off slightly. And Lee knows that as well. But Lee won't give up no matter how difficult the situation is, because he is trying to prove something. Lee, I'll admit that you almost had me, said Naruto. Had I been off by a few seconds, I'm sure I wouldn't be floating here right now. Not bad at all. With that, Naruto gave Lee a thumbs up. Lee looked confused for a moment before returning the gesture. Thanks, said Lee as he tried to get back to his stand. But as soon as he did, he winced in pain. His body felt so heavy, and his bones were sore. Still, that didn't stop him from charging as soon as Naruto was close enough to the ground. Lee threw a punch that was aimed for Naruto's face, which was dodged as Naruto ducked under it and then returned the favor with an uppercut right to Lee's jaw. Wow, said Naruto as he looked at his fist, and then back at Lee. I'm surprised that worked. I guess that last attack took a lot out of you. As Naruto said that he put away the Raijin. No, said Lee as he slowly got back onto his feet. He then looked at Naruto with fierce determination in his eyes. I can't just give up now. I was saving this for when I would face Neji, but I have to use it now. I have to protect my way of the shinobi. With that, Lee began to open up his chakra gates one by one. Keimonki, Kyumon Kai, Simon Kai, Shaman Kai, Taman Kai. As Lee released each gate, Naruto could notice a change with him. The bull-haired boy's skin took on an orange-like hue. Then, in a flash, Lee attacked. He rushed at Naruto at a speed the blonde had not experienced yet and slammed his fist into him. Naruto was shot into the air, and before he could get his bearings, Lee appeared in front of him and punched him again. Again and again. Naruto was thrown around the arena due to Lee's punches until Lee grabbed Naruto's shirt and shouted, "Yura Renge." Lee was then about to deliver a punch and kick at the same time to finish that attack, but Naruto's shirt was cut by an invisible blade that freed him from Lee. Naruto then flew around Lee until he is behind him. Have you forgotten? Asked Naruto. You may have the edge on the ground, but in the air I am at my strongest. A powerful blast of wind then hit Lee's back and sent him crashing into the earth below with enough force to leave an imprint of the boy that was at least 3 feet deep. Wow, cheered Kodo, who is now jumping up and down like a little kid. Maybe if we're lucky. Every bone in Lee's body is broken. Call the match, yelled Yuri. Fine, fine, grumbled Kodo. Ruin a girl's good time. The winner of the first round is Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd burst into a loud cheer while Naruto began to wave back at them. On the ground, medics were pulling Lee out of the Lee-shaped hole and putting him on a stretcher. Hanzo, who was once again watching this from his office, clapped his hands softly. Tsunade began to think about her next bet while Shizun's jaw dropped to the ground. X. Sex-kun, called out Elf as she looked for Sex in the training fields. She called his name several times before she found him on one knee, with his Titan blade resting on one shoulder. He had been out in the training field since he got his new arm and had been training with another new item he had acquired from Hanzo for his rematch with Naruto. Slowly, he turned his head to face her. What do you want? He demanded as he wiped away some sweat. Naruto-san won the first match, she said. Sex turned his head away and then stood up. Why the hell are you telling me something I already knew? He asked. Elf looked around for a portable TV set or anything that could have told Sex that Naruto had won. However, she found nothing. How did you know? She asked. While she couldn't see it, Sex grinned. Because I've faced him before, replied Sex. X. All right, announced Kodo as the crowd began to settle down. The next match will be between. This just in from the council, interrupted Yuri, which irritated Kodo. The lineup will continue as planned with the next match being Uzumaki Naruto against Shohoin Hinata. The match will begin immediately. The crowd then began to whisper to one another. In the past, it was very rare to have one person fight back-to-back. Not only that, they were to be given a short break if that were to happen. So, in short, this was very unusual. I have to object to this, yelled Kodo. Article 17, Section C of the official rulebook says that a break will be given to any shinobi that has to fight in multiple rounds. As the ref, I can decide to either go on to the next match or give the winner a 10 to 15-minute break. What is happening now is a clear violation of the rules. Hey, Don't shoot the messenger, whined Yuri. Besides, they are invoking Section 0, which states that the council can interfere in any match as long as both of the shinobi belong to their village. Besides, if either one doesn't feel up to it, they have the option of quitting. Fine then, yelled Kodo. Shihoin Hinata, please report to the arena. I'm already here, said a voice next to Kodo. The ref jumped back a bit when she saw the pale-eyed girl standing next to her. Oh, so you are, said Kodo as she calmed down. She then cleared her throat as the two genins took their places. We will now begin round 2 of the final part of the Chunin exam. Are you both ready?
Good.
Hajime. As soon as she said that last part, both Naruto and Hinata rushed over to each other. Naruto made the first move, which was a punch. Hinata countered it by using her arm to deflect the attack away from body. She then tried to kick Naruto, but the boy caught it with his free hand. With no way to stop her next attack, Hinata landed a kick with her remaining leg. Naruto gritted his teeth and then delivered his own counter, a headbutt. Both of them then let go of each other, and they then moved backwards to gain some distance. This is so wrong, said Ino. Around her were the rest of teams 8, 10, and Guy along with their senseis. Why are they fighting each other? I mean, we all know how much Hinata likes Naruto, and that Baka should at least have a clue about how she feels about him. So, why doesn't one of them just give up? Because they are both trying to prove something, said Kurenai. Hinata was kicked out of her clan because they deemed her to be weak. Since then, she has worked hard to show them that they were wrong. It's mainly because of Naruto that she has been able to make such progress, and, in a way, this match is her way of seeing just how far she has come. Don't forget about the council, said Asuma as he lit a new cigarette. They're pissed at Hinata for beating Sasuke so easily and made them all look like liars on TV. Hayashi was most likely the one who thought of this idea. Hinata will have to fight someone she loves or back down and lose any chance at getting promoted during this exam. Naruto has to fight because if he doesn't, she might take it like he didn't want to hurt her because she is still weak. And then the council will make the argument that Naruto shouldn't be promoted since he refused to fight someone due to an emotional bond. What does that have to do with anything? Asked Tenten. Guy sighed. It is a most unyouthful thing, said Guy. Let's say that Hinata decided to betray the village, and Naruto was the closest one to reach her in time. He tries to reason with her, but she refuses and in the end gets away because Naruto refused to fight her. Such actions do not make good Chunin, and if Naruto were to demonstrate such actions, then he would most likely not get promoted. It has happened before, said Kakashi, who was reading an orange-covered book. True, said Kurenai as she glanced over at the area where Hayashi was sitting. But I have a feeling that someone else wanted this matchup like this for personal reasons. Back of the field, Naruto and Hinata were still going at it with close-range combat. Naruto had so far landed at least 3 hits. However, Hinata was able to deliver at least double that in the form of kicks. I thought I asked you not to go easy on me, said Hinata as she avoided another attack from Naruto. She then used Shunpa and appeared behind Naruto with her leg raised for an axe kick. Then, before the attack could connect, Naruto shot forward while being lifted about an inch off the ground. He then spun around and looked at Hinata. Maybe I'm not going easy on you, he said. I know you are, said Hinata as she got into her stance. If you were taking this fight seriously, then you would have been higher up for half this match, or you would have used your favorite jutsu by now. Hinata then used Shunpa again and appeared right in front of Naruto with her fist in his gut. Naruto was thrown back by this, and Hinata prepared another kick that would hit him as soon as he hit the ground. Naruto had other plans because he defied gravity at the last second and shot up into the sky before Hinata could land her next blow. Once Naruto was high enough in the air to feel safe, he sat crossed-legged in the air while holding his gut. Maybe I should take this up a notch, he said. Too late, said Hinata, who had used Shunpa to appear next to him in the air. Naruto, however, only slid over to the side and caused Hinata's attack to miss and the girl to fall to the ground. Hinata landed on all fours and then stood up and looked at Naruto, who had also taken up a standing position. All right, Hinata-chan, said Naruto as he held out both his arms and began to spin them. Soon, both his arms were decorated with a mini tornado. I won't hold anything back. Let's see how well you can handle this. Wow, cried out Kodo. It looks like the Kaze-shu can not only use the Senpuken on both arms, but at the same time as well. Does Hinata-chan have counter for this attack, or will she be blown to pieces? Upon hearing that, Hayashi let out a grin. "Thank you, Naruto," said Hinata as a white glow began to cover her body. Moments later, that material on her shoulders and back seemed to disintegrate as the light seemed to intensify. Seeing that her jacket was now ruined, Hinata quickly took it off for the whole world to see. Ino just stared at Hinata, whose assets were bigger than hers. In the past, Ino had encouraged Hinata to take off her jacket, but now she wished that Hinata had never taken it off. "This is my best Shunko." As she said the name, she aimed one of her arms at Naruto. "This jutsu basically concentrates my chakra and allows me to fire it in a high-pressured blast. But it's very difficult to control." Naruto grinned as Hinata explained her attack and then did a loop in the air. His fists were aching to take on her attack. "All right then, let's have some fun," yelled Naruto as he flew towards her. Hinata held back her attack for as long as possible. Then, when Naruto was halfway to her, Hinata unleashed her attack. There was a bright light that blinded everyone to what happened, and when it faded, both Hinata and Naruto were gone. "Oh no!" cried Koto. It appears that both contestants were destroyed in the attack. Then, someone yelled out that Hinata was alright. Koto looked around, and as that Hinata had been smashed into the side of the wall, and about halfway up as well. Her eyes were half opened, and she was dripping blood. "Well, there's one of them. So, where is Naruto-kun?" "Damn, Hinata-chan, that was crazy," yelled Naruto. Koto looked up, and sure enough, Naruto was floating in the air. One of his twisters was missing, but other than that he looked fine. "Let's go back to the instant replay," said Koto. Once again, the giant scene showed what had happened. Moments before Hinata's attack hit Naruto, the blonde used a Senpuken to block the attack and tilted the airstream upward so that the blast would be deflected away from both of them. Well, most of it anyways. Naruto stared at Hinata, who was still in the wall. He then closed his eyes, let out a sigh, and then reopened. The look he had now was that of serious determination. He pointed his last Senpuken at Hinata and charged at her. As he did, Hinata let out a small smile. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she thought. "I have always worked so hard in order to improve, just like you have. Now I see how far I still have to go in order to catch up with you. And when that happens, maybe you'll see me the same way I see you." Hinata would have continued this thought process. However, it was at that time that she lost consciousness. She then fell forward and down to the ground below her. Seeing this, Naruto deactivated his Senpuken and caught Hinata in his arms. "Hey, Hinata-chan," whispered Naruto. "You did great." "It seems that Hinata is unable to continue," announced Koto. "The winner is Uzumaki Naruto."